Chapter 1497. The war drums thundered. The gates of Cold Blood Pass opened and the army marched out. The lingering dark clouds of war lunged towards Black Cloud City in the distance like a brandishing monster. Due to the existence of arcane treasures like Sumeru rings, the army basically did not need supplies. Strangely, they brought several tens of thousands of cages, which were dragged to the front lines by demonic beasts. At the border between the demon domain and the human realm, the soldiers dragged out the prisoners one by one and buried them alive, only leaving their heads outside. There were men and women, young and old, among the prisoners. Some wept bitterly, some cursed aloud, and some remained silent. However, not a single person begged for mercy. There was no such thing as sympathy in the demon domain. The army marched and buried people alive. It was basically like planting trees, leaving behind a trail of sorrowful cries. The demon domain broke through the border. If one looked down from above, it would seem like a huge arrowhead stabbing into Black Cloud City. These prisoners were the sinners of the demon domain. They were either framed, cowardly and incompetent, or just sacrifices of war. The most common crime was that they were good people. As the demon domain penetrated deeper into the human realm, just burying people alive was no longer enough. The shaman priests began to set up altars one by one, escorting the prisoners to the altars and executing them under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Cries rose and fell as if they were tearing the sky apart. The shaman priests were skilled. To make the prisoners experience the greatest pain without dying quickly, the torture would often last for several days and nights. It could only be completed with the assistance of a few apprentices. The most skilled shaman priests could use different instruments and techniques to make the prisoners produce different cries, giving the spectators an extreme spiritual experience. As a result, two major factions were formed, the experience faction and the performance faction. The experience faction believed that they should focus on the torture itself and give the sinners the greatest pain, instead of acting like clowns to entertain the stupid spectators. The performance faction believed that there was only one sinner, but there were hundreds or even thousands of spectators. Which was more important? It went without saying. The experience faction was just a group of sadomasochists without any sense of responsibility or purpose. Alright, there was also the method faction, who invented new torture methods and instruments. Because they were too formal, they were not taken seriously. This was a scene that could drive people crazy. However, the demon folk watched with great interest, unable to take their eyes off it. Some of them even had an intoxicated look on their faces as they praised endlessly. Oh my, that was a wonderful cut. This fellow's voice was not bad. His screams rose and fell, sweet and resounding. Tisk tisk. Suddenly, a demon folk reported, "Sir Shaman Priest, I can't bear to look at Zhou Chu anymore. He still has a conscience after all." "Ah, great witch Zhu, I have no conscience. I have no conscience. I'm hungry just from watching." The witch priest glanced at him coldly and threw a burnt hand down the altar. Zhou Chu pounced on it and wolfed down the meat. "The meat of good people is delicious. How dare you say that the meat of good people is delicious? Do you think that the meat of us evil people tastes bad?" "No, that's not what I meant. This lowly one requests Lord Witch Priest to sacrifice this fake vile person to Emotion." "Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice." The demon folk growled as they pressed closer. There was a faint smile on his face that was twisted in a strange manner. Ah. Thus, another good guy hidden among the villains was discovered and eliminated, and the morale of the villains became even higher. With 100,000 good guys as sacrifices, the army rapidly advanced towards Black Cloud City. Although the territory they carved out was only temporary, as long as they reached Black Cloud City, the demon folk would be fighting on their own territory. They would have a huge geographical advantage and they could avoid being ambushed by the enemy as they marched. This kind of tactic had stopped being a secret a long time ago. One of the consequences of years of war was that everything had become clear. All the strategies and tactics had been used thousands of times. There was not even a need to analyze them on the map. All the possibilities had already happened. The human realm had 100 ways to deal with these tactics, while the demon domain had 101 ways to counter them, which was why these tactics could continue to be used. And they were used. Due to the limitations of various practical conditions, the changes were often even smaller than a chess game. Once the war began, there would be no room for ingenious schemes, nor would there be any heroes who could easily turn the tide of the war. All that was left was a bloody meat grinder, and it all depended on which side could stuff more flesh and blood into it. Li Liehua understood all of this. The defense system of Black Cloud City was established on the two great armies, the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder Formation and the Inferno Xuanwu. The purpose of establishing an army was to better organize the flesh and blood and stuff it into this meat grinder. Now that Chao Tianjiao was gone, the Xuanwu army was basically crippled. This was not just because she was powerful. More importantly, the Xuanwu army had been established in her name, and it had established great prestige through countless battles. Only with prestige would there be morale, and only with morale would there be power. It could not be replaced by a random true disciple. The current situation was that if they could not stuff in the flesh and blood of mortals, they could only stuff in the flesh and blood of cultivators. Which cultivator would be willing to do that? If regular cultivators were unwilling, the true disciples could still suppress them. If the true disciples were unwilling, who could force them to sacrifice themselves? Not to mention that even he, the first senior brother, was unwilling. He even began to miss Chao Tianjiao a little. At this moment, the Blaze Hall arrived. The whispers in the fiery Blaze Hall gradually quietened down with the sound of his footsteps. All the true disciples bowed. Senior brother? Li Liehua saw that they were either standing or sitting in groups of 3 or 5. Some were leaning against the wall with swords in their arms, and some were simply sitting at the long conference table. Only Guxing was sitting upright. He could not help but frown. "Sit down," he ordered. Everyone took their seats. Even the few female cultivators who had come to question Li Liehua were intimidated by his prestige. The true disciples who had never been to Black Cloud City felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the Hall of Inheritance. The Demon Realm's army has probably set off. This time they are determined to uproot Black Cloud City. The scale of the attack will be greater than any in history. If you want to defend Black Cloud City, please be prepared for half of your people to die here. What? Half of our people die? Senior brother, you must be joking. The true disciples all had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were in disbelief, and some were frowning in deep thought. They never expected Li Liehua to be so pessimistic. Lu Tian toyed with a pair of dice with a playful expression. This was a good chance to gamble on whether Black Cloud City could be defended or not. However, he did not want to bear the wrath of the first senior brother, so he added on behalf of Li Liehua in his mind. Even if half of our people die, we may not be able to defend Black Cloud City. But that is the most you can bear. Pai Yangqiu seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Hihi Lu Tian, this first senior brother, is still too young. This is already overestimating their determination. I think at most a third of our people will die. These years have been too peaceful. Only a few of the old guys who have been through the war are left. Chapter 1498. Dai Mingfan had once been eldest brother Lin Xian's disciple. They had been through a fierce battle and knew how powerful it was. She sat up straight and asked, "How many demon emperors are there?" "It should be 12. Because of the existence of the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, this was practically the norm. As expected. Dai Mingfan's expression became even more unsightly. She had been the third senior sister for so many years. She didn't want to compete for the position of eldest senior brother or eldest senior sister because she didn't want to go to the battlefield again. A female cultivator with rosy cheeks and a graceful bearing played around with her slender fingers. She smiled. "There's more than 12 of us. There's also the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation. How can those demon folk be our opponent?" There were more than 10 true inheritors gathered here. In addition to the mounts they brought with them, there were more than 30 existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, far surpassing the 12 demon monarchs. So other than Chu Tian, Dai Mingfan, and a few others who had experienced the great battle, the other direct disciples didn't agree with Li Liehua's words. They even felt that he was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, and didn't want to mention Chao Tianjiao. Dai Mingfan asked, "Where are the chosen ones?" "I don't know. The biggest possibility is that he is trapped in the demon domain. We must be prepared for this." Ruan Yaozhu couldn't help but say, "Then we?" Dai Mingfan shook her head. "Yaozhu, don't say any more. If the prodigy is really trapped in the demon domain, I can only hope that she dies. If she became a demon emperor, that would be too terrifying." Ruan Yaozhu lowered her head sadly. Dai Mingfan asked again, "Can we ask for help?" Li Liehua asked, "Who should I ask for help from?" Dai Mingfan was speechless and could only sigh. Spirit Venerable Guihai never left the heavens. Unless the myriad phenomenon sect was in danger, he would never take action. The 2 sect masters followed the grand sect master above the 9 heavens and had their own duties. The myriad phenomenon sect was not like a traditional sect, which was organized by a master-disciple relationship. Instead, it was governed by the true disciples. They cooperated and shared freely, and there were almost no restrictions. but correspondingly the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. When there was nothing to do, he would peacefully cultivate. When there was something to do, he would shirk his responsibilities. There was no such thing as such a good thing in the world. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the myriad nature sect to defend this area. Which of the other sects would be willing to bleed and sacrifice for you? As for the desireless heavenly palace, there was even less of a need to think about it. If the demon domain mobilized the 12 demon emperors to attack the city, the other war zones would be left unguarded. They would only order the local sects to take advantage of this opportunity to recover their lost territory, and not go on expeditions. He was being led by the nose by the demon domain. Dai Mingfan asked again, what about abandoned city? The prodigies are not here and the Xuanwu army is useless. The situation is too disadvantageous. Li Liehua said, you know that's impossible. Retreating without a fight will not be tolerated by military law. Yeah, I know. Dai Mingfan smiled bitterly. This kind of desertion would definitely infuriate the selfless heavenly palace. If they ordered them to take back Black Cloud City, they would have to pay 10 times the price. The entire myriad nature sect would suffer great losses. Right now they were going all out until both sides were heavily injured. They wanted to kill a few demon kings and force back the demon folk. The desireless heavenly palace would naturally bestow rewards in the form of resources to support the Wanxiang sect. As a result, new true disciples would emerge. There was no lack of geniuses. It was like this in the past. That was how she became the third senior sister. She probably would not be so lucky this time. She would not live to see this day come. It was not cowardice or ignorance. It was just that they had reached this point after so much difficulty. They were not willing to risk their lives anymore. The two of them chatted among themselves. The elegant female cultivator could not help but say, hey, what are you talking about? It's just 12 demon kings. Dai Mingfan smiled sadly. Junior sister Curson. You'll find out very soon. Wan Jianfeng suddenly stood up and drew his sword. He said coldly, senior brother and senior sister, you've disappointed me far too much. You're boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. If the demon folk want to take Black Cloud City, they'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. He practiced the heavenly tome of sword control. He was a sword cultivator and he was most skilled at killing. He did not believe the 12 demon emperors and their rabble could be very powerful. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tian slammed the table and rocked back and forth with laughter. I can't help it anymore. Who wants to bet with me on whether Black Cloud City can be defended or not? Alright, you can raise the odds and bet on how many of us will die. He immediately angered everyone. They all began to criticize him. Soon it became a dispute among the true disciples, just like in the direct disciple hall. Pai Yangqiu shook his head. If Lin Xin was here, they would have reached an agreement long ago. Li Liehua was not the real first senior brother, after all. He was fine normally, but he could not control the situation in a moment of life and death. The battle was getting worse and worse. Senior brother, I'm skilled in formations. Leave the roar of Black Cloud Thunder formation to me. Alright. Li Liehua said, I still need someone to lead the Xuanwu army. The hall fell silent. No one answered. Even the true disciples who had never experienced a battle had basic knowledge. The army had to leave the city and fight the enemy, or even charge at the enemy's formation. Not only would they lose the protection of the roar of Black Cloud Thunder formation, but they would also be easily trapped by the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous. Under the current circumstances, it was very easy for them to die. Letian sneered. Li Liehua's frown deepened. At this moment, Ruan Yaozhu raised her hand with a wooden expression. Li Liehua ignored her. That means there's no one. Very good. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from the distant mountains. Spring thunder? However, there was no lightning when they looked up. How can regular thunder travel so far? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? This small interlude did not attract too much attention. The thunder grew louder and louder, and the entire Black Cloud City trembled. How many tribulations is this? 5 tribulations. Whoosh. The spirit turtle raised its head from the lake and looked at the tribulation clouds that were gathering rapidly in the sky. They rolled like a whirlpool and thunder rumbled. Li Qingshan broke through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle very quickly. He did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. After so many years of accumulation, everything came naturally. As his cultivation skyrocketed, he immediately attracted the tribulation. The tribulation clouds grew thicker and the surroundings became pitch black. One could not even see their fingers in front of them. Only the flickering lightning suddenly illuminated the mountains. They were like silent giants looking down at the spirit turtle in the lake. Strangely, not a single bolt of lightning fell. The tribulation clouds layered over each other, almost pressing down on the mountains. At the center of the whirlpool, weapons condensed from tribulation lightning gradually took shape. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle-axes, hooks, and tridents flickered with lightning, condensing without dispersing. They hung high above Li Qingshan's head. The scale of this tribulation was actually no smaller than Chao Tianjiao's 6 tribulations. At the same time, the 5 Yin demons became restless. Demonic thoughts, endless worries, and the 5 Yin demons blazed. It was just like Black Cloud City. Internally, the people were unconvinced, while externally, the army was pressuring them. Beset with difficulties both internally and externally, they were in danger. With a shake of his body, Li Qingshan turned into a demonic god and stood up in the great marsh, standing beside the mountains. He welcomed the sky full of tribulation clouds and spread his arms. Chapter 1499. Before he finished speaking, heaven and earth rumbled. At the center of the tribulation cloud vortex, the tribulation lightning condensed into weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle-axes, hooks, and tridents. They didn't slash down randomly. Instead, they formed a formation and slowly descended. Lightning dragons roared, lightning snakes danced, and the 8 tribulation lightning weapons faintly interweaved into the shape of the 8 trigrams. Even Chao Tianjiao, who had undergone 6 heavenly tribulations, did not receive such treatment. Li Qingshan felt as if he had punched empty air. His heart tightened uncomfortably, and he suddenly felt as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Thunder was the wrath of heaven, and tribulation was the punishment of heaven. For ordinary cultivators, this was just a test, but he seemed to have committed a great crime. The heavens were furious, determined to turn him into ashes. Condemned by heaven, there is nothing to pray for. Amazing. If he didn't hurry and break this formation when this thing covered his head, even 10 Phoenix Nirvana rebirth would be useless. What's more, I only have 1 chance left and I'm still a pitiful bastard. Just as Li Qingshan was about to unleash his divine ability, the scene in front of him changed. The sky was pitch black and the mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. He had turned from a demonic god back to a young man, returning to the crouching ox village that had been destroyed by the flames of war. He was currently lying under the cowsheet with an oxen resting under the trough. He could not help but call out, "Brother Ox." Xiaoqin cursed inwardly. The illusion became increasingly realistic. Even the feeling of the thorns of the hay stabbing into his body became clear. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. I lured Chao Tianjiao into an illusion and played with her. Now the retribution has come too quickly. Little An saw the confusion in his eyes. It's the 5 Yin demons. If he cultivated the unfettered heavenly book, this wouldn't be a big problem. However, his Yin spirit was destroyed in the cold blood pass and his cultivation was crippled. He had no choice but to suffer this disaster. Demons were no less dangerous than tribulation lightning, let alone at this time. Little An's voice reverberated through the rolling thunder. Qingshan, the 5 Yin are form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Because of the various appearances, he suffered all kinds of pain and happiness, and gave birth to all kinds of thoughts. Then his behavior became wild, his consciousness became muddled, and his heart was clouded. If you want to fight against the 5 Yin demons, you must first see through the charms and know that everything in front of you is an illusion. A peasant woman with a bucket-like waist yelled, "Li Er, get up and get to work." Li Qingshan chuckled. In that case, the one we've encountered today is a sex fiend. The peasant woman said angrily, "Li Er, what nonsense are you talking about?" Oxen raised his head and looked at him quietly. However, although all of this is an illusion, it isn't an illusion. Li Qingshan said without hesitation. Although he was facing a great calamity, he had an unprecedented calm attitude. Yes, everything they encountered along the way, including being trapped in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's dream, was not an illusion. The youth of the past no longer needed a saber to boost his courage. Oxen smiled and nodded, but the woman became angrier and angrier. She cursed even more harshly, and the illusion became more and more realistic. But it's annoying to be so noisy. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan's heart was as calm as water. His eyes shone with a clear light that saw through all the illusions. He returned to his demon god body and returned to the remote mountains. Looking at the 8 descending tribulation lightning weapons, he smiled and said, "Isn't all of this a charms? But people will die if they are killed. You're just lying to yourself if you say you've seen through it. Shaoan pursed his lips into a smile and said no more. Humph, if you won't fight me, I'll fight you. When come. Li Qingshan suddenly spread his wind god wings. They spanned hundreds of meters and slapped at the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. He seemed to want to sweep away the tribulation clouds in the sky and return him a bright world. Boom. The world shook. Lightning shone brightly, illuminating the sky and forming a pool of lightning. In the 8 trigrams, Zhen was thunder and Sun was wind. 32nd hexagram, wind constant. Wind and lightning surged. In order to prevent the heavenly tribulation from accumulating power, Li Qingshan initiated a great battle. Lightning poured down on him. The great lake under his feet evaporated in an instant, revealing the dry and cracked ground. His iron hooves dug deep into the ground and he stood firm. His strength rose from the ground and he punched the sky. Break! His fist broke through the vast expanse of lightning and smashed heavily into the void, causing ripples to spread outwards. After breaking the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 tribulation lightning weapons, the pressure of impending disaster was reduced. Even though his majestic demon god body was still drowned by the lightning and his whole body trembled and became numb, most of the lightning was drawn into the ground under his feet and did not cause any substantial damage. Normal tribulation lightning was not enough to kill him. The real threat was still the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. Before he could react, the numbness suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching pain. Every inch of his skin, blood vessels, and bones were there. The pain pierced through his soul. Even the torture of hell was nothing compared to it. He clenched his teeth and half knelt on the ground. He had an illusion that he had been turned into ashes by the tribulation lightning. But in the next moment, the pain turned into joy. It was as if he had ascended into the clouds and passed through the tribulation clouds to reach the western pure land of ultimate bliss. Even if he died now, it did not matter. In the next moment, he fell into the abyss of hell. Pain and joy, sorrow and joy constantly overlapped. He could not help but think of the painful and joyful things in his life. Whether it was climbing the ice-sword cliff arduously in the snowstorm or smashing through the ice-sword cliff freely. All of these things surged into his heart. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he also wanted to cry out loud. It was not an illusion, but even better than an illusion. Little and said, if I can't see through the charms, I'll have to suffer the various joys and sorrows. Good. If I don't have these experiences, what's the point of living? The spirit turtle could not suppress these feelings, nor did it want to. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and thought back to his experience of the phoenix's Nerva not long ago. As long as his body was not destroyed, his heart would not die. He would naturally bear all the joys and sorrows. If he was unlucky, he would rather be burnt to ashes. How could he treat escape as wisdom, blaming the heavens and others like a coward and praying to the gods? Heaven and earth darkened. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle-axes, hooks, tridents, the 8 weapons of tribulation lightning all stabbed deep into his body. If he had not used the ox demon forges its hide in time at the last moment, he would have been chopped into pieces. No matter how he guided the lightning into the ground, his body was still torn apart inch by inch, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. His entire body had been vaporized by the lightning. Within the blazing flashes of lightning, his tiger bones were vaguely visible, all of them broken. He did not move at all, enduring everything silently. He pulled out the weapons condensed from tribulation lightning one by one, broke them, crushed them, and then stood up to fight again. Little and said, Qingshan. His wounds had not healed, leaving behind horrifying holes. His flesh, blood, and bones were nowhere to be seen. He was already heavily injured. However, for some reason, his standing figure seemed even more majestic, as if he wanted to become one with the earth. Through the depths of the swirling clouds, he stared at the distant sky. The heavens seemed to be infuriated by his gaze. Rumble. There was a deep, furious roar, and the shattered lightning condensed again in the blink of an eye, only leaving behind a huge lightning sword. Li Qingshan was unfazed. The miniature world in his body revolved slowly, using the divine transformation to deter the demonic thoughts internally and the devil transformation to resist the heavenly punishment externally. He used the various transformations calmly, as if everything was under his control. Indelible, unshakable. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine only remained unchanged. Chapter 1500. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew over from the distant mountains, filling the blaze hall and ruffling the clothes of the true disciples. It eased the heavy atmosphere. This gust of wind is so strange. Who is it? That direction. It might be a disciple of the Flying Star Valley. The true disciples discussed. All the generals were in Black Cloud City now, so it was impossible for them to undergo the tribulation so far away. The formal disciples of the sect were not recruited for this battle. They were all seeds of the future true disciples. They would not be of much help to the battle, so there was no need for them to sacrifice themselves. It was possible to say that even if all the true disciples here were dead, they could still produce a few true disciples with the vast amount of resources left over. Did they succeed? How many heavenly tribulations did they undergo? I don't think even 5 heavenly tribulations caused such a great disturbance. Stop joking. Do you think they'll undergo the tribulation of a human immortal in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield? If that's the case, then they'll undergo the tribulation of a human emperor in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield. That might be a demon folk. A demon folk has come to the human realm to undergo a tribulation? Is there something wrong with his head? They discussed randomly, but they were actually unable to guess the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation. However, a great battle was imminent, so no one would calculate it seriously. They were just using it as a pretext to relax. Yuan Yaozhu suddenly thought of someone. Senior brother Li, where's junior brother Qingshan? Junior sister Yuan, what time is it now? Lin Kurson was very impatient. She was truly a little frightened. She no longer behaved as casually as she did at the beginning. If it was just Li Liehua saying that, it could be described as an alarmist, but even old people like Dai Mingfan and Lu Tian were alarmist. The situation might really be very bad. At a time like this, who would still care about a formal disciple no matter how much of a genius he was? What was the point now? However, Li Liehua answered the question very seriously. I received news from the Blackford sky-gazing roar that his Een spirit left his body to investigate Cold Blood Pass with junior sister Chow. His whereabouts are still unknown. Reaching there. He frowned and sank into his thoughts. Suddenly he said, no, that's impossible. How long has it been since he passed the 4th heavenly tribulation? The direct disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that Li Liehua was worried that the one going through the tribulation was Li Qingshan? Wang Jianfeng was even more certain that he was under too much pressure and was delirious. Yuan Yaozhu bit her lips and lowered her head in silence. However, there was an inexplicable sense of self-confidence. He must still be alive, he must be. This strange gust of wind came and went quickly, and the topic returned to the war. Very quickly they fell into a state of anxiety. Lu Tian smiled and said, we can't waste any more time. Senior brother, please give the order quickly. He glanced at Wang Jianfeng and said, there are some things that can't be explained. Li Liehua nodded in understanding. Wang Jianfeng flicked his sword and said, that's right. I'm still alive? Li Qingshan returned to his human form and lay quietly among the mountains as he spoke with a smile. The wind blew away the tribulation clouds. The clear blue sky was almost transparent. This heavenly tribulation was too fierce, and the 5 Een demons were even more difficult to deal with. When the thinking demon appeared, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and the various transformations immediately showed signs of splitting. Fortunately, this small world had been completely stabilized so it did not fall apart. And the walking demon made him lose control of his body, and he could not control his actions. He was almost beheaded by the tribulation lightning, and there was still a big mouth on his neck that kept vomiting blood. The last consciousness demon was the most terrifying, and it directly distorted his consciousness. It made him doubt everything that he had persevered in. Brother Bull, what 9 heavens, are they really that important? I might as well live a carefree life. If he really wavered, even if he succeeded in passing the tribulation, his mind would change greatly, and he would no longer be the original Li Qingshan. He might very well enter the demonic domain immediately, and choose to swallow the Black Sun demon heart to obtain even greater power. The result would probably be as Chen Rongji predicted, he would not be recognized by the demonic domain, and finally suffer the backlash of power and die a horrible death. If the legendary person could not become a legend, his fate would probably be worse than a mortal's. Li Qingshan did not know any of this, but he understood that the choice of path had always been the most important, as well as the most terrifying. Once he made the wrong choice, even if he had a moment of success, he could not avoid a miserable fate in the end. Just think about it. Did many cultivators lose their right to become a human immortal the moment they successfully underwent the tribulation and became human emperors? Only when their lifespans ran out and they died would they truly regret their choice in the past. That was why it was said, Bodhisattvas fear karma, while all living beings fear karma. Fortunately, after experiencing the test of lust and desire earlier, his will had become even more resolute, allowing him to make it through this dangerous journey. After subduing the 5 demons, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He immediately counterattacked, using the 8 demons' abilities to destroy the huge sword. Afterwards, he kicked up a great wind and dispersed the tribulation clouds. Little An nodded with a smile. Yeah, you're still alive. He touched his forehead. Do you want to rest? Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. No need. The demon folk are about to reach Black Cloud City. I don't think Li Liehua will be able to stop them. The earth rumbled and shook, and hot magma gushed out from the cracked ground. The battle had destroyed the earth's crust. Without Li Qingshan's suppression, it immediately erupted. Among the mountains, a volcano rose up slowly. Li Qingshan lay on the crater of the volcano and smiled. Perfect timing. He converted the last of his strength into the phoenix transformation before unleashing the final phoenix's nerva. The phoenix danced and spun in the flames, finally turning into a phoenix egg. Before long there was a crack and a crack appeared. The infant Li Qingshan lay in the egg quietly. Little An used the 3 burial robes as a cloth, wrapping him up layer by layer and holding him gently in her arms. Oi, is there a need to do this? Li Qingshan was both exasperated and amused. It was not like he was a real infant, yet all he could produce was a series of squeaks. His limbs were powerless, unable to resist at all. All he could do was grab a strand of her hair. Little An's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She kissed him on the cheek and rocked him gently. She actually began to sing a lullaby. Li Qingshan did his best to glare at her, but he discovered helplessly that he actually began to feel sleepy. Little An pinched his cheeks and smiled. Go to sleep, go to sleep. I'll take care of you. All right. You win. Li Qingshan closed his eyes helplessly and sank into a deep dream very soon. The pale white flames in Little An's eyes flickered, illuminating many scenes from 500 kilometers away. The demon domain's army stretched for several hundred kilometers, crawling across the ground. The vanguard had already ventured deep into the mortal realm, while the rear had yet to emerge from Cold Blood Pass. Even without any sacrifices, just the aura they naturally gave off was enough to change the borders of 2 regions. Recently, when Li Qingshan was still practicing the spirit turtle transformation in the Great Marsh, he discovered the demon domain's army with the profound light illuminates all. However, he had to focus on cultivation so he could not observe at all times. As a result, he could only stop using the ability. Fortunately, Little An was present. She scattered all the skull prayer beads, turning them into skeleton demons that monitored the advance of the demon domain from afar. They had all become very miniature, no larger than a prayer bead. They did not give off any aura at all, making them extremely suitable as scouts. A skeleton demon raised its head in the wild grass. All it saw was a streak of light shooting over. Wan Jianfeng rode on his sword, overlooking the advancing demon folk army. They can't even look out for each other like this. Aren't they just at my mercy? Li Liehua is far too cowardly. There's no need for him to clash with the demon king at all. With just me and my sword, I can kill as many as they come. The demon folk will never be able to push their territory to Black Cloud City. I've rendered a great service. Don't tell me that the position of first senior brother can be taken by Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, but I, Wan Jianfeng, can't take it? He swung his sword suddenly, and a streak of light 300 meters long whistled towards the demon folk army on the ground. However, something that left Wan Jianfeng dumbfounded happened. The streak of light flew through the air and suddenly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it shrank again. Little An saw this and knew that this direct disciple had probably never been to the battlefield of the demon domain before. The demon folk were not venturing in alone. Instead, they were expanding the demon domain as they marched. In other words, there was still a border beyond the route the army took. The laws of the mortal realm and the demon domain intersected, so all techniques would be greatly suppressed. However, after passing through this region, they would essentially enter the demon domain. The techniques of human cultivators would be weakened by the laws of the demon domain once more. That was not all. Although the formation of the demon folk army basically could not be regarded as a military formation, they still possessed a faint military aura. If they had not been weakened twice before, they would not have been able to stop the streak of light at all. It was different now. He swung the streak of light again without holding back at all. In the end, it was less than 30 meters long, landing in the middle of the army and killing many demon folk. However, compared to the entire army of the demon domain, it was nothing. The shaman priests immediately packed away their weapons and armor before carefully chopping up the corpses, directly scattering them along the route. Very soon they were trampled into bloody mud and dust, becoming a small interlude in this bloody march. They used the flesh and blood of demon folk to solidify their territory. After this strike, not a single person in the demon folk army responded. Since the 12 demon kings had not done anything or said anything, the other demon emperors and demon kings did not want to be targeted by a powerful sword cultivator on the battlefield either. There was even less of a reason for the other demon folk to stand out. No matter how restricted they were by the laws of the world, it would still be very easy for Wan Jianfeng to kill them. No one wanted to be trampled into bloody mud and dust. As a result, the army did not stop at all. Like a colossal monster, they did not even realize they had been bitten by a bug on the side of the road. Wan Jianfeng had never encountered something so good in his life. No matter how he killed, the enemy actually did not fight back. They did not even make a sound. However, his hand that gripped his sword trembled gently. If he continued killing like this, just when would he be able to kill off all the demon folk? If the demon folk army pushed to Black Cloud City and cast down the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, how would he deal with them? If he hid in the city and used techniques, he would only be able to kill the weakest demon folk. He might not even be able to kill demon kings. The powerful human emperor and fearless sword cultivator was shocked by the cruelty and absurdity of this war. He could not help but ask himself, can we really defend Black Cloud City with only half of us dead? Chapter 1501. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep. His clear, scarlet pupils reflected the gloomy sky. He blinked and gradually recovered his jet-black color. He asked with a young muffled voice, "Where are we?" Littlein pinched his cheek. "Near Black Cloud City." Li Qingshan widened his eyes and swung his fist. "I'm going to get angry." Littlein let go. "Miser." Li Qingshan then asked, "How's the situation?" "Take a look for yourself." Littlein lifted him high into the air, and Li Qingshan immediately saw the endless encampments in the distance. The mountains and plains stretched as far as the eye could see. There were camps of demon folk everywhere. The sky was densely packed with red clouds. It was impossible to tell whether they were natural clouds or condensed from rising demon chi. They almost touched the black clouds that enveloped the sky above Black Cloud City all year round. The demon folk had clearly already pushed their territory below Black Cloud City, forming a boundary that was difficult to see with the naked eye but also clearly recognizable. Any technique that entered this region would shrink drastically. As a result, both sides used even more primitive weapons to attack and defend, such as ballistae, bows and arrows, catapults, battering rams and so on. The heavy stench of blood and the surging battle cries had already become much weaker as the wind blew over. From such a great distance there was a strange feeling. The densely packed demon folk crawled towards Black Cloud City like ants, collapsing wave after wave under the rain of arrows and pillars of boiling oil. They were clearly doomed, but they could only advance, not retreat. Very soon their flesh and blood turned into pools of mud. This was the most intense siege battle, and it was also the most miserable battle between ants. There were people dying in battle at every moment, yet no one cared. Even they themselves had bloodshot eyes, howling themselves hoarse as they sank into a type of inconceivable fanaticism. It was basically rather absurd. Li Qingshan shook his head. He already understood. The demon domain is offering up sacrifices. With each demon folk that died, the demonic clouds in the sky would grow thicker. Although Black Cloud City was built on a high mountain, which prevented the demon realm from expanding further, it was clear that they were making some kind of preparation. Compared to the battle in front of them that was in full swing, the demon domain's main camp in the rear showed a huge contrast of silence, faintly confronting the towering Black Cloud City. They were like two giant beasts that had met on a narrow path. Right now they were just roaring and probing each other. The real battle was about to break out. Li Qingshan suddenly became spirited. He struggled out of the swaddling clothes and stood up shakily on all fours. He stood on the peak of the mountain naked and laughed out loud. "Ah, it's my turn now. You're still young." Littlein picked him up again and gently flicked his little penis with his fingers. "He'll grow up very quickly." Li Qingshan's face flushed red with anger. When did this little girl become so vile? This time he had taken the initiative to use the phoenix's nirvana. This kind of childish state naturally wouldn't last too long, and he would grow up very quickly. Boom. A huge boulder swept through the air in an arc, smashing into Black Cloud City heavily. The Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation had already been activated, but in order to conserve energy and prepare for a true attack, they did not deal with the boulders. There were direct disciples specifically responsible for intercepting them, but they only protected a few important nodes, as several dozen boulders smashed in every moment. The surrounding mountains had already become much shorter, so they had to conserve energy too. A house collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. However, no one was injured. The entire army in the city had been mobilized a long time ago, entering the tunnels and bunkers in the center of the mountain. Up until now, tens of thousands of demon folk had died in battle, while only a few dozen humans had died. They were all unlucky weaklings who seemed to possess an absolute advantage. However, the morale of the entire army was extremely low. As long as any regular soldier glanced down the mountain, they would discover that the demon folk had already flattened the surrounding mountains and erected stone pillars. The 12 tallest totem pillars almost reached into the low-hanging demonic clouds. Rumors spread through the army, saying that the direct disciples were already prepared to abandon Black Cloud City. Regular soldiers had nowhere to retreat to. Even lower-ranking officers might not necessarily have the right to use the teleportation formation. When the city fell, the million-strong army would all be destroyed. The feeling of waiting for death had always been the most unbearable, and they would die in such a useless manner. The Blaze Hall. Li Liehua sat at the end of the long table. He crossed his arms and propped up his chin. Who will command the Xuanwu army? If the 12 demon kings assembled the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous together with the terrifying military formation of several million soldiers, Black Cloud City would definitely fall. Everyone present understood this. They had to use this opportunity to leave the city and fight in the open, destroying the enemy's formation. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2 demon kings. The demon domain might not necessarily be able to summon more demon kings to assist them, and the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous would collapse on its own. The direct disciples all looked at Wan Jianfeng. His battle prowess was only second to Li Liehua here, and he had even made up his mind to fight a while ago. Wan Jianfeng fell silent for a while. I'm a swordsman, not a general. He was not someone who feared death. Even if he faced a handful of demon kings, he would be bold enough to fight to the death, but he refused to die pointlessly like the lowliest demon folk. Ruan Yaozhu raised her hand silently again, but she was ignored by everyone again. Her expression was wooden, and she refused to put her hand down, which made everyone rather awkward. Dai Mingfan said helplessly, "You blockhead, I'm willing to leave the city and fight with senior brother. I don't want to throw my life away with you. But there are so many people down there. Won't they all be slaughtered?" That's not necessarily true. If we retreat when the city falls, they'll resent us. It's possible for them to surrender to the demon domain and become demon folk. In order to avoid that, Li Liehua stopped talking and closed his eyes. All the direct disciples felt a chill. If an army of 1,000,000 surrendered to the enemy, just how terrible would the consequences be? The desireless heavenly palace would definitely be furious, and these soldiers were all elites carefully selected from the human realm. Their quality far surpassed regular demon folk. Just how many demon generals, demon commanders, or even demon kings and demon emperors could be born among them? As a result, they all had to die in battle. Wan Yaozhu paled. How can we? Li Liehua glanced past all the direct disciples. I'll ask you one last time. He stressed each word. Who's willing to lead the Xuanwu army? At this moment, a clear voice rang out from outside. Let me do it. Li Liehua flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly. Who dares to eavesdrop outside? Wan Jianfeng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The expressions of the direct disciples all changed and they all stood up. This was the highest military conference. Even their mounts were forbidden from entering. If this matter made it out, the consequences would be unthinkable. The reputation of the entire myriad sect would be severely damaged. However, Ruan Yaozhu found the voice to be extremely familiar. She blinked her eyes in disbelief. The door swung open and a young man strode in. He grinned. Chapter 1502. Qingshan. Ruan Yaozhu murmured. His appearance had become much younger, and he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to fully recover and rushed back to Black Cloud City. He smiled at her. Senior apprentice Sister Ruan, long time no see. Li Qingshan. This kid is Li Qingshan? Some had seen him before while others hadn't, but they had all heard of his name. Li Liehua said in a low voice, You brat didn't die? Li Qingshan picked his ear and blew lightly. I won't die even if you die. Die, for me? Li Liehua suddenly disappeared from his original position, and his suppressed fiery temper exploded, turning into a ball of fire and pouncing at Li Qingshan. The temperature rose rapidly, and the direct disciples couldn't help but circulate their mana to protect themselves, guessing that even if Li Qingshan didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Ruan Yaozhu cried out, wanting to save him, but it was too late. With a bang, Li Qingshan blocked Li Liehua's fist with his palm and laughed. Big senior apprentice brother's temper is still so big. He was as still as a mountain, and the rolling flames couldn't move an inch forward. All the direct disciples were dumbfounded, wondering if they had seen wrongly. A small inner disciple actually took Li Liehua's violent fist head-on, and he was so calm, holding back his strength. Li Liehua suddenly raised his head, and his expression changed several times as he thought of something. "It's you?" Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and it was probably because of the commotion during the tribulation, so he calmly said, "It's me." The raging blaze hall was dead silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. Many pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. Even Lu Tian was dumbfounded. "Oh my, I knew this kid was extraordinary, a genius. But I didn't expect him to be this talented. He only went through 4 tribulations for such a long time." Li Qingshan gently pushed aside Li Liehua's fist. All Li Liehua felt was a tremendous, unstoppable force. He became even more shocked. Even if he had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to withstand it. This level of cultivation was simply too terrifying. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Li Qingshan's palm also had a scorch mark. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. When he came back to his senses, he found it even more ridiculous. Not long ago, his cultivation was still far higher than Li Qingshan's, but now he had to carefully confirm whether or not he could hurt him. Li Qingshan looked around and said in a clear voice, "I'll command the Xuanwu Legion to fight the enemy." Who agreed? Who objects? The true disciples looked at each other. No one answered. Ruan Yaozhu hesitated for a moment before raising her hand. "I agree." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Good senior sister." Dai Mingfan's eyes lit up. "I agree." Lu Tian sighed. "Sigh, he's really a dark horse among dark horses. Fortunately, he didn't open the bet. All right then, count me in." Before long, almost half of the true disciples actually agreed. It was not because they were confident in Li Qingshan, but because they really had no other choice right now. Now that there was a glimmer of hope and they did not have to take the risk, why not? Li Liehua frowned and asked, "You really aren't a spy from the demon domain?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Is there something wrong with first senior brother's head? If I were a spy from the demon domain, the roar of thunder cloud formation would have already been destroyed. Combined with the demonfolk's large-scale attack, not a single one of you would be able to leave here alive. Of course, that's apart from senior sister Ruan." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. A mighty true disciple actually seemed like a useless piece of trash in his eyes. Even Li Liehua was not so arrogant. Ruan Yaozhu reddened. "If you're a spy from the demon domain, I'll definitely hate you to death." Li Qingshan laughed aloud even though he seemed like a teenager. Although he looked like a young man, he possessed a surging sense of heroism, purging away the gloominess and pessimism in the Blaze Hall. Li Liehua said nothing in thought. He no longer cared about Li Qingshan's verbal offense. What mattered right now was whether he was willing to go into battle with this kid. He would be entrusting his life to him. Strangely enough, he clearly hated him very much, but he felt a sense of confidence for some reason. He felt like this bastard kid was even more reliable than the true disciples behind him. He was not a wishy-washy person, so he immediately made up his mind. "Li Qingshan, I order you to temporarily represent the Xuanwu army. Go gather the army quickly. Tomorrow at the latest, we'll leave the city and fight the demon folk to the death." Li Qingshan glanced at Li Liehua and also rather admired his courage. Only by casting aside their past grievances could they work together as one. He clasped his fist. "Yes, sir." He turned around and left swiftly, leaving as quickly as he had come. The waves of heat in the air had yet to recede, and the redness on Ruan Yaozhu's face had yet to disperse completely. Li Liehua turned around. He did not close the door, nor did he sit back down. The battle tomorrow will require the cooperation of all junior brothers and sisters. Dai Mingfan, heed my orders. He passed down orders one after another. He was the greatest true disciple in the first place, and he shouldered the most dangerous responsibility. No one dared to defy him. After assigning tasks to all the true disciples, he added, "If anyone dares to shrink back in fear, don't blame the military for showing no mercy." However, when it really came down to it, apart from Wan Jianfeng, Ruan Yaozhu, and a few other true disciples, the others might not be willing to fight to the death. The world was vast, but it was not as important as their own lives. At this moment there was a great rumble and the entire Black Cloud City shook. Even the boulders from the catapults couldn't compare to the sound of this. Hu Jigang hurried over in a panic. Our army commander, Li Qingshan, he destroyed the teleportation hall. What? There was an uproar in the hall. They hurried over to the window, only to see that the teleportation hall had already been reduced to ruins. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Who gave him the guts to do this? Could it be that he is a spy from the demon domain and wants to wipe us all out? We must quickly capture him and bring him to justice. The teleportation formation leading to the Wanxiang sect was the most important route of retreat. It ensured that no matter how bad the situation was, the true disciples and even the high-ranking officers could quickly return to the Wanxiang sect. The quartermaster Guxing lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Only he would dare to do this kind of thing. He is really fearless. Luckily, I did not offend him too much and gave him some face. Li Liehua smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need to say more, this is my order. Senior brother? Hu Jigang raised his head in surprise. Seeing the expression on Li Liehua's face, he suddenly understood. I am willing to live and die with senior brother. Li Liehua patted his shoulder. Good. Immediately go gather the officers, no, gather the entire army. The mountain was almost hollowed out and divided into different areas. Only the structural support and the connection of the earth veins were preserved. It was reinforced with 1,000-year-old iron birch wood. It was more than enough to hide millions of soldiers. Dong. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. The war drums thundered. The officers and soldiers of the Xuanwu army were summoned from the various caves. In the large drill ground that spanned thousands of zhang, people were squeezing against each other as they looked up at the high platform. There was a person with his back facing them, holding a drumstick with both hands, fiercely beating a large drum, shaking everyone's heart. Suddenly, the drumbeats stopped and reverberated endlessly. Chapter 1503. Thump, 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 thump. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot Yangon struck the wooden fish hurriedly as he constantly chanted scriptures. He seemed to be praying for blessings, but also like he was releasing souls from purgatory. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden fish came to a halt. The monks were surprised. Abbot? The abbot raised his hand to stop the monks from questioning him. He listened intently. With a crackle, the flickering flames in the braziers cast Li Qingshan's figure onto the wall. He climbed all the way up to the high ceiling and looked down. The soldiers discussed among themselves. The cavern buzzed with activity. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about this person. In the recent competition of the entire army, he was unrivaled among millions of soldiers, sweeping through all the generals. There was now another explanation for the crawling general. He liked to beat people up until they crawled all over the ground. The generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army all rushed over and stood at the very front. They looked at Li Qingshan with various expressions. The city is about to fall. Li Qingshan said sternly. The cavern immediately fell silent. Even though all the regular soldiers could vaguely sense this, none of them were bold enough to say it so directly. Spreading rumors and disrupting the morale of the army was a crime punishable by death. It was just 4 words, but they were deafening. The expressions of the generals and colonels all changed drastically. They understood the situation better than the soldiers, but all they could do was placate them normally. Otherwise, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility if the army descended into chaos. Senior brother, please be careful with your words. A general tried to stop him from continuing. Shut up. Li Qingshan glanced past them and silenced them. Basically all of them had been beaten up by him before. Li Qingshan pointed outwards and said sternly, these walls and formations are completely useless. They can't stop the demon folk at all. This was everyone's fear. The cavern immediately fell into an uproar. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He continued, those lofty cultivators might be able to escape alive. They might even just crawl into the teleportation hall and hide back in the myriad phenomenon sect. What are you going to do? The uproar grew more and more intense, igniting everyone's fury. It rumbled through the mountain like thunder. Someone cried out, is the general going to abandon us? Someone begged, General, save us. Others lowered their heads and asked themselves, what should we do? All doubts, fear, anger, hope. All of them pointed at Li Qingshan on the high platform. This kind of enormous pressure was enough to make an ordinary person have a mental breakdown, and even cultivators would be at a loss. Even the generals and academies below the stage were panicking, and the soldiers around them were looking at them suspiciously. However, Li Qingshan laughed, and he laughed very happily. It turned into a loud laughter that drowned out the muffled thunder-like commotion. He pointed below the stage and said resolutely, "I can't save all of you. All of you will die." Then he disappeared from the high platform. Everyone was enraged. The crowd surged forward, pushing back and forth. Someone shouted, "Rebel, rebel!" Someone shouted, "Kill them all!" But most of them were just roaring in despair. The clamor grew louder and louder, as if the entire Black Cloud City was about to be overturned. However, they were trapped in the belly of the mountain with no way out. This was a world of cultivation where gods and Buddhas descended. Everyone understood one thing, and that was that they were just mortals. Perhaps their physiques were much stronger than the average person's, and they had more ways to train their chi, but compared to real cultivators they were still like ants. If there were no cultivators to command them, just the roaring black cloud thunder formation above their heads would be enough to kill them all. It could turn all of them into ashes. Abbot Yangon heaved a long sigh. All living beings are suffering. Even though the generals possessed great strength, they still felt like a lone boat in this surging sea of people. They cried out in their hearts. Could it be that this fellow was here to mock them? However, what were they supposed to do? The demon folk outside had surrounded the city. Were they supposed to suppress them with brute force? But after suppressing them, would the Xuanwu army still exist? Boom! With a loud bang, the cave shook violently, and the rumbling sound reverberated continuously. Gravel fell from the dome. Everyone looked up in shock, thinking the cave was about to collapse. When they lowered their heads again, they discovered that Li Qingshan had returned to the platform. He announced, "I've already destroyed the teleportation hall." Everyone was stunned. Li Qingshan snickered and asked loudly, "Who do you think I am?" "Everyone will die. You will die and I will die too. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I don't believe they're truly indestructible. However, they shouldn't linger on like rats and die in a godforsaken place like this. That's not how a man should die." He smiled at the female generals. "It's not how a woman should die either. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I'm already the commander of the Xuanwu army. I'll be leaving the city tomorrow to fight the demon folk to the death. As for that teleportation hall or whatnot, I want to fight to the death. Who dares to flee first?" He swept his gaze past the generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army, an important node where the morale of the army gathered. However, it was exactly because of their certain statuses that they probably still harbored the thought of returning to the myriad phenomenon sect through teleportation. If he could not cut off all means of retreat and sever this thought, how could he gather the morale of the army? How could the regular soldiers not resent him? If he did not do something, was he supposed to rely on words alone? As for whether he would offend those true disciples, he did not care. "General." In the surging sea of people, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up, twinkling like stars as they gathered on Li Qingshan. They were all fierce warriors that had been handpicked. Not a single one of them was afraid of death. What they were afraid of was dying sullenly, without hope, and even being discarded like chess pieces. Finally, there was someone who was willing to look them in the eye, to trust them, to fight alongside them, to live and die with them, to see a sliver of hope in the face of despair. The cheers went from low to high, growing louder and louder. "Li Qingshan! Li Qingshan! Li Qingshan!" The morale was like a rainbow, the unity was like an impregnable fortress. In a situation where there was no military formation, there was actually surging military chi gathering towards him, condensing into a giant. Although it was blurry, it shocked the generals. Even Chao Tianjiao did not have this kind of magical power. Li Qingshan had abandoned them to communicate with all the soldiers, and the soldiers had also abandoned them, offering their loyalty. Li Qingshan also felt his blood boiling. The giant condensed from military chi waved his hand towards the people below the stage. In an instant the cheers thundered. In the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon smiled slightly. Only those who had the equality of all living beings in their hearts could truly receive the support of all living beings. However, he frowned again. There was a sentence that made him extremely uneasy. "Even the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, I do not believe that they are immortal. Even mortals, after having a certain status, would be greedy for life." Among the cultivators who did not seek immortality, who did not want to be a god or Buddha. This kind of temperament, this kind of thinking was really terrifying. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, looking at the ordinary faces below the stage. A thought became more and more profound. "I am also just a mortal. I am neither a god nor a devil. If one day I forget this, I will no longer be me." Thinking of this, many of the bottlenecks in his heart were suddenly cleared, and he felt incomparably free. The Book of Freedom circulated. A new yin spirit, no yang spirit began to condense in the small world. He waved his hand. In tomorrow's battle I will stand at the forefront. Those who are afraid of death, stay here. Those who are not afraid of death, fight with me. The generals lowered their heads and cupped their hands, loudly agreeing, "We are willing to fight with the general to the death." The army shouted in unison, "We are willing to fight with the general to the death." Chapter 1504. At the top of the city the wind and clouds surged. The night was heavy. Nothing. Li Qingshan gazed out. All he saw was the mountains and plains outside the city. Beacons and beacons gathered together, illuminating the night sky. The demon folk seemed to sense something too. They gave up on their suicidal attacks on the city. The night was actually unprecedentedly peaceful. However, there was an invisible string that was stretched taut to the extreme. It was like two colossal beasts had crouched down and tightened their muscles, ready to fight to the death. The 5 commandants found Li Qingshan together and pleaded, "General, please don't stand at the front in the battle tomorrow." Every single commandant was a yin spirit cultivator or a formal disciple. They each commanded an army of 100,000 soldiers. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army and were directly linked to the outcome of the battle. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Do I look like someone who goes back on his word?" One of the commandants said, "No, you're the commander of the Xuanwu army. You should command from the center." Li Qingshan shook his head and said calmly, "I've never commanded an army of several 100,000 soldiers before, so I don't know how to do it. But speaking of which, there's no need for any complicated tactics tomorrow. We just need to push forward head-on. Your cooperation and command will be enough. General, you're the backbone of the army. Even if you retreat slightly, it'll be a great blow to morale." If what? I don't dare to say. The battle was so intense and they were deep in enemy territory. Even human emperors could not say they could protect themselves if they charged head-on. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan did not even have a mount. If he died at the front, the army would collapse immediately. Just the thought of it was enough to make people shiver. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. "I understand what you mean. Don't stand at the front tomorrow. Just do what you need to do." The 5 commandants all let out sighs of relief, but they heard Li Qingshan continue, "But I've already made up my mind. If I take half a step back tomorrow, I'll write the character Li backwards." "General, there's no need to say anything else. This is a military order." "Yes, sir." The 5 commandants all glanced at him deeply. They showed even more respect now. Originally they blamed him slightly for destroying the teleportation hall and cutting off their path of retreat, but now all they felt was admiration. They already knew. Li Qingshan had already undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, so it was only a matter of time before he became a true disciple. With his extraordinary talent, there was no need for him to come back and wade into these muddy waters, but he was determined to bet everything. The so-called hero. It was just SOSO. Good spirit. A noble young master walked out of the darkness. "I have something to give you." "You are." Li Qingshan had met him not long ago in the fiery blaze hall and knew that he was one of the true disciples, but they did not have much interaction. Lu Boming, owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. The bleak sound of the horn resounded through Black Cloud City. The long night passed. The sky was beginning to brighten. The soldiers put on their armor and picked up their weapons. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The teams walked out of the belly of the mountain and began to assemble at the foot of the mountain. A ball of golden light attracted everyone's attention, as if the sun had risen. But because of the black cloud roaring thunder formation, Black Cloud City never saw the sun. Li Qingshan wore a suit of golden heavy armor and carried the last man's flower blade on his back as he stood on the towering city gate tower. Behind him were the flags of the 5 armies, fluttering in the wind. He was awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. This heavy armor was a gift from Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. He said it was an imitation of the armor worn by the giant spirit god above the 9th heaven. Therefore it was named the Giant Spirit God Armor, to make up for the fact that he did not have a mount. Li Qingshan was tall to begin with. After wearing the Giant Spirit God Armor, he grew even taller. Even the huge last man's flower blade in his hand looked normal. The armor was engraved with complicated patterns. A lion belt was tied around his waist, and 2 ferocious tiger heads were engraved on his shoulder armor, covering his entire body. However, this Giant Spirit God Armor was originally not golden. It was specially requested by Li Qingshan. Lu Boming was very reluctant and deeply doubted Li Qingshan's aesthetic standards. Li Qingshan said to him, I have to do my best to attract the enemy's attention and let the soldiers see me moving forward. Lu Boming was filled with admiration when he heard that, which was why he plated him with a layer of gold. Afterwards he went to the grand hall of the Pure Land Temple and asked the abbot to recite scriptures for an entire night to consecrate the armor, which was why it shone so brightly. It had to be said that the effects were excellent. A huge rock immediately rose into the air in the demon folk camp that had fallen silent for an entire night. It was the size of a house and it had even been smelted with techniques. It burned fiercely like a meteor, whistling towards him with a long, fiery tail. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He seemed to hear the sharp sound of a bowstring snapping. In the next moment, over 1,000 meteors rose into the sky at the same time, hurtling towards Black Cloud City. The army had gathered in the city right now. There were soldiers everywhere. If they smashed into the city and exploded, who knew how many people would die? Be careful, Qingshan. Yuan Yaozhu cried out. Senior Brother Pai, activate the formation. Wan Jianfeng drew his sword. Seniors and juniors, let's stop them together. Clang. Amidst the clanging of armor, Li Qingshan raised his arm, telling everyone not to panic. He turned around, faced the sky full of meteors and threw a punch. Boom. The meteors shattered loudly. Fragments and sparks filled the sky. Swish, 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 swish. He struck every single meteor that came after him. Boom, boom. The flying fire meteor burst into a sky full of fire, like a grand firework, illuminating the morning sky bright red. The eyes of the soldiers shone with admiration and hope. They gazed at his back under the flames and fireworks, silently waiting for his orders. The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling that it was inconceivable. Destroying a fiery meteor was easy and any one of them could do it. However, to make a stone fragment destroy all the fiery meteors, not only did it require extreme skill, but it also required overwhelming power. Dai Mingfan was dazed. She murmured, First Senior Brother. Enveloped by his back, an unprecedented sense of confidence rose up in everyone's hearts. Li Qingshan said sternly, Open the city gates. His voice was not loud but it spread out rapidly. The general has ordered us to open the city gates. Open the city gates. Open the city gates. In an instant, orders were issued one after another, echoing throughout Black Cloud City. Amidst the uniform chants, the bare-chested strongmen pushed the turntables with all their might. Their muscles bulged and clouds of white gas came out of their mouths. Clatter. The iron chains were stretched straight, and the city gates were slowly opened one by one. Like a dam opening, the soldiers converged into a torrent of steel. Rumble. The clanging of armors was like thunder rolling on the earth. Li Qingshan stepped on the battlement, jumped and landed below the city. Alone with heavy footsteps, he walked toward the demonic clouds that filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang. His lonely footsteps seemed to have a strange magic, and the surging torrent of steel behind him involuntarily followed his footsteps. Boom, boom. Chapter 1505. The demon folk camp spanned hundreds of kilometers. All of it shook. At the center was a high mound. 11 totem pillars reached into the clouds. Only the last one was needed for the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous to be complete. Military formations depended on the hearts of people. The hearts of people were fickle. They were better at attacking than at defending. The Tao of array formations depended on the geographical location. Geography was stable. They were better at defending than attacking. In order to cast down this formation, the 12 demon emperors had mobilized an army of 1,000,000. They dug into the ground day and night, altering the terrain within a radius of 50 kilometers. Compared to this, the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous used to ambush Chao Tianjiao and Cold Blood Pass was as simple as it could get. Demon Emperor Ingzhi squinted at the golden-armored Li Qingshan who strode over. He asked, Tu Wanqing, who's the leader? I don't know. Tu Wanqing hesitated. He knew all the true disciples of the myriad sect by heart, but he was unable to match them. Ingzhi said firmly, this person can replace Chao Tianjiao in battle. He can't be a nameless person. There are courageous people among humans too. Then he smiled faintly, it's a pity that this person doesn't know about battle formations. He only knows how to show off actually standing at the front of the army. Tu Wanqing, go and mobilize the troops to kill him. Black Cloud City has fallen. Yes, sir. Although Tu Wanqing refused to accept Ingzhi, he agreed with him. The commander had died in battle, so it was impossible for them to replace him. The Xuanwu army collapsed immediately. What followed was a massacre. On the battlefield, Li Qingshan did not take a single step back. He advanced alone and crossed the border very soon. Not only did the crisscrossing laws of the world suppress all power, but even the giant spirit armor he wore immediately became heavy. At this moment, the Xuanwu army had yet to leave the city completely. Once there were over 10,000 people, there would be a sea of them, let alone an army of 500,000. Even if they were packed tightly together, they could still form a line over 5 kilometers away. The commandants of the 5 armies were still reorganizing the army. The captains and brigade commanders constantly received and passed down orders. The squad leaders, sergeants did their best to cooperate, but it was inevitable that there would be some chaos. This was the most dangerous situation. The military formation had not yet taken shape, but the commander-in-chief had already entered deep into enemy territory. No matter how strong his aura was, he was only a human sovereign. Oh! A gust of wind blew in his face. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly. Go! Rumble. The earth trembled and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The orderly pace of the Xuanwu army was disrupted. Li Qingshan looked ahead and saw smoke and dust rising in front of him. Countless heads were surging. He couldn't see the end of it. Who knew how many tens of thousands of them there were? Military chi condensed, and killing intent surged into the sky. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, giving Li Qingshan an unprecedented sense of pressure. He realized that he was also facing a giant war beast, but it was 10 times bigger and it was swinging its claws at him. The generals turned pale with fright and shouted, "Protect the general!" Without needing them to give the order, the soldier at the front had already quickened his pace. With the determination to die, they forged a wall of flesh and blood to stop the demon folk army. Dai Mengfan was in charge of commanding the group of true disciples. No matter what, we must protect him. If anyone dares to cower in battle, I will skin him alive. Li Qingshan's footsteps paused slightly. The twanging of bowstrings merged together, immediately drowning out the battle cries. Thousands of arrows were fired together. The sky darkened like a dark cloud had suddenly risen up, blanketing the surroundings. Among them were several hundred flying meteors. They actually did not stand out at all. However, this time they all bypassed Li Qingshan at the front. Their target was the Xuanwu army behind him. All soldiers maintain your formation. Do not wander around. Li Qingshan ordered, all true disciples protect the army. He gripped the hilt of his blade slowly and lowered his body slightly. With a boom, the sand below his feet sprayed into the air as he suddenly sped up. He had actually left the army on his own. He charged at the demon folk army alone. All the true disciples were stunned. They looked at Dai Mengfan. Dai Mengfan was taken aback too. She gritted her teeth. Protect the army. Ruan Yaozhu leapt into the air on her white deer. With a wave of her hand, countless arrows sprouted. Some of them even bloomed into flowers. They immediately slowed down, falling into the army. They no longer possessed much power, blocked by the armor. Nice move, junior sister. Letian praised. The 3-legged golden toad beneath his feet swelled in the wind. Its belly swelled up, almost becoming a ball. With a croak, it was like thunder, blowing away a large swathe of dark clouds. Resplendent techniques rushed into the air, sweeping away the endless rain of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The streak of light pierced through several dozen flying meteors. Wan Jianfeng stopped. He needed to catch his breath. If this were a battle of magical abilities, even 10,000 flying meteors would not be able to harm a single hair on him. However, a battle formation was completely different. He had to take into account the drain on his energy and stamina. How could it be easy to fend off an entire army with a single sword? Fortunately, there were many direct disciples working together, which was why they could stop it. However, everyone's attention was focused on the charging lone figure at the front. They all thought the same thing: this junior brother Li is extremely talented and powerful, but he's far too reckless. The wind grew louder and louder. The battle cries were deafening. The vicious faces of the demon folk at the very front could be clearly seen. Under the golden helmet, Li Qingshan smiled. He took a step and the ground cracked as he rushed into the air. Everyone raised their heads. Their hearts were in their throats. Li Qingshan constantly rose up, dispersing a large swathe of arrows and shattering a flying meteor. In the blink of an eye, the almost complete 12-citadel demon formation of the ominous appeared in the distance. He continued to rise, passing through the clouds in the next moment. The sea of clouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the sun blazed brightly. Reckless. Ingja shook his head in disdain. He smiled at the demon emperors. Don't tell me he's trying to escape. At least he's a little smart. The moment he reached the highest point, there was a clang. Li Qingshan drew his ending blossoming blade and descended from above. Boom. He burst through the sea of clouds in a single moment, leaving behind a huge hole. The sunlight illuminated the ground, enveloping the demon folk army. The demon folk could not help but squint their eyes. Under the sunlight, the golden armor shone even more brightly, rapidly descending towards the demon folk army like a scorching sun. The demon folk refused to back down. Surging military chi condensed into a vicious beast, clawing its way towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade. The blade aura whistled through the air, cutting deeply into the vicious beast's body. However, the vicious beast condensed from military chi had no flesh or blood, so it was not afraid of this at all. It extended its claws towards Li Qingshan instead. Myriad flowers. The blade aura bloomed again and again like a flower. The resplendent blade light erupted thousands of times, tearing the vicious beast to pieces and swallowing it immediately. Boom. The ground shook violently. Li Qingshan landed in the center of the demon folk army. The demon emperor at the front was smashed to a pulp along with his mount. A wave of earth swept out in all directions, knocking countless demon folk into the air. Ingja was rendered speechless, while the demon emperors were dumbfounded. Even with their bodies, they would definitely be heavily injured if they were smashed like that in the border region. The true disciples all widened their eyes. Wan Jianfeng said with difficulty, "Just what kind of monster is this?" In the center of the huge pit, where the light illuminated, Li Qingshan raised his ending blossoming blade high into the air. Victory. Chapter 1506. The morale of the Xuanwu army was greatly boosted, and so were the true disciples. Li Qingshan brandished his blade and pointed it straight at the demon folk camp. He asked loudly, "Are there any demon kings bold enough to fight me?" As if intimidated by his aura, not a single person in the millions of troops replied. Dai Mingfan's eyes lit up, and Wan Jianfeng secretly tightened his grip on his sword, but they both pretended that nothing had happened and continued to block the endless rain of arrows and meteors. It would be great if he could lure one out. Ingja's expression changed a few times, then he smiled and said, "Interesting. As expected of the Wanxiang sect, to have such a hidden character. Tu Wanqing, don't be provoked by him. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered." On the other hand, he urged the demon heart to speed up the construction of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Rumble, 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 the last totem pillar broke through the ground and slowly rose into the sky. No matter how many tricks he has, as long as the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil isn't broken, we'll be in an invincible position. Tu Wanqing snorted coldly in his heart. "Of course I understand. Do I need you to teach me?" Not long ago he was almost killed by Chao Tianjiao. Right now there were so many true inheritors eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. If he dared to step out of the formation, they would definitely rush over to surround and kill him. In any case, there were plenty of sacrificial offerings, so there was no need for a dignified demon emperor to take the risk. He ordered sternly, "Continue to attack, don't stop or I will swallow him alive." Who would dare to disobey the orders of the demon monarch? In an instant, smoke and dust rose from the ground, and battle cries rang out again. Armies of demon folk set out, charging towards Li Qingshan. Even the demon folk soldiers who had been scattered around the pit roared hysterically as they charged over. The demonic clouds gathered again and blocked out all the sunlight. The world became dark again. Compared to the thick demonic clouds, a mere hole was nothing. Li Qingshan felt slightly regretful. Just like what Li Liehua had said, as long as they could kill a demon emperor and break the 12 citadel demon formation of evil, they would have won half the battle. Otherwise, even if he killed 1,000,000 demon folk, he might not necessarily emerge victorious. Unfortunately, these demon emperors were all extremely cunning. Moreover, he had no sense of shame, so goading him was useless. Die. A demon folk roared as he charged towards him, stabbing his spear viciously at his back. Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. The saber wind surged as it sliced through the air. The tip of the spear was broken, and a head flew into the air as fresh blood spurted out. The wind from the blade swept past all the demon folk within 30 meters. They were either decapitated or cut in half. Blood gushed out from their necks and their internal organs gushed out. They all fell to the ground, scattering in the sinkhole. Demonic blood flowed freely. A few of the lucky ones just happened to be cut in half at the waist. The demon folk's vitality was tough too, so they did not die immediately. They let out miserable cries. It immediately turned into a tragic hell. Ruan Yaozhu frowned, she couldn't bear to look at it. Dai Mingfan saw this and warned, "Junior sister, these demon folk deserve to die 1,000 times over. It's a battle to the death on the battlefield, so you better not show any mercy later." "Yep," Ruan Yaozhu replied, but she could not help but look at Li Qingshan. He stood in the center of the sinkhole. His face was hidden under the golden visor, such that no one could see his expression. He only swung his blade again and again, slaughtering the demon folk coldly. Severed limbs flew through the air. Blood gathered beneath his feet, submerging his ankles in the blink of an eye and dyeing his golden armor red. He seemed like a god of slaughter from hell. He did not seem to feel any pity at all. He had no interest in slaughtering, but he definitely did not have any benevolence. Since he was an enemy, he could kill 100,000 or 1,000,000. If the demon folk were willing to throw their lives away like this, then it would be for the best. However, he had a feeling that it definitely would not be that simple. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Li Qingshan raised his head. Several twisted, vicious beasts condensed from military chi lunged towards him together. Boom! Like a vicious punch had landed on a basin of rotten meat, organs, blood, broken limbs, and shattered bones flew through the air. Ruan Yaozhu cried out, "Qingshan!" These vicious beasts were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was on par with demon emperors. Because they were condensed from military chi, they suffered very little suppression from the laws of the world. It was equivalent to a combined attack from several demon emperors. However, as a cultivator, Li Qingshan was greatly affected by this region of the border. Even human emperors faced the danger of dying when faced with different forces of strength. The sinkhole sank even deeper. His feet sank into the ground. Between the vicious, twisted heads of the vicious beasts, Li Qingshan blocked all of the attacks with his blade. He thought to himself, "No problem. I can block them." He swung his blade as hard as he could and pressed forward, launching another charge. Cold light flickered as countless blades and spears stabbed towards him. He charged forward like a steel chariot. The blades and spears all snapped, unable to leave behind a single mark on his golden armor. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones shattering filled his ears. All of the demon folk who stood in his way were sent flying. They did not even have the chance to cry out, dying mid-air. He charged into the demon folk army and swung his blade violently, unleashing a massacre. Streaks of cold light flashed past as wisps of wind whistled through the air. If one looked down from above, the densely packed demon folk would be swept away in swathes. 100? 1,000? 10,000? He killed innumerable people. The sea of people surged. The blades and spears were like a forest, but they seemed endless. The demon emperors who led the army hid deep within the army, controlling the vicious beasts to launch attacks again and again. They were like raging tides, kicking up great waves in the sea of people. Li Qingshan unleashed the wildflower blade style to the limit, hacking, thrusting, and slashing. He blocked the attacks again and again, but he only focused on slaughtering the demon folk. These vicious beasts were condensed from military chi. They could not be killed at all. Even if they were cut into pieces, they could reform unless he killed the commander or all of the demon folk. Finding a commander in an army of thousands was not easy, and there were constant attacks from the vicious beasts with military chi, so he just gave up on this option. However, the massacre seemed simple and pleasurable, but there was a huge problem. Killing a demon folk would exhaust a sliver of his mind, and these demon folk were all clad in armor. After they fell into formation, it would probably take a sliver of effort. It might only be a sliver, but if it accumulated, it would be no small matter. The risk of dying would constantly increase. Many human emperors became submerged in the slaughter, swallowed inch by the boundless sea of blood. By the time they wanted to withdraw, it would already be too late. Even a measly soldier could threaten them. What an idiot. I'd like to see how long he can keep killing. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. Even sacrificing 100,000 demon folk for a single human emperor would be worth it, let alone the commander of the Xuanwu army. They were just sacrifices anyway, so he would not feel the pinch no matter how many died. In the boundless demon domain, they would still grow madly like weeds. Dai Mingfan could not help but say to him, "Junior brotherly, don't fall for the enemy's tricks. Wasting your strength on these lowly demon folk really isn't worth it." Li Qingshan did not reply. He only focused on killing through the surging sea of people. The power of every single swing of his was not particularly great. There was not even a blade aura. He only used the edge of his blade to kill his enemies. However, upon closer observation, he discovered that the power of every single swing had not weakened at all. After undergoing the fifth heavenly tribulation, his strength of the earth had become even more powerful. The power was basically endless. Even the strength he had depleted when he used the myriad flower strike in the beginning had been recovered. When he said, "It's no problem, I can stop them," he meant that he had not depleted any of his strength at all. Chapter 1507. Tu Wanqing's smile gradually stiffened. "God damn it, there must be something wrong with that armor." Dai Mingfan also said, "Junior brother Lu, the giant spirit armor you forged is actually like this." Lu Boyan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the armor. That's his own power." The true disciples all fell silent. In particular, the true disciples who had once wagered on whether Li Qingshan could become a true disciple within 30 years all felt rather embarrassed. Senior brother Li's insight is still outstanding after all. Lu Tian smiled unnoticeably bitterly. Even he had never seen his true appearance in the past. He only treated him as a dark horse worth betting on. Looking at it now, if he was a dark horse, then what was he? An inferior horse? Across the 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds, just how many people could achieve something like this? Not to mention he already possessed such strength after undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Not to mention he already had such strength after just overcoming the 5th heavenly tribulation. If he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation, not to mention becoming a true disciple, he might even become the eldest senior brother. In terms of insight, I only admire junior sister Ruan for summoning this kid to the myriad sect. Ruan Yaozhu reddened and murmured, "Senior brother Moya is talking nonsense." "What insight? You wanted to come." Dai Mingfan said, "Sigh, no wonder he refuses to accept the prodigies and the Lai Hua tribe. How can someone like him be willing to submit to others? The spirit exalt can see through fate, so it makes sense for him to be treated differently." Wan Jianfeng flicked his sword. "Don't be so emotional, everyone. No matter what, it's not a bad thing that he's on our side." Dai Mingfan nodded. "Of course. Remember to preserve your strength." She glanced at the demon folk camp and said meaningfully, "The war hasn't even begun yet." At this time, the Xuanwu Legion's 500,000-strong army had finally left Black Cloud City. They were protected by a group of true disciples. Under the protection of a group of true disciples, they were undergoing a final reorganization. The sky was gloomy. Li Qingshan strode forward with heavy steps. Step by step, he advanced bravely, passing through the surging sea of people. His golden armor had been dyed scarlet by the blood. Only the wild blade in his hand. After it drank its fill of fresh blood, the saber patterns faintly emitted a red light, becoming more and more beautiful and dazzling. A while later, over 10,000 demon folk had already died to his blade, and the number was rapidly rising. Corpses covered the ground. With a saber in hand, he was invincible. If God stood in his way, he would kill gods and demons. However, behind the thick visor, his eyes were always black, and there wasn't even a trace of bloodlust. His expression was so calm that he didn't look like he was fighting on the battlefield. Rather than a warrior, he looked more like a farmer cutting grass with a sickle. The blade swept past, leaving an arc of light. The ending flower frenzy blade was too sharp. As a result, he did not feel like he was cutting anything, let alone using the wind generated by the saber to kill the enemy. With just a casual wave of the sword, bodies were cut open one by one and fell to the ground in pieces. Who said that human lives were like ants? In this situation they were even less than ants. Even ants struggled to live, but demon folk did not fear death. They roared as they charged over wave after wave, only to be harvested wave after wave. Their lives became insignificant. Such a scene was enough to wake up anyone who had fantasies about war. Heroes were also butchers. The wildflower blade soul sensed his emotions and mocked, "Kid, you sure are strange. Do you think the enemy is too weak? A battle like this isn't worth my time." He swore to fight the strongest enemy and not obtain satisfaction from slaughtering the weak. If he indulged in a slaughter like this, it would be an insult to the true intent of the tiger demon. However, a feeling grew stronger and stronger. The battle had only just begun. The enemy camp did not budge at all, like a colossal, prostrating beast. He had only scratched the surface right now. At most he would only feel some pain. The outcome was still up in the air. The wildflower blade soul laughed aloud. "You're a natural Azura. No, you're even more like an Azura than the Azura I've seen in the past. You can use me to your heart's content." "All right." Li Qingshan swung his blade and took another step forward. His strength skyrocketed and his strength rapidly recovered. He had already crossed the border and entered the demon domain. The laws of the demon domain did not suppress him. As a matter of fact, they even assisted him to a certain extent. A vicious beast condensed from military chi lunged over, but it immediately slowed down in his eyes. As a result, he swung his demise wildflower blade. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. Before the wind at the front had even dispersed, the wind at the back had already surged over, overlapping and compressing together. To the bystanders, all they saw was him swinging out who knew how many times in a single moment. The blade paused and the fierce wind whistled sharply, turning into a black tornado that whistled over. The vicious beast with the aura of a general was swallowed whole. No matter what it was, whether demon folk, weapons, or armor, once it was sucked in, it would be torn to pieces in a split second, reduced to a bloody mist. The tornado continued onwards, carving out a deep ravine in the ground. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance. There were no longer any demon folk blocking his way. He had already killed his way through the demon folk army. Behind him was a path of blood strewn with broken limbs and blades. There were still several tens of thousands of demon folk in the armies that had come to encircle him. None of their commanders were dead either, but when they saw this, they were all devastated. The few remaining vicious beasts with army chi twisted and collapsed. Their morale had completely collapsed. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and called out, "The one who destroys the enemy is Li Qingshan." The cheers were like a tsunami. "The general is mighty." Li Qingshan looked back. "Where are the commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies?" The commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies said together, "Yes, sir." "Advance with me and purge the remaining enemies." "Yes, sir." With the order, the army of 500,000 advanced together. Morale surged like fire. The surging torrent of metal advanced with a rumble. At the same time, it was clearly layered and orderly as if they were a single entity. The remaining several tens of thousands of demon folk on the battlefield had their formation destroyed by Li Qingshan and lost their morale. They basically could not put up any resistance at all, so they were crushed viciously. The Xuanwu army was like a colossal, metallic beast, swallowing several thousand demon folk in a single gulp and chewing them to pieces. A measly several tens of thousands of demon folk were nowhere near enough to devour. Large numbers of demon folk began to flee, but the demon folk army holding the rear forcefully drove them back to the battlefield. Very soon they were all wiped out. Li Qingshan frowned. Just what were the demon folk trying to do? The army followed Li Qingshan's footsteps and pushed into the demon domain. Only then did the entire army completely unfurl. It was like the surface of a metal fan with him as the axis. Thousands of eyes stared at his figure fervently. Scorching military chi gathered towards Li Qingshan. The war banners of the 5 armies fluttered in the wind. A golden armored war god that resembled Li Qingshan gradually rose up from his body, standing on the ground. It continued to rise higher and higher. Even the true disciples in the air had to raise their heads to look at it. Dai Mingfan sighed in amazement. The Xuanwu army god. This was the highest form that military chi could condense. It was the embodiment of an army, and it could only appear under extremely strict conditions. First of all, the army had to be large enough, and it had to be a long-term, complete organization like the Xuanwu army. Afterwards, their morale had to be high enough too. Only then could they condense a war god, but that was only a possibility. The general was the soul of an army. Just gaining the recognition of the entire army was not enough for the commander. They had to worship him. A butcher who treated human lives like grass and took pleasure in killing would never receive true worship. The god of war would only descend when the unreserved trust of the entire army and the desire for victory were all placed on the commander-in-chief. Li Qingshan could sense endless power surging through him. It had even completely surpassed the strength of the earth. He could even slap a demon king to death. Chapter 1508. The Black Tortoise War God stood on the battlefield, unmoving like a mountain. Everyone looked up to him. This was the response from the soldiers when Li Qingshan took the lead and slaughtered his way through the enemy formation alone with a single blade in hand. Li Qingshan did not look back, but he clearly saw the ordinary faces and the scorching gazes. Every single one of them was so ordinary and insignificant, like ants. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the power they gave him was far greater than his own power. No, this was the source of his power. He had once been as insignificant as them, carrying the most ordinary of desires, fine wine and beauties, desiring battle and victory. He had made it to where he was today step by step. How was he noble? How was he lowly? He closed his eyes and his belief became firmer. They're not ants. I'm not ants either. Tu Wanqing yelled, release the arrows, release the arrows. Keep throwing rocks. Smash it to death. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. The black tortoise war god roared at the sky, his voice echoing through the clouds and surging like waves. It swept away the rain of arrows, the meteors cooled down and shattered, and the great winds swept through the demon folk camp. Countless banners toppled. Tu Wanqing paled in fright and took a few steps back. The might of a single rage could collapse the world. A soldier roared out in the Xuanwu army. His voice was hoarse and resounding. Compared to the war god's roar, it was pitifully tiny. But very soon the soldiers began to roar out one by one, turning into a buzzing ocean. In the blink of an eye, everyone cheered together, creating a tsunami. The direct disciples were all shocked. Some of them blinked their eyes as if they were in disbelief. These regular soldiers that they would never even glance at could actually erupt with such a powerful aura. It made them, human emperors, feel like they were a lone rowboat in a raging storm. The military chi blazed like fire, weaving into a golden cape on the black tortoise war god's back inch by inch. A huge blade condensed in his hand inch by inch. On the other end of the battlefield, the scorching flame army was assembling. Unlike the Xuanwu army, they had a greater variety of soldiers. Apart from heavy infantry, there were also 100,000 horsemen, as well as large numbers of light cavalry and archers. Just like Li Qingshan, Li Liehua rode a red-maned horse and stood at the front of the formation. Looking at this scene and listening to this angry roar, no one knew what he was thinking. Hua exclaimed in surprise, this kid can actually do this. I'm afraid Chao Tianjiao is just SOS. Li Liehua nodded, it is indeed unexpected. Hua smiled and said, I thought he would ask you to fight him head-on, and he would lead the surprise attack from the flank. Isn't he afraid that you'll run away when the situation isn't right? In fact, the two of them didn't communicate at all, let alone argue. This was a matter of life and death, and it was all up to Li Liehua to decide. It would have been fine if they were sworn brothers, but they were enemies who could not wait for the other to die. Before the battle, they didn't have a soul exchange or bury the hatchet. Just like that, they led their armies onto the battlefield. Li Liehua said, he won't and neither will I. Hua tilted his head and looked at Li Liehua. You men are so strange. Is it strange? Li Liehua stared at the black tortoise war god and said quietly, I've already received the letter of challenge. He raised his spear high into the air and flames roared. The flames wrapped around a man and a horse, burning brighter and brighter. Firelight surged into the air, illuminating the eyes. They withdrew their gazes from the black tortoise war god. They had their own war god as well. Tu Wanqing turned around and fled back to the central army. Within the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, he was afraid that the black tortoise war god would cut him down. No demon king mocked him. They were all stern. Ingja squinted his eyes. He also sensed danger. We can't let him gather any more military chi. Order the shaman priest to begin the ritual. The chanting of incantations rang out from everywhere, deep and gloomy. The shaman priests danced on the altars, like ancient people praying to the heavens for rain. However, it was not the heavens that enveloped this place. It was the demonic heavens. How could they not offer sacrifices for rain? The sacrifices were not livestock but living demon folk. The ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. They were all corpses of the demon folk that Li Qingshan had slaughtered and devoured by the Black Tortoise army. Slivers of demon chi suddenly rose up at this moment. The demonic clouds in the sky surged and hung thickly, as if an indescribably terrifying existence was currently tasting the offerings. The shaman priests knelt on the altar and pressed their foreheads against the ground. They raised their hands and praised madly, Demonic heavens, O demonic heavens! The supreme demonic heavens, the eternal demonic heavens, the everlasting demonic heavens. You are the mother of chaos, you are the source of all evil. The army of several million demon folk all prostrated themselves on the ground. The 12 demon emperors all lowered their heads deeply too. Li Qingshan raised his head and felt rather familiar. When the black sun descended, the demonic heavens had once wanted to crown him, but he had turned them down without the slightest hesitation. He even stood against the demon domain. All he felt right now was disgust. The demonic heavens seemed to recognize him. Under the surging demonic clouds, the laws of the world constantly wove together. A murmur filled with evil and indistinguishable constantly rang out in his ears and in his heart, as if it was tempting him and also threatening him. Ingja lowered his head and glanced over in confusion from the corner of his eye. The sacrificial ceremony this time seemed rather special. The demonic heavens will manifested extremely strongly. No matter how clever he was, he would never have imagined that the man in the towering god of war was the legendary person chosen by the demonic heavens. The demonic clouds covered the sky as if they were about to crush the black tortoise army god's raised head. Li Qingshan bellowed out and swung his blade at the demonic heavens. Immediately, the murmur turned into a shrill howl. The demonic clouds surged. With a whoosh, the rain poured down. Like a heavenly river flowing backwards, the black rain formed a curtain of rain, blocking off vision and washing away the ground mercilessly. It rapidly gathered into a flash flood and drowned the black tortoise army. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade, and a deep ditch appeared in the ground. However, the rain never stopped, and the demonic clouds surged endlessly. The flood surged into the ditch and rapidly rose up again. The power of the black tortoise army god was not limitless either. Although the military chi could help the soldiers block many techniques, it could not stop the water. This was no longer a human but a natural disaster. It was the wrath of the demonic heavens. Dai Mingfan ordered the true disciples to deal with the flood as she looked back at Black Cloud City. Junior brother Pai, why don't you do something? Among all the true disciples, only Pai Yangqiu remained in Black Cloud City. He was responsible for maintaining the black cloud roar of lightning formation exactly for this moment. The demon folk had already used this move countless times, so how could they not have a countermeasure? At the top of Black Cloud City, Pai Yangqiu wrapped his hands around the core of the formation. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Under his control, the black clouds that enveloped Black Cloud City all year round surged towards the demon domain. He did everything he could to unleash all the power accumulated in the black cloud roar of lightning formation. Immediately, the black clouds and demonic clouds collided. In that moment, lightning flashed. The rumble shook up endlessly with no gaps in between. Light and darkness interweaved madly like the end of the world. Within the thunderous roar, the demonic clouds rapidly dispersed, and the rain gradually stopped. The clouds dispersed and the rain dispersed. Sunlight shone down, shining on the armor and forming a sea of light. Under the clear blue sky, the black tortoise army began to move. Its cloak rose high into the air as it swung its huge blade forward. Chapter 1509. The Xuanwu army surged forward like a tidal wave, and the sound of armor colliding rang out like muffled thunder rolling on the ground. In the sky, all the true disciples followed along, their hearts filled with hope. How could the demon folk stop such an army and such a military god? Dai Mingfan's brows furrowed with a hint of worry, and she said seriously, "Fellow Taoists, the war is dangerous. Please be careful." Curson smiled. "You're worrying too much, senior sister. In my opinion, although there are many demon folk, they lack a talented commander like junior brother Li who can rally the morale of the army. Even if they have a military formation, it's just a formality. The morale of the army can't be condensed into a god of war. With this black tortoise military god, how hard would it be to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil?" The demon folk possessed an army of several million, spanning hundreds of kilometers. However, neither Tu Wanqing nor any of the demon kings possessed the strength and prestige to command an army of several million. Even gathering military chi was an issue, let alone condensing a war god. Dai Mingfan nodded. "Junior sister has never been to the battlefield. It's not bad that you have such knowledge. However," Letian suddenly interrupted, "we're about to enter the demon's domain, senior sister, there's no need to say any more. Some things, can only be understood after experiencing it." The owner of the Spiritual Treasures Tower, Lu Boming, silently took out an exquisite small boat from his sleeve and threw it into the air. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant steel ship that was thousands of feet long. He jumped into it. Curson pouted. 6th senior brother is too timid. 3rd senior sister's words are reasonable. How can I not listen? Lu Boming smiled and said, "This 7 treasures exquisite boat is my mount. I don't have many opportunities to use it, so now it's just the right time to fight." The giant spirit divine armor he gave to Li Qingshan was already considered a rare item, but compared to this 7 treasures exquisite ship, it was nothing. This was an imitation of the immortal warship that heavenly soldiers and generals rode above the 9 heavens. From the design to the construction, a lot of effort and resources had been spent. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it was also indestructible. Even if the 12 demon monarchs attacked it together, it would not be able to withstand it. He was not afraid either. He believed that in this war he would be the safest one. Coupled with the great destructive power of the Seven Treasures' exquisite ship, he would definitely be able to slaughter many demon folk and make a name for himself. As a result, his ranking on the list of 10,000 phenomenon rose a few ranks. As for the giant spirit divine armor, the sect would naturally compensate him after the victory. Perhaps it could even be counted as a battle merit. Apart from Ruan Yaozhu, who had a slightly reluctant look on her face, the true disciples were all gearing up for battle and took out their trump cards. He was ready to start a massacre. Dai Mingfan frowned slightly and did not say anything else. Which true disciple wasn't a peerless genius with extraordinary talent? All of them had their own pride, so it was useless to say anything more. They would understand very soon that demon folk were not that easy to deal with. Ingzhi looked at the approaching black tortoise god of war and the flames on his flanks. He didn't show the slightest fear. Instead he sneered and said, "Black Cloud City has been breached. Tu Wanqing, are you ready?" Boom. The 12th totem pillar pierced through the clouds, and a lifelike image of a demon god emerged from it. It seemed like a human yet not a human, like a beast yet not a beast. It had a single huge eye, and 2 boar-like teeth protruded from its gaping mouth. It gave off a vicious aura. The ground shook gently. The 12 totem pillars seemed to form another world. Resplendent demonic light wove together, forming a strange scene that condensed into the core of the formation. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was complete. Tu Wanqing climbed onto the totem pillar and smiled viciously. "I've been waiting a long time ago." The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous had been activated. The lifelike image of the demon god suddenly blinked and began to move. Ingzhi, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Ingzhi, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Just like the shaman priest, he touched his forehead to the ground and raised his hands. "Welcome, demon god Bai, N." The other demon emperors knelt down on the totem pillars as well and called out, "Welcome, demon god Bai Han." The will of the demon domain was in chaos. At the level of demon emperors there was no longer much reverence. But if they accidentally offended demon god Bai, and only death awaited them. That demon god was famous for his arrogance and ruthlessness. Of course, this was not the true descent of a demon god. It was just an incarnation formed by the 12 citadel demon formation of evil. It did not have a trace of consciousness, and only its evil spirit was present. But this battle was related to the legendary Black Sun descent. No one could be sure if demon god Bai An's consciousness would descend. Demon god Bai An charged out of the totem pillar, and its single eye widened. It saw the approaching black tortoise military god. The black tortoise military god also looked over coldly. Its arrogant and vicious spirit was instantly enraged. It opened its gaping mouth and roared fiercely. Waves of air that could be seen with the naked eye surged out. The black tortoise military god's advance paused slightly, and it also roared furiously. A deafening boom resounded. Kursin felt as if a wooden stake had been thrown into her ear. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly circulated her magic power to block. By now, the true disciples had already crossed the border with the black tortoise military god, entering the demon domain. Although they would be suppressed by the laws of the demon domain, they had still recovered their cultivation as human emperors. Against the incarnation of demon god Bai An, they actually felt like they were struggling to fend it off. Having taken them down a notch, they no longer dared to be careless. Kursin bit her lip gently. "Senior sister, you're right. If it weren't for the black tortoise military god, we probably wouldn't be able to get through the 12 citadel demon formation of evil even if we attacked together." Before Dai Mingfan could say anything, Letian said, "Don't panic, junior sister. We're only just getting there." His eyes squinted into a line, but he no longer had his usual calm smile of having everything under control. He fiddled around with the 2 dice in his right hand. It was as if he wanted to peer into the heavenly secrets and divine the outcome of this gamble, or even life and death. A demon folk shaman, Zhuang, raised his head and called out madly, "It's a demon god. A demon god has descended." The camp of demon folk erupted. Millions of demon folk gazed at the demon god Bai An with bloodshot eyes, filled with zealous admiration. It was the complete opposite of the demon king's cautious attitude. The 12 demon gods were the targets of worship for all demon folk. They were the supreme existences in their hearts. They called out the demon god's name, Bai An. Baitan, Baitan. This word did not seem like a title but the most evil of curses. It possessed terrifying power in its own right. The cries of the several 100,000 people in the Black Tortoise army were already like a tsunami. Now that millions of people were calling out together, it was like the world was collapsing. Dai Mingfan closed her eyes, but the nightmares of the past were all revived, swaying before her eyes. The expressions of all the true disciples changed. They could sense that something terrifying was about to happen. Li Qingshan frowned, but he did not stop. He faced the gaze from the Bai and demon god's single eye and continued onwards. Ingja said, "God, please possess me." The demon kings all said, "God, please possess me." The Bai and demon god descended from above, landing on Tu Wanqing. In that moment, a military aura surged towards him like the clouds and the sea. The Bai and demon god swelled up rapidly, surging past the Black Tortoise war god in the blink of an eye and directly standing shoulder to shoulder with Black Cloud City in the distance. No, to it, Black Cloud City was already within reach. It crouched down slightly and blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow over it. Kursan's eyes were dazed. She murmured, "What is that?" Chapter 15:10. Li Qingshan suddenly stiffened up, like a frog that had encountered a snake. He could not help but tremble slightly. A sense of terror rose up involuntarily, as if he was facing a natural enemy. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still found the monster that had appeared before him unbelievable. In comparison, Qiongqi's clone in the past was powerful, but it was still restricted by the laws of the world of the 9 provinces. Just now, the demonic sky was terrifying, but it was chaotic and twisted after all. It lacked self-awareness. However, not only did the Taowu demon god's strength completely exceed the human emperor and demon emperor, but it even exceeded regular human immortals and evil gods. It was like a demon god had arrived in person, and it was filled with hostility. Wan Jianfeng's hand trembled, and he suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword. "How can my sword cut through something like that?" Dai Mingfan opened her eyes. The nightmare had come true, and it was even more terrifying than ever before. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, turning back into the little girl who was afraid of the wind and shadows. She sighed with a bitter smile. "That's why I hate war." On the other side of the battlefield, Huahua gazed at the colossal figure that connected the sky and said to Li Liehua very seriously, "Let's just flee to the demonic beast realm." Li Liehua remained silent. He did not reply. The air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, turning into twisted vortexes that dragged everyone into the abyss. The moment Taowu appeared, before it had even struck, it had deterred everyone. Normally, Tu Wanqing would have burst out laughing already, but right now an even more powerful spirit pierced through his mind. It was proud, vicious, and forceful. It was also this spirit that pierced through the entire battlefield. Taowu twisted its neck and opened its gaping mouth. Its great hard voice rang through the surroundings. "The world is heartless and all life is worthless." Millions of demon folk called out together, "The world is heartless and all life is worthless." They were filled with resentment and fury, cursing the heartless world. Taowu's existence immediately became even more consolidated, and its body stretched out even more. Its huge single eye swiveled around, and its gaze swept across the battlefield like a pillar of light. Every single person, whether it be the regular soldiers or true disciples, they all sank even deeper into the swamp of fear. Taowu said again, "The saints are heartless and all life is worthless." Looking down from above, humans were indeed as insignificant as ants. They crawled on the ground densely, so fragile and so fleeting. "The saints are heartless and all living beings are ants." Millions of demon folk howled. They were willing to treat themselves as lowly ants. He was not afraid of death. A frenzied aura instantly overwhelmed the Xuanwu army. Why would people with the will to live step onto such a tragic battlefield? With just 2 sentences and 16 words, Bayan had turned the situation around. All the efforts that Li Qingshan and the others had put in from the beginning to the end seemed to be a joke. What perseverance and determination! What equality! In the face of absolute power, what meaning was there? "I called you an ant. You are an ant even if you aren't." In the end, Bayan stared at the Black Tortoise god of war. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of military aura and see Li Qingshan. "I'm heartless too." These words, which did not contain any power, were like a huge wooden stick stabbing into his chest. A pure and unyielding spirit seemed to be able to suppress everything. Boom. The Black Tortoise god of war twisted and blurred for a moment, and its military aura showed signs of dissipating. "Oh no!" Li Qingshan was alarmed. The situation was already extremely bad. He was supported by the tremendous military aura, yet he still endured such great pressure, let alone the true disciples. Even the regular soldiers. They all stared at the shadow above them blankly. They could not even see Bayan in its entirety. Even the bravest of warriors shivered inside. If they had not formed a military formation and united will, Bayan could have driven these hundreds of thousands of people into a frenzy with his spirit alone. Li Qingshan knew that if this continued, the morale of the army would collapse very soon. The entire army would collapse. Several 100,000 soldiers would be at the mercy of the enemy, and the enemy had not even truly done anything yet. Faced with such dire straits, if it were someone else, they probably would have considered retreating already. However, the suppression instead roused his stubbornness, making him rise up with an even greater will to fight. His chest heaved several times as he bellowed out, "Advance!" The Black Tortoise God of War advanced, charging at the demon folk army alone just like Li Qingshan. He swung his blade at Bayan. His voice was like thunder, and his blade was like lightning, ripping apart the terrifying shadow cast by Bayan. The morale of the army trembled as they looked at Li Qingshan, at their war god. The slash roused Tu Wanqing from his sweet dream. He returned to his senses from the powerful spirit of the Bayan demon god. He was both surprised and furious. Bayan extended his hand and grabbed the blade. There was a hint of disbelief in his tough, furious voice. "You actually dare to challenge a war god?" "Challenge?" Li Qingshan smiled. "No, I'm going to kill you." "Ha, just you." Tu Wanqing laughed from extreme anger. Bayan's other arm shot through the air like a black dragon, reaching towards the Black Tortoise God of War's head with a huge, black hand. With a thump, the space there trembled. The Black Tortoise God of War's punch landed in the center of the huge hand. Who knew how deep his feet sank into the ground? Their physiques were like that of a child and a brawny man, but it was a contest of strength. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. "I'm not alone." He roared, "Advance." Unknowingly, the army's morale that was on the verge of collapsing solidified again. The general was the courage of the army. The soldiers woke up from their terror and murmured, "General." Tu Wanqing said viciously, "I'll grind you into dust." Bayan suddenly looked down. A demonic light shot out from its single eye and shrouded the Black Tortoise God of War. The Black Tortoise God of War burned in the demonic light, its golden armor dimmed and its cloak became tattered, turning into ashes inch by inch. His towering body was fiercely suppressed without the slightest bit of resistance. The soil behind his feet bulged up, forming two small hills, but he still didn't take a single step back. Huahua was dumbfounded. "This kid is crazy." Under the gaze of Bayan, once the Black Tortoise God of War collapsed, anyone could escape. Only Li Qingshan would definitely die. However, Li Liehua began to laugh. He laughed extremely happily and gave an order. At the same time, Li Qingshan's desperate roars rang out from afar. "Advance." The commandants of the 5 armies shuddered inside. He asked loudly, "Have you all forgotten the oath you swore last night?" "We will never forget. We're willing to fight to the death with the general. The general has given his orders. Advance. 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 Advance." Their ordinary faces actually shone with a light similar to Buddhism's enlightenment. They were fearless, as if they were facing death with equanimity. The war drums shook the sky, but the entire army fell silent instead. Only the clanging of armor against each other was filled with the determination to die. Following in Li Qingshan's footsteps, they advanced towards the unbelievably colossal Bayan, towards the army that occupied millions of demon folk. Chapter 15:11. "Let's assist junior brother Li." Dai Mingfan said firmly, "Let's kill this monster." Originally, the best choice was to bypass the Bai and condensed from military chi and directly sweep through the regular demon folk. However, without assistance, the Black Tortoise War God would not be able to last at all. She tossed out a half-transparent scarf, which swelled in the wind and blotted out the sun in the blink of an eye. Clouds surged within it, as resplendent as the clouds of fire, enveloping the Bayan's head. The scarlet scarf of fire was an arcane treasure personally bestowed by the sect master. It could envelop a range of 3,000 meters and possessed tremendous power. Once enveloped, even demon kings could forget about escaping. Swish! Wan Jianfeng twisted the hilt of his sword, and a streak of light tore through the air, cutting towards the Bayan's huge eye first. The ship of 7 treasures thrummed and shook, firing its cannons at full strength. With the sound of metal rubbing and swelling, the bow of the ship opened up completely, forming a huge main cannon that was speckled with specks of light. All of the true disciples struck out with their full strength, unleashing the techniques they were the proudest of their lives and the most powerful arcane treasures they had ever used against the Bai. And Lu Boming said firmly, "Fire." The ship of 7 treasures suddenly shot out with 1,000 streaks of light. The main cannon at the bow unleashed a blue pillar of light, striking the Bai'an's chest heavily. At that moment, dazzling light crisscrossed in the sky. The light shattered and dispersed, swallowing the Bai'an's colossal body. It tilted backwards slightly, releasing the black tortoise war god. Li Qingshan had just caught his breath, but he did not relax at all. An even greater sense of danger surged over. This still isn't enough. It's nowhere near enough. Lu Boming stood before the porthole and gazed at this rare, magnificent sight. He thought, an attack like this can even flatten a mountain. Just how many rounds of attacks can this fake Bai endure? Just now, it's been suppressed by the demon god's mental pressure. This is the perfect opportunity for my ship of 7 treasures to perform. Such a glorious attack basically filled all of the true disciples with confidence, as if they could see the dawn of victory. At this moment, a die in Lutian's hand shattered, and a layer of frost rapidly covered his temples. His eyes suddenly widened. This is a dead end. With a ripping sound, the fiery cloud scarlet cloth was torn to shreds. All the magic treasures were sent flying and even directly destroyed. A giant black palm suddenly reached out from the layers of light. He grabbed the 7 treasures' exquisite ship in midair. Before Lu Boming could react, the porthole was shrouded in darkness. With a bang it cracked and shattered. The hull of the ship let out a cracking sound as it rapidly compressed inward. Boom. The indestructible 7 treasures' exquisite ship was crushed by Swanee, thrown on the ground like rags. Lu Boming broke through the distorted hull of the ship. He was bathed in blood and his bones were exposed. His body was on the verge of collapse. Dai Mingfan exclaimed, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, be careful." That terrifying shadow loomed over him again. Lu Boming raised his head and looked up. Darkness filled his vision, and it took him a lot of effort to make out that it was the shape of a foot. No, boom. The giant foot stomped down, causing the earth to shake. The debris of the 7 treasures' exquisite boat scattered, and Lu Boming's aura disappeared. Even his yang spirit did not escape. With just a claw and a stomp, Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower, died. The true disciples were all stunned. They could not believe what had happened in front of them. A dignified human emperor had died so easily. The light danced and the smoke and dust dissipated. Swanee was almost unscathed. Tu Wanqing laughed wildly, "Bugs? You're all bugs." A dark red beam of light shot out of Swanee's huge eye. It was 10 times thicker than the beam of the main cannon on the bow of the 7 treasures' exquisite boat just now. It pierced through the void and swept across. Almost all the true disciples were hit. All kinds of protective spells were shattered, and only protective magic treasures could withstand it. They were also sent flying by the fierce impact. Only a brawny true disciple riding on a giant bear raised a dark and heavy solemn shield high and blocked the impact of the light just like that. Dai Mingfan warned, "Junior Marshal Brother Bear, don't be stubborn." However, it was too late. Swanee's eyes narrowed, and the dark red beam of light suddenly condensed to the thickness of a bucket, instantly piercing through the shield. The true disciple slowly lowered his head. A huge hole had appeared in his chest. Even his yang spirit had been pierced. The giant bear beneath him had just let out a sorrowful wail when the beam of light swept downwards, splitting it in half. The human and bear corpses fell from the sky together. A second true disciple had died, along with a demon emperor mount. 3 powerful existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations had been slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The true disciples felt like they were about to lose their minds, or perhaps they had already lost their minds. All of their hopes for luck had been shattered. The brutality of the war had far exceeded their imaginations. This was not a battle of magical abilities. There were various life-saving techniques that could be used. At the very worst, they could even summon their yang spirits. This was war. No one was absolutely safe. Even human emperors could be killed easily. Just now, Swanee's gaze was fixed on any one of them. None of them could say for sure that they could survive. Great terror gripped everyone. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light. Swanee lowered its head, only to see the black tortoise war god stab its huge blade into its abdomen. Blade chi immediately erupted, and the 2 military chi collided violently. With the deafening sound of war drums, the black tortoise army charged into the demon folk camp. The demon folk organized an army to receive them. In stark contrast to the silence of the human soldiers, the demon folk roared out madly. Their battle cries shook up the surroundings as they charged. The wind whistled, rapidly drawing closer. Bang, 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 on the undulating earth, a torrent of steel collided with each other. Their hands rose and fell. Spears formed a forest and arrows pierced through the air. The cold blades harvested flesh and blood madly. Blood dyed the ground red very soon. A long line of blood rapidly expanded. Every single line was a hunting ground for the war beasts. Not a single person retreated. Whether it be the frenzied demon folk or the silent humans, they stabbed their weapons into the enemy as hard as they could before being killed by the enemies behind them. The demon folk numbered in the millions. They possessed absolute numbers and they were abnormally insane. They basically charged towards the Black Tortoise army like they were seeking death. However, the Black Tortoise army's battle prowess was even greater. 5 people formed a group with the sergeant leading the charge. 10 people formed a group with the sergeant leading the charge. 100 people formed a group with the sergeant leading the charge. Under the command of the commandant, the officer, and the brigade commander, they constantly advanced with the resolve to die. A shadow flickered in their hearts. The torrents of steel advanced unstoppably, slaughtering and devouring all demon folk they encountered. They were constantly whittled away as well. Someone died in battle every single moment. There was no objective, no limit. There was only a single belief. A furious roar, advance. In this frenzied slaughter, the military chi blazed like fire. Not only did it not weaken because of the large numbers of deaths, but the Black Tortoise war god even swelled up. Its tattered cloak surged violently as it stabbed its huge blade even deeper with its full strength. A huge, black hand fell down and grabbed the Black Tortoise war god's head. Swanee had become even larger than just now. An ant trying to shake a tree. It's pointless. The Black Tortoise war god's helmet twisted and collapsed under the huge hand, revealing a cold face similar to Li Qingshan's. The thundering of hooves rang out. Flames surged into the sky in the distance. An army of thousands galloped over. A fiery rider rode over on a fine horse. Chapter 15:12. The flames surged into the sky, the majesty of the god of war. It was impossible for such a large-scale military movement to fool the demon kings. Armies of demon folk had been lined up and waiting for them a long time ago. The cavalry surged and the ground shook. Even the craziest demon folk showed a hint of shock. With a buzz, tens of thousands of crossbow mechanisms rang out at the same time. The sky lit up and a cloud of fire rose into the air. That was a continuous barrage of fire arrows, directly lunging into the demon folk army. Countless demon folk cried out and collapsed. The armored cavalry arrived afterwards. The military god of fire took the lead, brandishing his spear of fire. With a gentle sweep, thousands of demon folk were reduced to ashes. Even the demon emperor leading the army was burned to death. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the true disciples. If the 2 army gods joined forces to fight against Tao Wu, they might stand a chance. However, Li Liehua had no intentions of coming over. 100,000 cavalrymen surged forward, charging through the demon folk camp. The scorching war god charged straight for the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Li Qingshan nodded inside. This was the best choice as well as the only choice. The war god could not be too far away from the military formation. There were several dozen kilometers between them, and the terrain was uneven too. It seemed like the war god of fire could arrive with a flick of his horse, but the regular soldiers wore helmets and armor and were blocked by demon folk, so how could they possibly charge over in a short amount of time? Furthermore, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the Swanee. Only by breaking the 12 citadel demon fiend formation would they be able to win. That was the greatest use of Li Liehua's surprise troops. Tu Wanqing sneered, just because of this? Bian suddenly crushed the Black Tortoise god of war's head, and clouds of scattered military energy seeped out from between his fingers. The Black Tortoise army god's chest rumbled as if he was roaring. Even though he had lost his head, he still stepped forward and stabbed the giant blade into the ground. Then he spun the hilt with all his might, stirring the Bian's abdomen into a mass of chaotic military energy. The sky turned dark. It was like he had returned to the savage battlefield, where gods and demons fought. Dai Mingfan ordered the true disciples to continue attacking. However, she saw that they were all busy casting protective spells. Only a few listened to her orders and continued to attack Tao Wu, but they could not pose any threat. within the 12 Citadel Demon Fiend formation. Inja smiled. Human cultivators are all cowards after all. They're even worse than mortals. A demon emperor said with lingering fear, if they are as reckless as these mortals, then this battle will be troublesome. The Xuanwu army continued to charge forward silently. The torrent of steel faced no obstruction, whether it was demon folk or military formations. It was still fear and death. The firelight in the distance was getting closer and closer. At first glance, the fierce raging inferno military god seemed to be right in front of them. Murderous chi, vicious chi, resolute chi, battle intent, rage intent, madness intent. Wave after wave surged up into the sky, and a trace of blood red could be seen in the sky. Ingzhi ordered, Tu Wanqing, stop wasting time and end the battle quickly. Shut up. Lao Ei suddenly turned around and said stiffly, I don't need your command. Ingzhi closed his eyes and thought, if I lose this battle, you know what will happen to you. In his heart he thought fiercely, what a dog who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. I'll teach you a lesson later. Lao Ei turned around and looked at the headless Xuanwu military god. His gaze pierced through the surging military qi in the neck and stared at Li Qingshan. Die. He was not stupid enough to waste his military qi against the Xuanwu military god. That was a privilege only granted to opponents of equal strength. He clenched his huge, black hand and poured all of his strength into it. Black waves surged out as he punched through the Xuanwu military god's chest. The golden armor shattered immediately. Li Qingshan could vaguely see a great swath of darkness attacking him. It was as if the shadow of death had enveloped him. It was too fast. Even though he knew how the opponent would attack him, he was still unable to react in time, let alone dodge the punch. Under the terrifying mental pressure of Lao Ei, even his thoughts became sluggish. Absolute power. Absolute speed, absolute spirit. When the three were combined, even a regular strike could destroy a human emperor. There was no need for any extra techniques. All Li Qingshan could do was use his surging military qi to slightly obstruct the punch. He performed the bull demon forges its hide, and his skin turned blue. The next moment he felt a sharp pain all over his body. His bones cracked as if he had been hit by a mountain. With a bang, Li Qingshan flew out from the Xuanwu military god's back and flew far away to Black Cloud City. Boom, boom. He crashed through 3 towers in a row and smashed into a drill ground. The whole drill ground suddenly collapsed, creating a big hole that led straight to a cave in the mountain. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared in the cave, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The tower collapsed with a loud bang. Qingshan. Ruan Yaozhu exclaimed, but she did not dare to check. No matter how stupid she was, she could see that if she retreated now, it would cause an avalanche. After having its head crushed, the colossal black tortoise war god's chest was pierced in a single strike, sending Li Qingshan flying. Its military aura rapidly dispersed, and it no longer possessed any battle prowess. The true disciples were forced to face the terrifying Taowu alone. Dai Mingfan gritted his teeth painfully. They were probably going to lose this battle. Who knew how many true disciples would be able to escape, but 1,000,000 soldiers, the scorching fire and Xuanwu armies, would all be buried here. This is the fate of opposing demon gods. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. Lao Ei opened his huge mouth and let out a forceful laugh. He was extremely confident in the power of the punch. It probably even killed his yang spirit. There was no possibility of him escaping. As for the remaining so-called Xuanwu army, he could stomp several thousand to death with a single stomp, and he could even jolt several tens of thousands to death. However, these ants were not worth killing at all. They were only bold enough to advance because they had been encouraged and tricked. Now that their commander had died in battle, they would collapse very soon. They could be left for the regular demon folk to slaughter. As a result, Lao Ei looked at the true disciples again, like he was looking at a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Liehua shivered inside when he saw the Xuanwu military god fall. However, right now, the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous was still a certain distance away. By the time he reached the formation, probably all the true disciples would have been slaughtered already. As a result, he could not care about anything else. The scorching war god suddenly pulled the reins on his warhorse. His red mane surged with flames as he raised his front hooves high into the air. He gripped the spear of fire firmly and raised it high into the air, pouring all of his strength into it. The flames around him receded, leaving only the spear in his hand to shine with blinding light. The surroundings darkened. He threw it towards the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, as hard as he could. A scarlet streak of light shot through the air. His target was Ingzhi. Out of the 11 demon kings for could be targeted. There was no difference at all. This was an absolute difference in strength. Even if all the demon kings of the demon domain were mobilized, none of them would be able to block the spear. However, he had seen the conflict between Ingzhi and Tu Wanqing. Demon folk were extremely resentful and vengeful, so perhaps he would have an extra chance of hitting the target. As long as he killed even a single demon king, the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous would be destroyed, and Lao AI would cease to exist. The demon folk would lose their target of worship, and they would be unable to consolidate their military morale. The remaining 11 demon kings would be at the mercy of the scorching war god. Ingzhi's eyes narrowed. The scarlet light stung his eyes. All of the power of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous had been used to support the descent of Lao AI, so it was defenseless right now. If it was just him alone, even if he had discovered the scorching war god's movements a long time ago, he would still be unable to flee. All he could do was wait for death. Chapter 15:13. The tip of the red spear was almost transparent, as if it was made of fire. It reflected Ingzhi's horrified face. The raging flames followed the body of the spear and flew backward, leaving a long trail of red light behind. The spear was still in the hand of the raging fire army god. So what if he was the strongest of the 12 demon emperors? So what if the demon emperor's physique was strong? In front of absolute power he was as weak as a mortal. In just an instant he could be completely destroyed. However, in the next moment, the spear froze in midair and fell into a giant black palm. Bai An's mountain-like body moved at an incredible speed, giving people a feeling of absurdity and astonishment. Almost at the same time, another 2 direct disciples died. They were killed by Tao Wu before he could come to their rescue. It clenched its fist lightly, and the fiery spear exploded with a loud bang. The rolling heat wave was overwhelming, and Ingzhi was in a difficult position to defend himself. His eyebrows and beard were all burnt. Knowing that it was Tu Wanqing's intention, his heart was filled with hatred, but he did not say anything. Li Liaohua's heart sank. Tu Wanqing looked at him mockingly. "There's only you and me left. If you get off the horse and kneel down now, I might let you live." He treated the direct disciples as if they were nothing. However, these words were absolutely not empty bravado. Under the terror of successively falling, the elite disciples actually didn't dare continue besieging the Bai En, and they were already completely awed. A man of wealth would never sit under a roof. What they had was unimaginable to mortals. How could they give it up so easily? It was not easy for them to hold on and not retreat at this moment. Li Liaohua's expression changed a few times. Suddenly he laughed. Could it be that Li Qingshan's path was real and his was fake? If the fire stopped burning, all that was left was dirty ashes. "Hua Hua, are you willing to die with me?" "Cut the crap. Your path is my path." "Good." Li Liaohua's expression hardened. His horse hooves flew, and the raging inferno army god charged forward, charging towards Tao Wu. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. "You're courting death." Tao Wu stretched his arms and stretched his fingers, grabbing at the raging fire army god. All the true disciples looked at Dai Mengfan. She thought quickly and ordered, "Everyone come with me to kill demon folk. None of them have the protection of military chi. Anyway, we have to lend junior brother Li a hand." At this time, if he ordered everyone to attack Bai En together, there would definitely be people who hesitated or even directly disobeyed the military order. The situation would be completely ruined. This was the only way to help Li Liahua. He only hoped he could last a little longer. If he could kill 1,000,000 demon folk, then the battle prowess of Tao Wu would definitely plummet. However, he also knew how naive his wish was. "Army god of fire won't last that long. What should we do?" Kursin heaved a sigh of relief. Tao Wu had given her too much pressure. Although they wanted to leave the battlefield immediately and never come back, they didn't dare to be the first to disobey military orders. If she became the culprit, the Thousand Nature sect would never let her go. Perhaps even the selfless heavenly palace would send people to capture her. It would be useless even if she fled to the ends of the earth. Thus, even if he was unwilling, he could only brace himself and do it. At this moment, suddenly he felt an invisible binding and pressure descend from the sky. The circulation of his magic power became sluggish, and the power of the spells he cast was greatly reduced. Why does it feel like I'm in the border area again?" He looked up at the sky. When did the sky become so red? The red seeped down from the sky, soaking through the air and soil like a thin veil. On the bloodied ground, the eyelids of a human soldier's corpse suddenly twitched. He opened his eyes again. Strange, didn't I die? He could not help but touch his neck. However, he discovered that the wound was currently healing. Not long after, another voice seemed to be urging him to kill the enemy, to fight. His blood was still not cold. It became even hotter. He thought of the general's order again. Advance. As a result, he grabbed his blade again and climbed to his feet. He felt endless power surge through his body. As far as the eye could see, the corpses stood up again on the corpses strewn across the ground. He swung his blade at a demon folk corpse that had just stood up and began a new round of slaughter. The Azura field. Dai Mingfan tasted bitterness in her mouth. It just happened to be at a time like this. The structure of the 6 realms of Sasra was not layered on top of one another, nor was it distributed in parallel. Instead, it was a complete entity that cycled about. It possessed an unimaginable structure, and it was connected to the 3,000 worlds, which was why it was known as Samsara. Every single realm had its own special characteristics. The hungry ghost realm constantly devoured, the human realm was all-encompassing, and the hell realm's souls returned to the netherworld. The Azura realm would constantly gather war souls from the 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds, converting them into Azura and joining the endless, bloody battle. The will of the Azura realm loved large-scale, high-intensity battles like this the most. Every time something like this happened, the Azura field would definitely descend, temporarily bestowing some of the special characteristics of Azura to the warriors filled with fighting spirit and killing intent, such as the undying body of Azura. The greater the intensity and scale of the battle, the greater the range and strength of the Azura field, which was closer to the Azura realm. The number of people directly taking part in this battle exceeded 5 million. The soldiers on both sides were determined to die. The scale and intensity of the battle were rare even in the entire 6 realms of Sasra. Thus, the Azura field became abnormally vast. Injuries that were originally fatal became insignificant, and even severed limbs could be regrown. The frail body of a mortal could withstand even more intense battles, constantly killing and being killed, enduring the test of intense pain. In the great terror between life and death, a true battle soul was tempered. Of course, they were not Azuras yet, so they could not truly have an undying body. Even Renhuangs could not protect themselves in such a fierce battle, let alone mortals. Moreover, the Azura field did not distinguish between good and evil. Both sides would benefit. As a result, in the end, most of the warriors would still die in the fierce battle. The Azura realm could then retrieve the war souls that had been tested and tempered, transforming them into true Azuras. However, this was bad news for the true disciples. They were already quite ostracized in the demon realm. With the arrival of the Azura field, it meant that the laws of heaven and earth of the Azura realm intertwined with those of the demon realm. This meant that the entire battlefield had become a border zone. And the Azura realm only favored true warriors. If they did not possess a heart for battle, even Renhuangs would be ostracized. Suffering from 2 layers of rejection in the border zone, some of the true disciples could not even unleash half of their strength. Wan Jianfeng only felt like he was being suppressed, yet he had gained some support. Although his strength was still affected, his morale instead flourished. He formed a seal with his hand. A single sword into myriad swords. Myriad swords pierced through the air. Immediately, over 10,000 demon folk were pinned to the ground. Originally, human emperors were extremely efficient at massacring when they unleashed their own techniques. If they worked together, killing 1,000,000 demon folk was nothing difficult. However, they discovered very soon that most demon folk actually did not die after being killed, unless their bodies had been completely destroyed. Even if only half of their bodies remained, they would still crawl on the ground and roar at the sky madly, gathering military chi towards the Taowu. The bodies of regular demon folk had always surpassed that of regular humans, especially with their startling regenerative abilities. In the Azura field, they were basically like tigers that had grown wings. Every single one of them had become an unkillable cockroach. The true disciples had basically lost all hope. Just now, it was already difficult for them to survive. They were now heavily restrained. Once the Taowu killed the war god of fire and returned, they would not even have a chance to escape. Chapter 15-14. Everyone was helpless. Even Wan Jianfeng hesitated. He considered whether he should conserve some strength and retreat. He could see that the scorching war god could not last too long against the Taowu, erupting into flames under the Taowu's punches. Suddenly, a beautiful figure charged into the enemy formation. Dai Mingfan was surprised too. Yao Zhu? Ruan Yaozhu rode the white deer and swept past the surging battle formation. The 9-colored deer shone with 9-colored light, repelling the incoming rain of arrows. She pursed her lips and clenched an embroidered pouch firmly. Her joints paled slightly. She glanced back at Black Cloud City and made up her mind. She grabbed a handful of seeds and scattered them on the ground. A seed drifted through the air, landing in the mouth of a demon folk with his mouth wide open. With a shudder, he swallowed the seed, but there was no reaction. Ruan Yaozhu prayed silently. She was not casting a technique. She was actually praying. The true technique had already been infused into every single seed when she tossed it out. In the demon folk's belly, the seed flashed with green light and was activated. The demon folk collapsed on the ground with a howl, clutching their stomachs as they rolled about. The thorns pierced his skin, greedily drinking his blood. They rapidly engulfed him completely, turning him into a monster woven from thousands of thorns, like a sea urchin. Every single tentacle extended and swung about wildly, wrapping around the demon folk in the surroundings. A demon folk was wrapped around the neck. The sharp thorns almost ripped his neck to shreds. His eyes bulged out as he swung his arms wildly. A demon folk on the side bellowed out and cut through the thorns, but the broken thorns twitched even more violently, worming into the demon folk's eyes like snakes. Finally, he could let out a hysterical cry. A while later, another thorny monster burst out of his body. At the same time, even more strange and malicious plants burst out of the ground. The bewitching man-eating flowers opened and closed like huge mouths, swallowing a demon folk in a single gulp. The thorns in their mouths were like sharp teeth as they chewed away. The mud vines that resembled snakes. The juices were venomous. As long as they came into contact with it, their bodies would rapidly decay like mud. Yellow, muddy water flowed out, seeping into the ground and turning into fertilizer. Even the strongest and most frenzied demon folk let out miserable cries. Pain would always keep people awake. The demon folk that had been devoured. Not to mention the Azura field, even in the Azura realm, it was impossible for them to be reborn. Under such torture, not a single demon folk could maintain their battle spirit and become an Azura. Ruan Yaozhu had a hobby of collecting seeds. All year round, she would issue missions in the Myriad Appearance sect to collect seeds of all kinds of strange plants. These seeds didn't just come from the human Tao, they came from the entire 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds. Some of them even came from the demon realm. For example, the pain brambles. That was one of the tortures of hell, called the Hell of Thorns. After being entangled, even one's soul would find it difficult to escape, and they would have to suffer great pain. As for the man-eating sharp-toothed flowers, they were native to the demon domain. They were most suited to growing in the soil of the demon domain, and their main food was demon folk and magical beasts. And so on and so forth. There was also the inheritance of generations of herb garden masters, as well as her own hard work. She even had seeds from the 9 heavens. However, the area of the 100 herb garden was limited. Although it was not economical, it was harmless and could be planted on the nearby islands. However, many plants were inconvenient to grow, especially the seeds of those evil plants. However, she had to throw these seeds away. That was absolutely impossible. There was no such thing as good or evil in plants. As a result, over time, she had instead hoarded a large number of seeds of evil plants. The direct disciples were all stunned. They had known her for so long, but they never thought that the usually wooden and weak Yao Yao would actually have a side like that. The scene of those plants devouring and expanding was far more horrifying than fighting with weapons. Ruan Yaozhu's expression was stiff and unmoving. As she powered the tome of nature, she constantly scattered seeds. As long as these plants were given an impetus to grow into plants, they would forage for food and grow on their own. The so-called path of nature was not just about the beauty of plants growing and flourishing. There was also the cruel side of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Countless lives were dying or even going extinct at every moment. That was the most primitive war. They spread their branches and leaves and fought for the sky. They dug deep into their roots and fought for the earth. The victor lived and the loser died. Every moment, and it would never end. To everyone's surprise, the descent of the Azura field did not suppress her at all. Instead, it boosted her power. The tome of nature was not some kind and gentle path of cultivation. Kirsten shrank back in fear. She felt like she had become a completely different person. Dai Mingfan used this opportunity to say, "Even Sister Yao Zhu is working so hard. Why aren't you doing anything?" By Anne's figure had clearly shrunk. Ruan Yaozhu's efficiency of slaughter could basically rival the entire Xuanwu army. In particular, the thorns of pain multiplied extremely quickly. As long as there was enough fertilizer, they could basically multiply endlessly. The blades and swords of demon folk were helpless against them. Even when demon emperors and demon kings took action, they were unable to destroy them completely. Their powers had been suppressed by the interweaving laws of the world. However, plants were unaffected by the laws of the world. They would only be stimulated by the smell of blood on the battlefield. As for the demon folk stabbed into the thorns, their bodies twisted as they shrieked out miserably. They were clearly shaking the morale of the army, causing their morale to collapse. By now, she had already entered deep into enemy territory. She had to sort out these seeds and scatter them as evenly as possible, or they would fight and kill one another. The nine-colored deer warned, "Blockhead, your mind is in a mess." Ruan Yaozhu murmured, "He didn't have to come. He fulfilled his promise to me." The nine-colored deer said, "You're overthinking it. That kid clearly came back to show off." My heart hurts." Ruan Yaozhu pressed her chest. Thorns seemed to grow there too. She did not feel it at first, but the pain became more and more intense. The nine-colored deer was speechless. It sighed inside, "Oh, the tribulation of relationships." This was not just because of Li Qingshan. It was also because of Chao Tianjiao, Lu Boming, and so on. What she had gone through in the past few days had greatly impacted her mind. Before this, she had basically never been involved in any battles. She was not even as good as Kursen, let alone such an intense battle. She even forced herself to go against her conscience and slaughter madly. As a result, she made up her mind to take her away from here, even if she had to become a deserter. At this moment, a single large eye looked over, and the unyielding spirit in its gaze caused their bodies to stiffen. Dai Mingfan cried out, "Yaozhu, be careful." Flames filled the sky. And had already defeated the war god of blaze. The flames scattered loudly. Li Liaohua's fate was unknown. Tu Wanqing sensed that something was amiss. The rate at which his strength weakened had suddenly sped up. The Xuanwu army did not collapse like he had anticipated. Instead, after the Azura field descended, their attacks became even more intense. They tore through the demon folk formations like a hot knife through butter. They did not seem to realize that their commander had already died in battle, or perhaps they had realized, but they still carried out his final orders and marched. The true disciples did not scatter and flee either. Instead, they worked together and slaughtered the regular demon folk. Originally, he was eager for them to stay behind so that he could continue his slaughter. At most, a few 100,000 more demon folk would die. They were just ants anyway. However, he had never heard of the myriad sect possessing someone as skilled in slaughter as the woman on the white deer. However, the efficiency of her slaughter basically made his heart ache slightly. "Then you can go die." The two war gods had been defeated. Next, it was time to kill all of these true disciples. Ruan Yaozhu was the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, the huge hand extended over from the other end of the battlefield, enveloping her like a dark cloud. Even though it had been weakened slightly by Anne's existence, still stood above all life on the battlefield. Without the war god's obstruction, no one could threaten it anymore. She had entered deep into enemy territory and was alone and helpless. Even if she hid among the true disciples, who would be able to save her? The nine-colored deer lamented, "We're really done for now." The nine-colored hair shone brightly. It did not mind expending its essence energy to fuel its demon chi. Originally, it could move 1,000 kilometers in a single breath. Now it actually seemed extremely sluggish. Enveloped by the huge hand, even time seemed to come to a standstill. Extreme speed and extreme slowness constantly intersected. It was almost maddening. Ruan Yaozhu said softly, "You're sorry?" "It's fine. Yaozhu." Ruan Yaozhu stepped on the nine-colored deer's back and faced the huge hand that resembled a dark cloud. No matter how powerful Bai En was, it would take a lot of effort to kill a human sovereign. Its mind could only lock onto one person. The two of them separated, leaving Ruan Yaozhu as the only target. The nine-colored deer broke free from the mental pressure and immediately turned into a nine-colored light, fleeing toward the human realm. Boom. The huge hand fell and the earth shook, but it hit thin air. In the nick of time, Ruan Yaozhu was grabbed by an invisible force and escaped from the range of the giant palm, escaping from the gap between the fingers. All the demon sovereigns and human sovereigns watched as her thin figure flew toward Black Cloud City, straight into the huge hole that Li Qingshan had smashed open. Tu Wanqing frowned. This was the first time he had failed to kill a human sovereign since the start of the war. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, he did not take it to heart. He glanced at the various plants that were growing wildly on the ground. With a stomp, countless giant trees broke out of the ground and shot into the sky. These giant trees had no branches or leaves and were as hard as iron. However, their roots were extremely well developed. Within a radius of 300 meters, no plants could grow. They were completely cut off from the earth, and the demon kings and demon emperors cleared them away very soon. Countless plants fought back instinctively, entangling the giant trees furiously, but they remained unmoved. These plants lost the land, and without the nourishment of fertilizers, they gradually withered. However, in a short amount of time, they had already slaughtered several 100,000 demon folk. Not a single one of them could be reborn in the Azura field. Dai Mingfan was filled with regret. If someone could keep Bai and busy for a little longer, they might actually be able to turn the situation around. She did not even seem to know how to fight, but she was actually so suited to the battlefield. If she had known she was capable of something like this, the entire strategy would have been different. However, probably even she did not know about this. The mistress of the herb garden never went to the battlefield. This time the city was about to fall, which was why she had gathered all the true disciples. However, there were no ifs in reality. It was too late to say anything now. They had lost the two strongest forces, the Xuanwu military god and the Inferno military god. And only needed a few seconds to kill a human sovereign. In less than 10 breaths, the true disciples would collapse. The remaining soldiers of the Xuanwu army and the Inferno military god were even easier to deal with than the plants. Chapter 15:15. In the dark and deep cave, only a ray of light shone in. Li Qingshan lay sprawled on a pile of rubble. His eyes were spinning. Every inch of his body was there and every nerve was howling. Even his soul was severely injured. He couldn't move a single finger and could only tremble slightly at an extremely fast speed. His face was a bit blurry as he silently digested the power of this punch. Tao Wu's power was so strong that it could crush everything in its path. He had basically been paralyzed by the punch. If Tu Wanqing had not been so confident and had thrown a few more punches, he really would have been beaten to death. Even for him, there was no safety to speak of in a battle of such scale, let alone absolute confidence in victory. Fortunately, he had already grown used to it. He had wandered on the edge of life and death time and time again, chasing after hope and despair. The battle intent in his eyes intensified. So what if he was sent flying by a punch? All he had to do was crawl back up. The soldiers were still fighting a bloody battle at the front. He never doubted that they would carry out his orders to the end. Those who resisted the urge to charge out immediately had to wait for their wounds to recover. He sent out a call for help along the way, and if you still don't come, I'm going to be beaten to death. A skull prayer bead rolled out from his chest and transformed into a small skull demon. The sound of its teeth chattering sounded like it was cackling. It spat out a gust of samadhi flames of white bone, condensing into 3 words in midair, I'm here. Li Qingshan smiled. This was his true trump card. He had not come to die in this battle. The miniature world sped up. Earth, fire, wind, and water all grew and multiplied. From his body to his soul, they were all recovering rapidly. At the same time, his eyes flickered with faint blue light, forming a delicate hexagon, like 2 tiny turtle shells. He used the profound light illuminates all, to pay attention to the battle. The true disciple's performance was even worse than he had expected. Not a single one was bold enough to die with the enemy. Otherwise, with so many human emperors and demon emperors working together, they would definitely be able to threaten the Tao. If it could threaten Bayan, the surprise attack of the raging Inferno army god might succeed. In the end, they did not even unleash half of their strength. All they could do was wait to be whipped to death by the Tao. They were not even as good as regular soldiers. This was not a difference in strategy or strength, but a complete lack of willpower. As expected, the higher one's status is, the more one cherishes his life. However, at this time, what was the use of cherishing one's life? When Lao Ai was free, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. The path of cultivation was never just a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. War had always been a confrontation of wills at the highest level. The weak could only die. Senior sister Ruan. Ruan Yaoju's performance had also surprised him. Although it was somewhat due to her mental state being stimulated, the strong willpower she displayed and the determination to fight to the death far surpassed that of ordinary true disciples. It wasn't just the seeds that were displaying their power. How could he dare to enter the demon domain at such a time? Oh no, she's probably going to be targeted. Li Qingshan's expression turned solemn. How could he watch as she was killed? He slowly stood up and raised his arms. When the Tao's palm slammed down, he suddenly opened his arms and used the Ox Demon Theurgy force field of earth. At the critical moment he pulled her back from hell. Ruan Yaozhu's reaction was also very fast. Using the force, she flew straight into the belly of the mountain. She plunged into his embrace and said in surprise, "You're still alive." Li Qingshan smiled. "Senior sister, did you think I was dead?" Ruan Yaozhu struggled out of his embrace and urged, "Hurry up and leave." Li Qingshan smiled. "Where do you want me to go, senior sister?" "Leave this place." Ruan Yaozhu said resolutely. "This place is still within the Tao's attack range." "Then what about you?" "I'm a myriad appearance sect's true disciple. My senior brothers and sisters are still fighting. How can I drag out an ignoble existence?" Li Qingshan's heart shook. He was greatly moved. "Then if I leave, who will protect you?" Ruan Yaozhu blinked and looked at him with a strange expression. Suddenly she kissed him lightly on the cheek. The nine-colored deer rushed over and saw this scene. He shouted in his heart, "What a sin!" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He touched his cheek and said, "Senior sister, you..." Although Ruan Yaozhu's face was a bit red, she was very calm. "Qingshan, you have fulfilled your responsibility. You did not betray my trust." The nine-colored deer shouted, "Li Qingshan, catch her. If worst comes to worst, I will fulfill your wish." Li Qingshan always listened to advice at times like this. He hugged Ruan Yaozhu and kissed her pink lips. After a long time, he let go of her and said, "Ha, this is more satisfying. You're shameless. How dare you?" Ruan Yaozhu's face was red with anger. She made up her mind that if they wanted to force her to stay, she would threaten to kill herself. Thinking of this, she began to shed tears. No matter what, she was going to die. "Senior sister, don't cry." Li Qingshan wiped away her tears and said proudly, "We haven't lost this battle yet." From the great battlefield below Black Cloud City all the way to the demon domain in the distance, there was a path of blood created from sacrifices. The Yangon abbot led all the disciples of the Pure Land Temple and stood on this path. The battle cries on the battlefield were deafening, as if it was only inches away. The colossal figure of Tao could not be ignored. He glanced at it worriedly before sitting down on the ground and putting down the wooden fish. The disciples all sat down around him and began to chant scriptures. Rings of golden light blossomed and began to purify the land. This was their mission. If they cut off this path of sacrifice, the battlefield would no longer belong to the demon domain, and the demon kings would lose their geographical advantage. The situation on the battlefield would change drastically or even reverse. However, the matter was nowhere near as simple as that. The war had already lasted for far, far too long. Both sides understood each other's moves. How could the demon folk not have a plan to deal with such an obvious loophole? Before the light of the Pure Land had even shone for very long, a demon folk army composed entirely of cavalry arrived. There were over 10,000 of them, riding vicious demonic beasts and charging towards the Yangon abbot under the command of the Demon King. The Demon King swung his halberd, and the monster condensed from military chi surged over. "Die, bald donkeys." Looking down from above, the group of several hundred monks was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before 10,000 demon folk cavalry. The Yangon abbot's face hardened. He struck the wooden fish violently, pausing with each strike. He enunciated every word, "Namo Amita Fo." A great, golden Buddha rose up behind him, and a halo of Buddhist light descended from the heavens. With each word he uttered and struck the wooden fish, the military chi monster would be heavily injured. After the sixth strike, it immediately collapsed. The frenzied demon folk were confused, filled with pain and regret. They clutched their heads and tossed away their weapons. As for the demonic beasts, they directly prostrated themselves on the ground, sobbing. The Demon King tottered about like he was drunk. Like he was picking up a flower, the great Buddha grabbed the Demon King gently and crushed him. The monks cheered. Even though he was in the demon domain, the Yangon abbot was not afraid of an army without a Demon King. The Demon Emperor still posed some threat, but the Demon King was basically throwing his life away. However, his expression instead became even more stern. That was because the second demon folk army arrived soon afterwards. It was still led by the Demon King and there were only 10,000 of them. They drove the demon folk at the front forward, and if they did not advance they would be killed immediately. The demon folk rushed over in disorder, and the warrior monks protected the abbot, so they were forced to massacre them. The demonic earth that had just been slightly purified was contaminated again. The great Buddha killed the second demon king, and just when the demon folk army began to pause and hesitate again, the third demon folk army arrived, swallowing the monks led by the Yangon abbot. Even though they posed no threat to him, just 3 demon kings and 30,000 demon folk were enough to completely destroy the abbot's plans, keeping the twin fruits Arhat busy. At this moment he saw the Black Tortoise military god and the Scorching Flame military god being defeated by the Taowu army one after another. They were still entangled in the demon folk army, unable to kill them or not. "Abbot, what should we do now?" The abbot let out a long sigh. He watched as the demon folk surged over, each and every one of them falling into the evil path and refusing to come to their senses. Flames of indescribable fury surged through his heart. He chanted the 6-syllable Great Clarity mantra, Hum Bani Hum Mi Hum. A smear of fury flashed through the great Buddha's face, and he transformed out of anger. His golden Buddhist robes fell off, revealing his muscles and greenish-black skin. He seemed vicious, terrifying, and vicious even more so than the demon folk. He wielded a golden sword as karmic flames roared behind him, clearly furious. He transformed into the Wisdom King. He leapt up and descended into the demon folk army, unleashing a massacre. He destroyed all demonic obstructions, slaughtering until blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground, but he still did not stop. With the Wisdom King leading the way, the abbot stood up and made his way towards the battlefield. "Follow me to paradise." The monks brought their palms together and said together, "Paradise, eternal return to the pure land." The abbot's ears twitched and he heard a strange chime. Like a silver thread, it pierced through the noisy battlefield. Strands of pale white flames extended over from the demon domain. As soon as they came in contact with the demon folk corpses, they were like fire meeting oil, burning even more vigorously. Even the offerings buried deep underground and the demon blood that had seeped into the earth were all set alight. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a great fire that spread towards the demon folk. They were burnt up in the flames, but there was no pain on their faces. Instead, there was a smile of peace and joy. It was extremely strange, as if the ones going to paradise were not the monks but them. Within the roaring flames, the abbot widened his eyes in disbelief. The samadhi flames of white bone. Perhaps because he was illuminated by the firelight, his face paled. Chapter 15-16. Someone's finally escaped. Bayan glanced past everyone with his huge single eye. "Do you still want to defy the will of the divine?" His tough, arrogant spirit filled the battlefield. No one dared to attack him anymore. He wanted to read. Lution's hair was white and his face was old. "If this continues, more than half of us will die. Is this really a hopeless situation?" Under the terrifying pressure, Kursin finally could not help but shrink back. She communicated, "Senior sister, let's retreat." Before Dai Mingfan could answer, Bayan interrupted her thoughts. "Only by surrendering will you survive. I'll kill anyone who flees." Tu Wanqing's evil intentions were clear. If he began a massacre, he could kill 2 or 3 more direct disciples at most. The others could always use the opportunity to flee. However, Bayan could not pursue them. As a condensation of formations and military chi, he could not stray too far away from the main camp of the demon folk and the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. However, if he said that any direct disciple who retreated first would definitely die, he had nailed everyone here with a single sentence. They had become fish on the chopping block. This region was still the demon domain in essence. The invisible laws of the world constantly influenced the will of cultivators. It might not have been a big deal normally, but it became extraordinarily terrifying right now. The spiritual pressure of the demon god and the great terror of being caught between life and death weighed down on everyone's hearts. Kursin's expression changed. She could not fight, nor could she flee. It was extremely awkward. Demonic thoughts immediately arose in her heart. She could not suppress it even though she knew the reason. Once their minds wavered, their strength would waver too. With every moment that passed, they would become weaker. However, it was like they had fallen into a swamp. They did not even dare to struggle. They could only watch as the mud swallowed them up. "I can spare your lives as long as you're willing to accept the blessings of the demonic heaven and fight for the demon domain from now on." The expressions of the direct disciples changed. He wanted them to degenerate into demon emperors. Basically all the human emperors of the myriad phenomenon sect had betrayed the demon domain together. That would be a shocking scandal. Tu Wanqing sneered inside. He had never planned on sparing these foolish cowards. Instead he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and kill them all. He had to receive the blessing of the demonic heaven. This was a heaven-sent opportunity for him to become an evil god. If he couldn't become an evil god, in the future if Chao Tianjiao that bitch came to kill him, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Thinking of this, his heart turned cold. But then he thought about the time difference between the 9 heavens and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. If she dared to come now, he would definitely make her fall here. The sky froze in by Anne's eyes. The fierce battle on the ground continued. The fearless warriors turned into Asuras. They did not know fatigue and enjoyed pain as they fought with all their might. The Xuanwu army continued to advance, and the torrent of steel became more and more turbulent. Although the Black Tortoise army god had collapsed, the morale of the army was still there. They condensed into battle beasts again, devouring all demon folk in their way like they were nothing. The military chi that the demon folk had gathered was all concentrated on by An. Even if they had 10 times the number, they were unable to stop this torrent of steel. Unknowingly, all the true disciples had turned their attention to the ground. If the stalemate continued, the Bayan would continue to weaken. It might even rush to the front of the 12 Citadel demon-killing formation and turn the tide of the battle. The powerful Renhuangs had no choice but to pin their hopes on the mortals. Tu Wanqing glanced at him. He had already stabilized the situation. It was time for him to free up some of these ants. Did mere mortals really think they could overturn the situation? These cowards would not be bold enough to use this opportunity to flee. However, Dai Mingfan communicated secretly, if he destroys the Xuanwu army later, we'll retreat together. Let's leave our fates to fate. There was no need for any other moves. Bayan swung its huge hand again, slamming it towards the Xuanwu army. The single eye stared at the true disciples closely. They were all extremely nervous. Boom. A gray stone tower tore through the air, charging straight at Bayan's head. Bayan shattered the stone tower with a single palm strike. Rock fragments shot out and dust filled the air. It staggered half a step back. What? Tu Wanqing's expression changed. He raised his guard. Regular human emperors definitely did not possess such power. Don't tell me? There was no one in Black Cloud City. The tower seemed to have been plucked out of thin air and tossed over. In the dark cave, a red light flashed. Its red eyes shone as if a ferocious beast was hiding inside. A large hand grabbed the edge of the cave and leaped out, landing in front of Black Cloud City. Dai Mingfan said in surprise, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon god. His body was 100 feet tall, but unlike before he still maintained his human appearance. Only his red eyes were like fire, and his red hair was flying. Other than that, there were no demon characteristics. He flexed his left hand. It was a human hand, not a tiger demon's claw. Even he felt a little strange. A strange power surged in his body. It was hot and full of vitality, even suppressing the power of other gods and demons. An earnest voice called out to him, Come, come, come. It was like a mother calling her wandering son. The voice came from the sky. He could not help but raise his head. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex opened up above him, expanding and growing. The last wildflower saber in his hand trembled slightly. The soul of the wildflower saber asked with a smile, How does it feel to be Asura? Me Asura? I told you you are a natural warrior. The Asura path will always open its doors for you. In this Asura field, true warriors would temporarily gain some of the characteristics and power of Asura. The stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their will, the more characteristics and power they would gain. Even if they died in battle, their soul would enter the Asura path and reincarnate as a true Asura. An Li Qingshan had gained almost all of the Asura's power and characteristics. The door to the Asura path was also opened for him. He did not need to die in battle to directly enter the Asura path. He would immediately gain more power and become the child of destiny of the Asura path. Li Qingshan smiled, I see. But I don't like being a son. The soul of the wildflower saber said excitedly, Then go and unify the Asura path, become the king of all Asuras, and then attack the heavens. Kid, you have a chance, a great chance. Attack the heavens? He had heard of the feud between the Asura path and the heavenly path. The Celestials were the ultimate enemies of Asura, the ultimate battlefield of endless bloody battles. However, he was not yet an Asura, so he did not feel anything about it. Let's talk after I kill this big guy. Once again he walked towards the Bayan. Tu Wanqing was shocked. How dare he? Even if that punch didn't kill him, he was most likely not far from death. If he didn't take the chance to escape, how could he return to the battlefield? The blood-colored vortex in the sky spun faster and faster, moving forward as he walked. With the child of destiny on his body, there seemed to be an invisible halo that attracted all eyes to him. On the other side of the battlefield, the prairie fire was burning away all the blood and filth. Chapter 15-17. Tu Wanqing sneered, just because of this? Everything below Black Cloud City was within Tao Wu's attack range. It gave up on the Xuanwu army and locked onto Li Qingshan. It threw a punch like a black mountain. You're just a living target even though you've become so big. This was not courage but stupidity. He had transformed into a war god with his military chi, but he was still not Tao Wu's opponent. Not to mention that he had lost the protection of his military chi. A single punch would reduce him to dust. No matter how much he erupted, he could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Kursen bit her lip and thought, no, I can't win. I'm just going to die for nothing. Li Qingshan did not think so. He pointed his blade at Tao Wu's back. And this? Tu Wanqing suddenly looked back, only to see a prairie fire burning over from afar, burning away all the sacrifices and corpses. Resentment and sorrowful cries filled the air. When the samadhi flames of white bone burned away the last of the vengeful souls, the laws of the world broke apart. The demonic sky that enveloped the battlefield rapidly receded, leaving behind a blood-red swirl that spun endlessly. At that moment, all the demon folk panicked as if they had lost their protection. The morale of the army was disrupted, and their military chi dispersed. The power of the Great 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous had decreased drastically as well. The formation weakened and the demon god weakened. Tao Wu's body immediately shrank, and its arms became much shorter. It threw a punch in front of Li Qingshan. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A cloud of dust rose up from the ground, but it was immediately blown away by the strong wind. His scarlet hair danced wildly in the wind. Li Qingshan stepped over the rippling ground and the shock waves like he was walking on the waves. He remained calm. Tu Wanqing panicked, but he heard Ing's voice transmission, "Don't panic. You're still undefeatable even without the protection of the demonic sky." Tu Wanqing became more and more uneasy. The demon domain never had such a thing as good intentions. He hated Li Qingshan for ruining his plans. I have to kill him immediately. He raised his right arm high into the air as if he had already touched the sky. He spread his fingers like a huge dark cloud. Suddenly he blurred, vanished and slapped. This palm strike was unavoidable. Li Qingshan shouted, "Where are the generals?" "This general is here." The commandants of the 5 armies had already discovered his return. This was because the 11 demon emperors were all in charge of the 12 Citadel demon formation of annihilation, and Tu Wanqing did not think highly of small fries like them. Unless the army was utterly defeated. Otherwise, ordinary demon emperors would not be able to threaten them at all. They had stubbornly survived until now, and not a single one of them had died. Dai Mingfan suddenly noticed that there were 5 banners tied to Li Qingshan's fluttering red hair. Just now, in that kind of situation, he actually managed to keep these flags from being damaged. In fact, it was all thanks to Lu Boming's giant spirit armor that helped him withstand a lot of damage. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the strength to protect these flags. The change of heart was as fast as lightning. The military spirit was like clouds surging over violently. The sound of metal clashing resounded like thunder, and the earth surged violently. Li Qingshan swung his blade to block, forcefully blocking the palm strike. The reappearance of the Black Tortoise Army God? No, it was the Azura War God. Right now he was not commanding the human army but the Azura warriors. Even though more than half of them had died in battle. The rest were all lions that had been through hundreds of battles, unyielding souls. The highly condensed military spirit formed a blood-red armor on his body instead of directly forming the Black Tortoise Army God. It did not collapse under the palm of the Bayan. However, as a price, it could not provide comprehensive protection like the Black Tortoise Army God. Li Qingshan had to bear most of the damage himself. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his organs were all shattered. Every bone in his body was trembling as if it would break at any moment. Even the weakened Tao Wu was. It was still unrivaled. Tu Wanqing also felt that it was inconceivable. He suddenly regretted that he should have destroyed the entire Black Tortoise army instead of coveting those true disciples. Who would have thought that those insignificant ants could become the key to influencing the outcome of the war? I will kill you. The Bayan grabbed Li Qingshan's head. The helmet twisted between his fingers. His head was splitting. He did the same thing again, but this time he crushed Li Qingshan's head. Under the blood-red swirl, his injuries rapidly recovered with the Azura's undying body. However, he was still no match for the Bayan's destruction. The Samadhi flames of white bone arrived on the battlefield silently, quietly devouring the flesh, blood, souls, and living demon folk. The Bayan turned its single eye, searching desperately for the owner of the flames. Actually, Little An had arrived on the battlefield a long time ago, long before the war had erupted. She lay in a river left behind by a flash flood just now, like a set of white bones that had been washed out after being buried for many years. It was the skeleton demon that had been buried a long time ago that had started the fire. She wanted to grasp the situation of the battle on the spot and choose the best moment to ignite the fire. She gave off no aura at all. Even the Bayan was unable to discover her. Without the protection of military chi, regular demon folk stood no chance against the Samadhi flames of white bone. As long as they came in contact with even a sliver of it, they would immediately be reduced to a ball of fire. Even more strangely, every single demon folk revealed an expression of peace and joy that demon folk definitely did not possess when they were incinerated. This was not destruction, but deliverance. The Bayan's figure declined at a visible rate, so not only did Li Qingshan block its attack, but when the Bayan lowered its head, light gathered in its single eye, and it raised its head and roared out with the tiger demon's slaughter roar. Brr. The tiger's roar shook the world. The fierce wind rushed over. The Bayan's single eye was firmly shut, and its head was tilted backwards. Tu Wanqing was utterly furious, but he felt like the situation was beginning to spiral out of his control. He seemed to be beginning to struggle against Li Qingshan. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The true disciples were dazzled as their emotions fluctuated. Even Dai Mengfan was confused. She had no idea whether they should fight or retreat. If they wanted to fight, there did not seem to be a need for them to do anything. If they wanted to retreat, would they be idiots if they retreated now? The expressions of the demon kings changed drastically. What fire is this? Ingja said sunkenly, the white bone bodhisattva's Samadhi flames of white bone. Bodhisattva. All of the demon kings paled in fright. Vicious, forceful, and even slightly chaotic, they were like a group of frightened children right now. They did not necessarily know the true meaning of these two words. They only knew that it was an existence that had undergone 8 heavenly tribulations and stood at the apex of the entire cultivation world. If the Bodhisattva came in person, even the 12 demon kings would not be able to protect them. They would have to flee back to the demon domain first. No, it's not. When Ingja first saw the fire, he was also greatly alarmed, but he calmed down very soon. He discovered that the fire only burned demon folk and not humans. Even the souls of completely dead corpses were allowed to either return to the Hell realm or Azura realm. This was definitely not the white bone bodhisattva style. In the eyes of the white bone bodhisattva, all life was equal. How could there be a difference between humans and demons? It's a white bone successor. The pale white flames scorched the entire battlefield. The two armies advanced like they were unstoppable. They had already approached the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Battle cries filled the air. The demon kings' faces paled under the illumination of the flames. If they lost this battle, they would all have to atone for their sins with their lives. If that's the case, all we can do is invite a true demon god to descend. I hope that piece of trash Tu Wanqing is ready to accept the will of the demon god Bayan. Chapter 15:18. Ding. The sound of the bell sent their souls into chaos. Book, book, book. The demon folk who had already gone mad became even more frenzied. They began to kill one another, swinging their blades at all living creatures before them. Abbot Yangon abandoned the group of monks and rushed into the battlefield. He followed the direction of the ringing sound and searched desperately. It was as if he had gone mad. Where is she? The monks of the world of the 9 provinces had never heard of the white bone bodhisattva before. They just instinctively felt like it was blasphemy, so they viewed her as an enemy of the Buddha. However, as Arhat Yangon of the 2 fruits, he was not thinking about these 2 words. Instead, he was searching for an answer. Bodhisattva, oh Bodhisattva. What? Why did you betray the Buddha? His heart was filled with sorrow and his face aged. He neither dared nor could he view that person as an enemy. Didn't you make a great vow to turn the world into a pure land of bliss? The greatest person in the Pure Land sect had inherited the Mahayana Dharma. This person had attained Arhat Buddhahood as a bhikkhuni and received the wordless sutra from the Buddha himself. She had once been the glory of the entire Buddhist school and even the Pure Land sect. If she underwent another 8 heavenly tribulations and succeeded, she would be the first mortal to attain Bodhisattva Buddhahood since the 4 great Bodhisattvas. Above the 9 heavens, on the 6 paths of reincarnation, everyone in the Buddhist school watched, but all they received was a set of white bones. She even swore 4 great oaths. The boundless living being swore to kill, the boundless troubles swore to destroy, the boundless Buddhism swore to destroy, and the supreme Buddhist path swore to end. The Buddha mourned, the Buddhist school shook, and the foundation of the Pure Land sect shook. Even now it had never recovered. Many eminent monks of the Pure Land sect were confused, and their cultivation stagnated ever since. Even if their flesh, blood, and souls were burned to nothingness, he still had to ask just why this was happening. However, when he finally found the source of the bell, all he discovered was a tiny skeleton demon. It carried a bell, cackling as it leapt about on the heads one by one. The head turned around and also discovered the abbot, crouching on the head of a crazed demon king. 2 pale white flames burned in its eye sockets as it tilted its head and stared at him as if it was asking, "What are you looking for?" "You're not." The abbot returned to his senses and also sensed something amiss. The samadhi flames of white bone had been carefully controlled, yet it only burned demon folk and not humans. This was truly strange. Even the white bone successors were far too strange. If the legendary path of white bone was capable of distinguishing between good and evil, what was there to criticize? Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, in the soul-stirring sound of the bell, he put his palms together and prostrated himself on the ground. "If you are the successor of the white bone, please tell me the reason. I will die without regrets." A monk? The demon king beast's last shred of rationality was drowned by anger. It pounced toward Abbot Yangon, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Wisdom King descended from the sky and chopped off the demon king beast's head with his sword. It rolled to the front of Abbot Yangon. The skeletal demon stepped on the ground like a roller. He couldn't care less about cackling. With great difficulty he finally stopped. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of samadhi white bone fire at Abbot Yangon. Abbot Yangon waved the Wisdom King away, neither dodging nor blocking. His gaze was firm. The pale flame was right in front of him. Just as it was about to burn his eyebrows, it formed words in the air. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The Heart Sutra? The Abbot Yangon was stunned. However, the skeleton demon had already leapt away. The sound of the bell faded away and chaos spread out. The abbot furrowed his brows and thought hard. The Wisdom King watched over him. He constantly slew demon folk. In the half-dried river, the white bones were half buried in the mud. Littlein thought, "I'll scare this monk away first, just in case he comes looking for trouble. If I burn those mortals, Qingshan definitely won't be happy." Although determining the difference between mortals and demon folk was not easy, she did not want to upset him unless she had no other choice. She used the skeleton demons as her eyes. She controlled the samadhi white bone fire carefully, sometimes converging and sometimes spreading. Sometimes it rose, sometimes it fell. When it gathered, it bloomed like a white lotus, swallowing the relatively more powerful existences like demon generals and demon commanders. When it dispersed, it rained down, sprinkling countless demon folk. When it rose, it rushed into the sky, grabbing the flying demonic beasts like pale white hands. When it descended, it burrowed into the earth, seeping through like water. Even the white bones buried deep in the battlefield were incinerated. She also paid attention to Li Qingshan's movements at all times. With a bang his brain exploded. Tao used its full strength to crush Li Qingshan's head. Tu Wanqing said viciously, "Let's see if you can survive this." Tao reared its head back and laughed madly, its voice shaking up the surroundings. "Qingshan." Littlein sat up. The expressions of all the true disciples changed. He had returned in such a powerful manner, yet he still could not fend off the weakened Tao. The headless Li Qingshan threw a punch at Tao's face, shattering its smile. Li Qingshan was not dead. Slivers of flesh and blood, pieces of shattered bones, and the shattered head reassembled. Not a single drop of blood was lost. Not a single head was missing. Tu Wanqing's laughter froze. Frenzied Flower Blade laughed. "This idiot, does he not know what Azura's immortal form is?" Under the protection of the blood-colored whirlpool, Li Qingshan was practically the real Azura sovereign. The so-called Azura's immortal form was not only a resurrection after death, but also a true immortal body. Even if his entire body were to explode, he could instantly reassemble it, let alone his head. The only problem was the exhaustion of power. After exhaustion he would still die. However, he still had the boundless earth beneath his feet, as well as the ox demon's divine earth power. When the two were combined, he became a true immortal body. It was as if the Azura realm was expressing goodwill to him. Come, try it before you buy it. The Azura realm is your home. Li Qingshan laughed. If you can't kill me, then die. He headbutted Tao Wu's body. With a crack, the top of his skull was shattered, but he did not care. He was used to using this move, Ox Demon But's horns. Only Tiger Demon Dig's heart could compare. Even without the horns he was not afraid. The top of his skull could still be used to ram people, and he could even inject more vibration power. Tao Wu's body staggered. The enraged Tu Wanqing attacked Li Qingshan in a frenzy. I'll kill you. Kill you. Under the stormy barrage of attacks, Li Qingshan's head was blown up again. His body collapsed piece by piece, almost reduced to mincemeat. A beam of demonic light shot out from the single eye of the Tao Wu, splitting him in half. Ha 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 ha. The two halves of Li Qingshan's mouth laughed at the same time. He simply gave up on defense and attacked crazily. Frenzied flower blade danced wildly, slashing at Tao Wu's body. The wind from the blade flew fiercely, red like fire. Most of the time he was a monster that did not have a complete human form. The maniacal laughter from his mouth did not seem like it came from a human. It seemed like it came from the blood-colored whirlpool in the sky, shaking Tao Wu's proud and unyielding spirit. Little and lay down in peace again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wan Jianfeng thought to himself, I'm afraid my sword can't slay such a person. He asked Dai Mengfan, Senior sister, should we lend a hand? Dai Mengfan sighed. This is no longer something we can intervene in. Let's hide further away. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before Li Qingshan overwhelmed Tao Wu. If they were to rush over to help, not only would they not be of much help, they might even be dragged down with him. That would not be worth it. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the ground was also in full swing. The soldiers' morale was rising as they continued to advance. The steel torrent was unstoppable. They were no longer needed to help. They heaved a huge sigh of relief and revealed a relieved smile. Indeed, Spirit Sovereign Guihai had great foresight. It was all thanks to this child. Otherwise, even if half of them perished here, they might not be able to win. No, they would definitely be defeated. Heaven's will, oh heaven's will. Lu Tian's face was radiant. His white hair turned black and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. Senior and junior brothers, are you convinced of your loss? There's no need to wait for 30 years. After this battle, he will be a true disciple. He might even be the eldest senior brother. Curson was full of praise. Sister Yaozhu, you really have a good eye. Such a person could not be restricted by a mere human sovereign. Even the previous eldest senior brother, Lin Xian, could not compare to him. If they could become Dao partners, she would be willing to marry him. The battle had reached its final stage. The terrifying shadow seemed to be dissipating. However, at the same time, the demon emperors who heard Ingzhi's words were all shocked. The 12 Citadel Demon Fiend array could create the incarnation of the demon god through the totem pole. It contained the demon god's spiritual will, but it did not have its own consciousness. It was completely controlled by the main demon emperor. With Tu Wanqing's strength, it was extremely difficult for him to control such a huge force. Every demon emperor or human sovereign led an army of around 500,000. This was the limit. Therefore Tao Wu only had 3 moves, 1 slap, 1 stomp and 1 glare. It was even simpler and brainless than a normal person's fight. It did not even use 1/3 of its combat power. Ingzhi's so-called inviting the real demon god to descend was not the demon god himself. It was summoning the demon god's consciousness and pouring it into the incarnation of the demon god. In an instant, it could explode 120% of its combat power or even more. This was because the methods of the real demon god were beyond the imagination of ordinary demons like them. However, even the demon emperors did not want to see such a situation. The former demon god might not respond to the summon. They were not Tom, Dick, or Harry who came at their beck and call. There were countless important things that they needed to think about. Such a local war might not be worth their attention. A victory in one corner of the chess game might cost them the loss of the whole game. Secondly, even if the demon god responded to the summon, there must be a sacrifice, which was a demon emperor, which was Tu Wanqing in Tao Wu's body. The 12 demon gods were all temperamental. They might not be able to bear the consequences of disturbing them. The demon emperors exchanged glances and thought, this old man wanted to summon the demon god's consciousness from the beginning and offer Tu Wanqing as a sacrifice. Isn't he afraid that the demon god will vent his anger on him? He is indeed from the chaos lineage. No matter how far-sighted he is still a lunatic in his bones. Brother Ingzhi is right. Tu Wanqing is useless. He should have been sacrificed a long time ago. Ingzhi said, then let's begin. Victory or defeat depends on this move. Victory or defeat depends on this move. The core of the 12 Citadel demon formation of evil flickered. Tu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat as if a disaster was coming. He suddenly said, Ingzhi, you old dog. Chapter 15:19. Tao Wu suddenly froze. Li Qingshan had already grasped Tu Wanqing's position. Thousands of saber rays converged into a single saber and pierced straight into Tao Wu's body. Break! The giant blade broke through the layers of military qi and stabbed straight at Tu Wanqing. Tu Wanqing's eyes rolled back, his face contorted and his body trembled. Just as the blade was about to touch his body suddenly split down the middle. Two halves of his body, two eyes and two mouths slowly spat out, a bunch of trash. His voice was like a piece of hardwood that pierced right into their ears and into their brains. The 11 demon emperors all had a splitting headache, their faces changed drastically and they kowtowed on the totem pillars. The corner of Ingzhi's mouth curled up. The offering had been accepted. Li Qingshan's saber pierced through the Swanee, but there was no joy on his face. When he tried to pull out the saber, there was an unusual force that tightly grabbed the ending frenzied flower saber. The frenzied flower saber soul warned, Qingshan, something's wrong. Bian was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the military qi was not dispersing but condensing. With a bang the ground shook. The million remaining demon folk suddenly collapsed on the ground at the same time. Their bodies shriveled up as if they had been sucked dry. Strands of demon qi gathered towards Tao Wu. This was no longer just military qi, but all of their essence, qi and divine souls had become sacrifices. Only a small number of demon kings and demon emperors were left trembling. The battle cries that soared into the sky came to an abrupt end. The soldiers who had been fighting with all their might suddenly lost all their opponents. The battlefield immediately quieted down. This kind of strong contrast caused everyone's chest to feel stuffy, and they felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Kursen's beautiful face turned pale. She covered her mouth and retched. Terror filled her beautiful face. The true disciples who were originally relaxed and chatting turned pale. They vaguely understood what had happened. They were closer to gods than mortals. He also understood how terrifying it was. Letian felt incredulous. How is this possible? How could such a war attract the demon god's consciousness? Although the human sovereigns attached great importance to a mere black cloud city, even so, he had already given up. He had never thought about asking a human immortal for help. Needless to say, there was no need for a true immortal to come and save them. It was simply not worth it. Looking at the overall situation, this was just a local war, and the outcome was irrelevant to the overall situation. In the long run, it was normal for the front lines to shift back and forth. As time passed, no matter how many people died in battle, they would soon be born again. Even the death of a few human sovereign realm cultivators was nothing. Would they still need to worry about the lack of talented cultivators in the world? If he was above the 9 heavens, it would only be the time of a game of chess. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds had already experienced countless life and death situations. How could a chess player jump into the chessboard to save a pawn? It wasn't that he was cold and heartless, but that he really couldn't care less. Moreover, what if he had made this move himself? The principle of, it is better to lose one player than to lose the first, was simple. What mattered was the overall situation. As for whether the chess pieces were willing to be sacrificed or not, in fact, it didn't matter at all. Any chess player would rather win without sacrificing any of their pieces, but there was also another chess player sitting opposite them, and the entire game was out of their control. What more a pawn crossing the river? But once the chess player personally entered the game, even if it was just a finger, the situation would change drastically, and he could even take away the opponent's general. The originally blurry figure of Tao Wu suddenly became clear. Its skin was wrinkled like a withered ironwood, and its body was straight and strong. It reminded Li Qingshan of the giant wood tribe of the 9 prefectures. A single huge eye was full of vigor. It rotated in its eye socket, taking in everything. Finally it returned to Li Qingshan. Who are you? Li Qingshan felt like he was struck by lightning, and felt that he had to answer. He didn't dare not answer. I am. At this time the figure of Tao Wu had shrunk to the same height as him, but the oppressive feeling didn't decrease but increased. The single eye seemed to look down from the sky, coldly overlooking the common people. The soul of the frenzied flower blade shouted, Qingshan, retreat. This fearless and proud divine weapon also felt a deep fear. This wasn't an illusory totem, it was a real god. It was different from the monster just now, which relied purely on accumulating power. Even if only a trace of its will descended, its essence would be above all existences present. Tao Wu descended, arrogant and powerful. I am your grandpa. Li Qingshan stepped on Tao Wu's chest, trying to pull out the frenzied flower blade. Ha! Tao Wu used its withered wood-like hand to slowly grab the blade. Crack! Crack spread out. This indestructible divine weapon was as fragile as ice in his hand. With a ping sound it broke and the blade was destroyed. The other hand took the opportunity to insert into Li Qingshan's body. Its 5 fingers grew like a tree, then branched, then grew again and branched again. Black branches densely penetrated through Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's eyes widened and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto Tao Wu's chest. He couldn't recover. Tao Wu pulled his crippled body closer and said mockingly, Undying form of Azura? In a single moment, Li Qingshan suffered tremendous damage, even exceeding all the damage he had suffered since the start of the battle. The undying form of Azura had its limits, but Tao Wu easily broke through this limit, inflicting irrecoverable wounds. As the battle on the ground came to an end, the blood-red swirl in the sky rapidly shrank. No matter how many demon folk little and enlightened, he was unable to shake its existence. Ingja's smile twisted. This is a demon god. This was no longer a difference in strength but a difference in cultivation. Tao Wu asked once again, Who are you? He seemed very concerned about this question. He had not descended to win the battle, but for the demon heart of Black Sun. However, he had not actually come for the demon heart of Black Sun. Instead, he wanted to grasp the opportunity and change, so he needed to enter the chessboard and observe it personally. He had obtained this opportunity just now after suppressing the other demon gods, and the situation did not disappoint him. The appearance of the white-boned Bodhisattva's successor was already earth-shattering news. However, compared to the man in his hand, it was nothing. Through the fragmented undying form of Azura, the intertwining of fate had become so complicated that even he could not see it clearly. There was a vein among them that even made him feel awe. So he asked again, Who are you? Li Qingshan's lips trembled. Tao Wu moved closer. What did you say? It hurts? Then answer me quickly. Tao Wu was already running out of patience. Quick. Li Qingshan suddenly stabbed the broken blade into Tao Wu's single eye. Tao Wu's eyes narrowed. Thousands of black logs grew out of Li Qingshan's arm, completely locking down his movements. A mere human sovereign realm cultivator dared to attack him. This kind of thing was already very unusual. The single eye seemed to see through the trajectory of fate again. Are you a legendary person? No, don't answer me. I'll see for myself. Legendary people can't be killed so easily. If other demon gods were here, they might have to observe and not kill so easily. However, Tao Wu was not that kind of coward. He suddenly understood why the demon gods allowed him to observe them, as well as why Qiongqi smiled strangely. Chapter 15:20. The true disciples kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to step forward to help. Even Wan Jianfeng, who was not afraid of death, let go of the hilt of his sword. A kind of terror that surpassed death stopped him in his tracks. Novels, it was like facing a bottomless abyss. Even the bravest warrior would stop in his tracks. This had nothing to do with cowardice. It was completely out of instinct because the abyss was unconquerable. One couldn't even stare at it for too long. Otherwise, one would have the illusion that the abyss was staring at them. The soldiers of the Xuanwu Legion were at a loss after losing the enemy. They had finally killed their way through the enemy's formation and arrived in front of the 12 Citadel Demon Annihilation Formation. But what should they do next? Without a new order, they couldn't do anything to those towering pillars. As the blood-red swirl in the sky receded, the power bestowed upon them by the Azura realm receded like the tide, making them feel deeply exhausted. They felt like they could no longer endure this set of armor. As a matter of fact, if it were not for their unity and their tenacious willpower, most of them would have collapsed on the ground like the demon folk. A wave of despair spread like a plague. They had already obeyed military orders and followed their general to fight to the death, but were they still unable to achieve victory? The man they had placed all their hopes on seemed to have lost the strength to resist. In the vast sea of people, someone let out a desolate cry, "General!" The hilt slipped from Li Qingshan's hand. At this moment he felt so lonely. He hadn't given up yet, but his arm was completely twisted, accompanied by unprecedented pain. It even far surpassed the hellish pain he had experienced in the past. Every time he thought that the pain had reached its peak, those huge forked logs would further fork, increasing in number by countless times, penetrating and tearing every bone and every blood vessel. The Azura's undying body seemed to have become the source of the pain. A normal person would have gone mad, and even a cultivator with a strong will would probably want to die. There was great terror between life and death. Li Qingshan was no exception. He was scared to death and in pain. And the ironic thing was, at times like this, the flow of time had always been abnormally slow, allowing him to clearly distinguish every trace of fear and pain. He could not help but complain, "Why do I have to suffer like this?" He would also feel regret. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Let these bastards die." But when this thought flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but laugh. He laughed at himself for being immortal after all. However, when that smile appeared on his face, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Anne's eyes narrowed and she was a little stunned. He's smiling? In those crimson eyes there was no hatred or anger. In the abyss of fear, he silently endured the pain, still absorbing the power from the boundless earth bit by bit, injecting it into this broken body. Then he used his flesh and blood to break the giant trees and branches. Kacha, kacha. These densely packed sounds caused everyone's scalp to go numb, and the true disciples widened their eyes. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Just now, when he gave up on defense and attacked in a frenzy, they were already shocked. Now their feelings were simply indescribable. Ingzha also felt a shiver run down his spine. He suddenly realized that Tu Wanqing's defeat was not a coincidence. His opponent was not someone that anyone could defeat. Where did this kid come from? He's even more like the Demon Emperor than the Demon Emperor. There's no way the Myriad Appearance sect could cultivate such a disciple. Wait, he can't be the legendary person chosen by the demon realm, right? Li Qingshan continued to struggle in a very ugly manner. Even if he died in battle here, even if he could not make it to the 9 heavens, he would not let this life of his down. As long as he was alive, even if it was only for a split second, he had to continue forward. A thought flashed through Anne's head. This is far too strange. Perhaps he really is the legendary person. Then he became even more vicious. A dead legend isn't a legend. Release him. An extremely furious voice rang out. The pale white sea of fire burned away the corpses of 1,000,000 demon folk. The flames gathered towards a set of crystalline white bones in the sky. The flames that were originally silent now surged violently, like the flames of endless fury. "You're still bold enough to come out." And was rather surprised. Since when had the path of white bones become so loyal? Little and said nothing. The flames condensed into a pale white bone claw, reaching towards and viciously. It illuminated the world, turning it pale. The samadhi flames of white bone condensed from the corpses of several million demon folk condensed into the bone claw. It was even larger than and himself. The claw was basically earth-shaking. If you had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation, you might have posed some threat. And was unfazed. With a wave of his hand, the bone claw collapsed layer by layer before dispersing back into regular samadhi flames of white bone. Just like Tu Wanqing little and had yet to attain Sichuohan fruit, so she struggled to control the samadhi flames of white bone condensed from the corpses of several million demon folk. If she were dealing with regular demon kings, she would obviously be able to kill them with a single swipe, but she was rather powerless against Anne's avatar. The flames dispersed. Anne was about to kill her as well, but she suddenly discovered several dozen vicious skeleton demons on the ground charging towards the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, the totem pole that belonged to her. As it turned out, she also understood that it was impossible for her to threaten Anne. The bone claw was only a diversion. The key was still to destroy the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. What cunning, but it's a pity that it's useless. And pressed down again and huge black logs shot through the air, crushing every single skeleton demon. She dodged several times but she was still struck by a huge log. Her sternum shattered and she fell out of the air. The abbot Yangon finally discovered the white skeleton successor he had been searching for so long, but he was surprised by her fury. He gazed at the white skeleton in the sky before looking at Li Qingshan and suddenly understood something. He stood up and chanted the Great Clarity Mantra. The Wisdom King possessed him and he rushed into the air, swinging his sword at Bian. Demon subduing. And squinted his eyes slightly. Damned bald donkey, you're bold enough to throw your life away. You want to go to the Western Paradise? I'll disperse your soul and you'll never be able to reincarnate again. He grabbed him in his hand and crushed him to pieces. Right when he was about to completely erase his existence, a beam of Buddhist light descended from above, enveloping Bian's hand and dispersing it silently, revealing the abbot's soul inside. It glowed with faint light. Auspicious clouds surged in the sky, and the chanting of Buddhist scriptures could be heard. It seemed close yet unreachable, enough to make people yearn for it. Bian said sternly, "Guided Buddhist light." This Buddhist light originated from the Western Paradise, and was personally guided by Gautama Buddha. However, it was not something an ordinary monk could enjoy. He suddenly realized that he was not the only observer. The abbot put his palms together and said with a peaceful expression, "Qingshan, I can only help you this much. You have a compassionate heart and are fated to be with Buddha, so you'll definitely have an extraordinary fate." He then revealed a hint of compassion. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I understand this principle. The world is not a pure land and all living beings are foolish and stubborn, but they are worth sacrificing for. Namo Amitabha. To be continued. Chapter 15:21. However, Little knew that the latter words were meant for him. He was probably afraid that he would walk the same path as the white-bone bodhisattva. However, she didn't care about the lives of others, not to mention sacrificing herself for them. She only cared about one person and she didn't care about sacrificing herself. However, the Buddha's light that fell from the pure land of ultimate bliss made her feel inexplicably close. Was this the so-called 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect? The boundless Buddhism, the infinite magical powers, all returned to Gautama Buddha like rivers returning to the sea. Yangon's soul rose in the Buddha's light, returned to the pure land of ultimate bliss and gradually disappeared. In an instant, the Buddha's light bloomed and shone on the earth. One could vaguely see a big Buddha sitting at the end of the auspicious clouds, smiling indifferently. The demon emperors screamed. White smoke rose from their bodies as if they were being corroded by poison. The core of the formation shook, and Lao Ai's body shook as well. His body melted like snow under the scorching sun. However, his one eye was still staring at the big Buddha in the sky. He looked up and roared, "Rulai, if you are really merciful, why don't you save the lives of the demons?" Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. He had been patiently waiting for such an opportunity. Without hesitation, he twisted his neck and bit Lao Ai's wrist. With a crack, he bit it into pieces. The branches of the giant tree in his body turned into dust in an instant. Endless power came from the earth, and his broken body recovered quickly. The blood-colored vortex in the sky was still there. As long as the fighting spirit and the Azura didn't die, all his patience was not meaningless. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and rushed to the 12 citadel demon formation of evil. Once again he advanced. The Buddha's light suddenly disappeared, and the sky returned to the darkness. Under the scorching sun, a figure could be seen running wildly on the ground. He was as strong as a mountain. His hair was red like fire and he was panting like a bull. He was like the legendary Kwafu chasing the sun. Lao Ai lowered his head and looked at Li Qingshan. He seemed to recall something and his eyes were filled with pity. What's the point? Boom boom boom. Countless giant black trees pierced through the ground. They pierced through Li Qingshan's feet like a clump of sharp grass. His body instantly lost its balance and rolled to the ground, crushing countless thatch. His whole body was drenched in blood. However, he was still moving forward, rolling and crawling. Just as Lao Ai was about to step forward, he suddenly lowered his head. Unbeknownst to him, vines that looked like dragons and snakes had grown under his feet. It wrapped tightly around his feet. A beautiful figure stood at the top of the Black Cloud City. Ruan Yaozhu held a bamboo stick in her hand and activated the natural heavenly book. She chanted an incantation and exerted all of her magic power. He silently gave all his blessings to that pathetic figure. Pursing her lips, she recalled the kiss just now. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Her mind was in turmoil and she couldn't control herself. It even overshadowed the instinctive terror of the gods. Yao Zhu, you stay. It was just a kiss. He was already not calling her senior sister anymore, and he was even making decisions for her on his own. If you were on the battlefield, I would have to split my attention to protect you. Even if I could win, I wouldn't be able to. These words were simply infuriating, as if she was a useless piece of trash. However, she believed him because he would definitely protect her, even at the cost of his own life. Biting her lip, she smiled slightly. Qingshan, who is protecting who now? Boom. A huge black tree pierced through the air. It pierced through her delicate body. Yao Zhu. The 9-colored deer lamented. Not all the human sovereigns are useless. Lao Ai strode forward. Breaking the withered vines, he took one step and arrived behind Li Qingshan. The look of pity on his face became even more intense, and his attacks became even more brutal, ready to kill. An abyss-like darkness enveloped them, but Li Qingshan didn't look back. The next moment, flames illuminated the darkness. A man and a horse rose into the air, advancing forward with raging flames. Li Liehua was still alive. He was inside the raging inferno military god, and Huahua had shared most of the damage. Just now, Lao Ai's attack wasn't fatal. Although he wasn't favored by the Azura path like Li Qingshan, he was still an adopted son, even if not a biological son. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. However, the situation on the battlefield changed too quickly. By the time he had recovered, Lao Ai's consciousness had arrived and suppressed everyone. Huahua advised, Liehua, stop. You've done your best. No, I haven't. Li Liehua looked at Li Qingshan, who was struggling in the hands of Lao Ai, and felt his blood boil. The flames in his heart burned like never before, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He always thought he had done his best, but it turned out he hadn't. Flames were always afraid of not burning thoroughly enough. How could they be afraid of burning out? He will die. I know, so, shut up, get on. Li Liehua mounted his horse, condensed his military chi and reconstructed his military god. Man like fire, horse like a dragon, charged god of war. Lao Ai didn't even look at the incoming flame spear. With a turn of his eyes, he found Li Liehua's location through the heavy military chi. A thin black light shot out from his eyes and into the space between Li Liehua's eyebrows. The flames in his eyes immediately froze and dimmed, and he fell from his horse. The raging inferno military god collapsed. Flames shot into the sky, and heat waves rolled like 10 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The ground was burned into magma. In the next instant, Lao Ai walked out of the sea of fire, unharmed. Little and stood in front of him. The white bones turned into a beautiful face again, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows. The 3 burial robe floated in the air. Just now, the Buddha's radiance did not cause her any harm. Instead, she seemed to have comprehended something. The samadhi flame of white bone condensed again, but it was no longer a ferocious bone claw. Instead, it was a palm with slender fingers, pale and lustrous. It formed a lotus seal and attacked Lao Ai. As expected of the successor of the white bone bodhisattva. You have such high comprehension. Lao Ai glanced at her, then at the figure that was still struggling forward. But is he worth sacrificing your life for? As long as I want to, I can destroy you immediately. Bang. He didn't dodge and took the blow on his chest, leaving a deep handprint. The pale palm crumbled, but it also shook his body. He took half a step back, and this was the first time he took a step back since he descended. But he didn't take the blow for nothing. As he retreated, he stretched out his arms and grabbed at Li Qingshan. He was determined to kill him. Li Qingshan almost crawled to the 12 citadel demon formation of evil. A stone pillar that reached into the sky blocked his way. His back was cold, and pain and fear spread rapidly, eroding his life. He roared angrily and desperately opened his arms to hug the stone pillar. Ingzhi recovered from the pain of being illuminated by the Buddha's radiance. Impossible. The totem pillar is the foundation of the 12 citadel demon formation of evil. It uses power to condense and reconstruct the earth and stone. Even if all the true disciples attacked together, they wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. Li Qingshan fiercely stomped down, and a roar burst out from the depths of the earth. Rumble. The stone pillar shook violently, and the earth and stone tumbled. With a loud bang, it was uprooted from the ground. Ingzhi was dumbfounded and his heart trembled. Is this really just a human emperor? Such strength, it's like a primordial god fiend. Wait, Herculean god fiend. Could it be? The core of the formation twisted, and it collapsed into circles of demonic light that swept across the heaven and earth battlefield. 12 Citadel Demon Formation of Evil, broken. Chapter 1522. Bam. The totem pillar shattered and rubble flew everywhere. Baian's head was tilted to the side, and its single eye was wide open. Li Qingshan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He struggled violently but did not make a sound. It was as if magma was rolling in the depths of the earth, and all of it was suppressed in his chest. Silence, silence. If he did not explode in silence, he would die in silence. He took a step forward, raised the totem pillar and smashed it down. Baian staggered backward, and Li Qingshan advanced again, smashing again. Bam, bam, bam. The totem pillar shattered into pieces. Li Qingshan advanced and Baian retreated. Be it the human sovereign or the demon sovereign, they all seem to have been woken up from a dream and fell into another dream. Even the gods can retreat? And they were forced to retreat by a person. The blood-colored vortex that was gradually shrinking in the sky suddenly expanded rapidly, and a faint whistling sound could be heard. The 12 Citadel Demon Formation of Annihilation quickly collapsed, and the totem pillars fell down one by one like dominoes. At this time, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. Even with the endless divine power of earth and the Azura immortal body, he could no longer suppress his injuries, and his will had reached the pinnacle. His heaving chest suddenly stopped, and he let out a roar that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. His blood was magma, and his broken bones were rocks. The roar tore apart the great silence between heaven and earth. The high and mighty human sovereigns as well as all the cowards, were terrified and shocked, as if they were facing another demon god. And the ordinary soldiers as well as all the brave people in the world, let out the same roar. Baian finally changed color, and at this moment the human overpowered the god. You really are. Li Qingshan supported the half of the totem pillar, and the two giants stood facing each other. Baian's expression was solemn, as if he was facing another god, and not a human sovereign. He asked again, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan finally answered. Lao Ai laughed. It was not a mocking sneer but a carefree laugh. It was a laugh like a mortal. Very good. I will remember this name. We will meet again. Li Qingshan's expression was as indifferent as a god's. He spat out two words, definitely. At this time the last totem pillar slowly collapsed, and Baian's body shrank rapidly. It was shaped like a black tree, but all its leaves and branches had withered, leaving only a lone tree trunk with a few broken branches. It was like an arm with all the fingers cut off. A voice came from the middle, "Finally, clean up the waste of resources." In an instant dozens of giant black trees shot out explosively. Kursin felt that a great disaster was coming. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and was pierced by the huge wood. She desperately wanted to escape from the Yang spirit, but the Yang spirit was nailed to this body by the huge wood. No, the huge tree instantly forked again and again, and a black branch as thick as a finger pierced out from her beautiful eyes. It was a face as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was pierced by the densely packed black tree branches, causing her face to be unable to distort as she silently fell from the sky. In an instant 6 true disciples died, their bodies destroyed and their souls destroyed. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and frowned, thinking of Ruan Yaozhu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few huge black logs flew past him but none of them landed on his body. The only true disciple who was not targeted was Li Liehua. He woke up from the darkness. He asked doubtfully, "Am I still alive?" Killed by the devil god, his soul should have been destroyed, and he could not even enter the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, this place was neither like the infernal realm nor the Azura realm. Dead man. Huohua cried tears of joy. He hugged him tightly in his arms. Baian seemed to be in a hurry to kill Li Qingshan, so he could not exert his full strength in a hurry, or the raging inferno army god had blocked a lot of damage. That black light that was as thin as a gossamer only heavily injured his consciousness, causing him to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, ignoring the call of the Azura realm. He ignored the cheers of the crowd and walked toward Black Cloud City. Take this opportunity to kill him. At this stage, if we lose, you know what will happen. Ingzhi pointed at Li Qingshan's back and ordered threateningly. He was the first to charge. The demon emperors looked at each other, knowing that Ingzhi was right. If they lost this battle, even the demon emperors would have to bear heavy responsibility. Not to mention running away without a fight, it would be a dead end. They also rushed forward. Anyway, Ingzhi would be the scapegoat. If they could not do it, they would leave him at the back and push all the responsibility to him. Dead people would not argue. Little and waved her hand, and the pale hand formed by the samadhi flame of white bone passed Ingzhi, who was leading the charge, and grabbed another demon emperor. Why? The demon emperor was shocked, but when he saw Ingzhi behind Li Qingshan, he burst like a soap bubble. Ingzhi, fuck you. He immediately activated his demon heart, wanting to demonize and fight to the death. However, the pale hand seemed to contain a power similar to the Buddha's light of guidance. It completely restrained his demonic power and crushed him into pieces with a light grip. Ingzhi's figure appeared 100 miles away, fleeing toward the demon realm. He looked back and said, "A bunch of idiots." This was a man that even the demon god was unable to kill, and yet a mere demon emperor dared to make a move against him. Putting aside the fact that he was unable to kill him, even if he was able to kill him, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shudder. This was the successor of that person, someone who could turn the entire demon domain upside down. He secretly rejoiced that he had this illusionary bubble shadow, which allowed him to escape. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded, "Ingzhi, where are you going?" Faceless demon god. As Ingzhi fled, little and killed another demon emperor. The remaining 8 demon emperors immediately scattered, but they were blocked by the remaining true disciples led by Dai Mingfan, who began to take revenge. Sword Light whistled. Wan Jianfeng fought the 3 demon monarchs alone, returning to his usual fighting style. Immediately he felt like a fish in water. He survived Swanni's last attack with his peerless swordsmanship. However, for some reason he felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed something. Compared to the war just now, the battles that could normally make him excited were like children's games, becoming dull and tasteless. He was at a loss. Was I wrong? But what am I fighting for? Then he looked at Li Qingshan's back. What is he fighting for? Li Qingshan was bending down to pick up the saber hilt that he had dropped. The remaining consciousness of the frenzied flower saber soul was like a gossamer in the wind. Qingshan. What a wonderful battle. But I can only stop here. You are a good saber. Li Qingshan smiled, not feeling sad at all. This was the destiny of a warrior as well as the destiny of a weapon. If he couldn't die on the battlefield, it would be a pity. If saber souls have a next life, I'm willing to be reborn as an Asura and fight alongside you. Let's see what kind of enemies there are in the 9 heavens. The frenzied flower saber soul suddenly cheered up. Okay, it's a deal. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Holding the saber hilt tightly, he threw it toward the blood vortex in the sky that was gradually closing. The last frenzied flower saber turned into a red light and disappeared along with the blood vortex. In an instant, the power of an Asura was withdrawn from his body, and his body gradually shrank. However, he still felt as heavy as Mount Tai, and it was difficult for him to move. He took a deep breath and continued forward. At this time, the true disciples had already won an overwhelming victory. After losing the unified command, the demon emperors immediately became a plate of loose sand, and they were all anxious to escape. They couldn't even fight one battle. Li Qingshan did not even glance at the intense battle behind him. He staggered into Black Cloud City, only to see Ruan Yaozhu meditating and adjusting her breathing. The 9-colored deer assisted her from the side. Her wounds from the huge piece of wood had already almost recovered. Only a thin red mark remained on her snow-white skin. Seeing Li Qingshan, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "Junior brother Li." Li Qingshan answered with a grunt and collapsed on the ground. Even the incarnation of the demonic god Swanni failed. The faceless evil god dragged a broken arm and played with Ingzhi's head with one hand. His featureless face fluctuated. The black sun demonic heart is most likely with that Li Qingshan. I'm afraid he is the legendary person. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for me to become a demonic god, and I can't let it go. Ingzhi's head cried, "Lord, please spare my life." Observing the expression of the faceless evil god, Li Qingshan knew he couldn't escape. Instead he laughed, "You, an evil god, dare to interfere in such a great calamity?" The faceless evil god crushed Ingzhi's head and disappeared. In the blink of an eye he appeared above the Black Cloud City, and reached out his hand to grab Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Like a lightning bolt, little and couldn't react in time. Even if he couldn't resist an evil god. At this moment, 7 stars shone in the vast sea of clouds and turned into a saber, falling from the sky and chopping off the other hand of the faceless evil god. A silver-armored Valkyrie descended from the sky. It was Chao Tianjiao. With a cold expression, she pointed her saber at the evil god and was about to take revenge. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Li Qingshan's face, and her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 1523. Turbulent waves crashed against the cliffs. The Wanxiang city was situated on the vast ocean. As the most powerful and open sect in the human realm, the city was always bustling with people. The tragic war far away in the world seemed to have nothing to do with this Cape City. Day after day, year after year, even though half of the direct disciples died, the sorrow was quickly washed away by the waves. Yesterday the city was filled with tears, today it was filled with joy and smiles. This was neither the heavenly path nor the path of hell. This was the human realm. There was no eternal joy, nor unchanging pain. The city was bustling with noise, welcoming guests from all over, making it especially lively. Chaotic Life Lane was filled with gamblers, but Lution was not in the lane but in the direct inheritance hall. All the doors and windows were open, the sun shone, solemn and quiet. His face was obviously much older, whether it was the white hair on his temples or the spreading wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, they were all signs of decline. Yet he still had a casual smile on his face. He rubbed his chin and squinted his eyes. Such a pity, I missed a good bet. Pai Yangqiu heard him and laughed. Who would be willing to bet with you? Lution pursed his lips and said in disdain, I am not willing to bet, there are many fools who want to bet, but what's the point of a sure-win bet? I also need to accumulate some luck. Pai Yangqiu looked at him and nodded, I hope you can win. Who knows? Lution shook his index finger and pointed upwards, Heaven's mandate is the highest. Pai Yangqiu was about to speak when Dai Mingfan slowly walked over and walked up the stage. She held a jade pendant in her hand and was dressed to the nines. She was graceful and elegant, causing many inner disciples to be stunned. Usually they did not have the qualifications to enter the direct inheritance hall, and the chances of seeing this direct inheritance hall leader were even rarer. How could a mortal woman compare to such beauty? Only Xin Yushu was uneasy in the crowd as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He did not have the slightest bit of lust, he kept praying in his heart, Don't be him, don't be him. Dai Mingfan stood on the stage and looked over. Half of the familiar faces were gone, even after half a year, she could not help but sigh, but it was not the first time she saw such a scene. Very quickly she adjusted her mood. New direct disciples would quickly emerge from the inner disciples. The 6 realms of reincarnation, 3,000 worlds, had no lack of talented people. Shockingly talented people emerged in an endless stream. But from today onwards, no one could compare to the name on the jade tablet in her hand. He cleared his throat and said, I just received news that senior brother Li Liehua has decided to go into seclusion and withdraw from this year's election. The inner disciples were in an uproar. Doesn't that mean only, Xin Yushu, that? The inner chamber disciples around him instantly cleared out and looked at him with pity and mockery. The true disciples were not surprised at all. It was expected that Li Liehua would choose to go into seclusion. Who would have thought that the battle between Lai Hua and Black Tortoise would end in such a way? The sudden emergence of a free man walked in front of the crowd at an unbelievable speed, but they could not help but admire him. Facing a true god and winning against him, he turned the tide. Not to mention in the myriad sect, which human emperor could do it? So, Dai Mingfan paused, this generation's big brother is Li Qingshan. Just as Dai Mingfan finished speaking, rolling laughter came. Ha, what a waste of time, just say my name. Li Qingshan walked in with big strides. As if a gust of wind blew, the crowd could not help but make way, like wheat sprouts falling to the sides. He rushed to the stage in a few steps, gave Dai Mingfan a bear hug, then turned to face the direct disciples and inner disciples, waving his arm. A phoenix stood on his shoulder. It spread its wings and cheered, Big Daddy, you are the best. Li Qingshan put his index finger on his lips and smiled, I know. Li Fengyuan shouted, Long live Li Qingshan. Yes, Li Qingshan nodded approvingly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dai Mingfan glared at him fiercely, greatly surprised. How strong was he? She could not even react to the hug, it was like she was being hugged by force. But, with such a big brother in Black Cloud City, I can stay away from the war. With the announcement of the final result, Li Qingshan's ranking on the myriad phenomenon list immediately rose to the top. All the cultivators knew that the myriad phenomenon sect had another big brother, who would in fact rule the entire myriad phenomenon sect, control a huge amount of resources, and decide the life and death of countless people. This result was not unexpected. Before this name had already spread throughout the myriad phenomenon sect and even the entire human world after the battle in the demon realm. A person who defeated a god. If not for countless people witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe such an absurd story. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they understood how invincible a god was. A god was not only a symbol of power but also wisdom and laws. But there were still some people who believed that this was a big game of chess played by the desireless heavenly palace, and that it was Chao Qinjiao who became a human deity and became one of the 6 deities who finally turned the situation around. Li Qingshan was only pushed to the front of the stage, used to attract more cultivators to join the myriad phenomenon sect, to make up for the losses of this battle. But the true disciples did not think so, otherwise Li Qingshan would not have become the big brother. In terms of contribution, Li Qingshan was enough to become a true disciple, but he could not surpass the accumulation of other true disciples for many years. He was even a little worse than Ruan Yaozhu. More important was the choice of the true disciples. When Li Liehua was in a life-or-death seclusion, they all had the right to compete. However, the big brother had great power, and also had to bear the responsibility of leading the war against the demon realm. Even if they knew that the demon realm would not come back in a short period of time, and Black Cloud City should be very peaceful, after this battle, no one was willing to take this risk again. The roaring thunder cloud formation would take a long time to recover, and if and came back to find trouble, then it would really be the end of the world. Only one person did not feel this psychological pressure. Pai Yangqiu looked at Li Qingshan, who was grinning from ear to ear, and muttered, "Doesn't this kid know what fear is? I already said he is a real gambler born to gamble." Lu Tian looked at the dome and said meaningfully, "I don't know if I will be lucky enough to see him." At this time, Dai Mingfan came down from the stage. Although the atmosphere was disturbed, the ceremony still had to continue. "Disciples, follow me to greet the big brother." Her hands were crossed and her wide sleeves drooped, and she deeply bowed to Li Qingshan. All the true disciples and advanced disciples bowed, and said in unison, "Greetings, big brother." Li Qingshan's expression became serious and he waved his hand, "Everyone please rise." Dai Mingfan's eyes twitched slightly. "This word," Li Qingshan asked, "Junior sister, what is it? Is there something wrong?" Dai Mingfan had a resigned expression. "Nothing, you are the big brother, you have the final say." "That's good." Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. "I have high hopes for you, this position will be yours sooner or later. Big brother, you can keep it for yourself, I can't bear it." What should I say next? I know." Li Qingshan thought for a moment. "First I have to thank. Yo, who is this? So majestic, so glorious." Unknowingly, Chao Qinjiao sat on the windowsill, stroking the black rabbit in her arms, and stared at Li Qingshan with a face full of evil intentions. In the battle of the demonic domain, she finally defeated the faceless evil god. While listening to Ruan Yaozhu's report of the battle, she held the hilt of her saber, and stared at the unconscious Li Qingshan for a long time. As she watched, she ground her teeth. Ruan Yaozhu shuddered in fear, afraid that she would kill Li Qingshan in a single stroke, so she put in a lot of good words. Finally Chao Qinjiao said, "Wait until he wakes up." Then she left. She had been promoted to the 6th Ding Immortal General, and was the Ding Maoshan of the 6th Ding, directly under the command of Jinwu Great Emperor, and was busy with daily affairs. The time difference between the 9 heavens and the human realm was huge, so she waited for more than half a year. Li Qingshan was shocked and took a step back. "Let's talk." Chapter 1524. Chao Qinjiao gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had thought that he had fallen and she was really a little sad. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her alive and kicking. She understood at that time that he had cultivated some kind of cultivation method that allowed him to not die even when his own spirit was extinguished. In other words, the words he said before his death were all to fool her. She, Chao Qinjiao, had never suffered such a great humiliation. While the true inheritors were still able to withstand it, the chamber disciples were already shivering in fear. Their teeth were chattering and they were trembling uncontrollably. Li Fengyuan shrank back and said in a low voice, "Big father, where did this woman come from? She seems a little powerful." "More than a little powerful." Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. Chao Qinjiao was originally very fierce. Now that she had cultivated to become a human immortal and ascended to the 9th heaven, she was many times more powerful. If they really fought, he had no confidence at all. The key was that he also felt a little guilty. Although he had helped her at that time, it was still taking advantage of her. At this time, everyone could see that this original big apprentice sister and new big apprentice brother had some enmity. Today she came with bad intentions. No one dared to interfere and just stared at the play. Shen Yushu immediately recovered his spirit and was very happy. Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan, offending me is fine, but you actually offended a human immortal. Senior apprentice sister Chao's position is now equal to the two sect masters. No, it's half a level higher. She is now the head of Ding Shen, the favorite of Emperor Jinwu. Not only can you not be the big apprentice brother, you will also be expelled from the sect. Ruan Yaozhu frowned and was about to speak when she looked at Chao Tianjiao and then looked at Li Qingshan. She seemed to understand something and snorted lightly. Okay, let me hear what you have to say. Chao Tianjiao smiled slightly. She was so beautiful that one could not look at her directly. Li Qingshan, with the good intention of turning hostility into friendship, immediately recited 2 lines of a poem. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. 100 days as husband and wife are as deep as the ocean. Oh no, there was progress in the ape demon transformation recently, and it was about to break through. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Before he could finish his sentence, the knife was already on his neck. Chao Qingjiao was so angry that she laughed. You really know how to talk. Li Qingshan's neck immediately turned cold. Instead, he became arrogant and said, Chao Qingjiao, senior martial sister Chao, I admit that I've treated you fairly. If you're still not satisfied, you can kill me or cut me into pieces. However, he secretly clenched his fists. How could I allow myself to be trampled upon by others? If push comes to shove, then we'll just have to fight for 300 rounds. So what if you're a human immortal? Chao Tianjiao said, I won't kill you, I won't cut you, I just want to chop you. Li Qingshan thought to himself that this was a good deal. He had the Phoenix's nirvana to protect him, so no matter what, Chao Tianjiao couldn't kill him with a single slash. He might as well give her a slash. Forget about this grudge. Alright, go ahead. If I even frown, I'll change my surname to yours. The knife in Chao Tianjiao's hand slowly slid down, right between Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan shrank back. Wait, what do you mean by this? Chao Tianjiao mocked. What, are you scared? The hall of direct teachings was completely silent. Everyone watched without blinking. This development was too explosive. I remember we made a bet before. We'll fight to the death 30 years later. During this time, you won't touch a single hair of mine. Li Qingshan wouldn't even frown if his head fell off. But if he took this slash, he wouldn't be called General crawling on the ground anymore. He would be called Big Eunuch Senior Martial Brother instead. Damn, these 3 words, Big Senior Martial Brother, were really unlucky. Really? Chao Tianjiao revealed a thoughtful expression. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Qingshan was slightly relaxed, she suddenly raised her hand and the knife fell. Blood splattered everywhere. The men couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, as if they had been stabbed. Looking at Li Qingshan again, both of his hands were tightly holding onto the blade. Fresh blood was dripping down the blade. If his reaction wasn't fast enough, this slash would have really hit him. His face turned green and his veins popped out. Sorry, my hand slipped. Chao Qingjiao calmly sheathed her knife. Since there was a bet, I'll forget about it today. She grabbed Li Qingshan's clothes and pulled him over. She proudly announced, but from today onwards you're my man. Don't be fickle in the future. Otherwise it won't just be one slash. What? Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. It didn't seem like a bad thing, but why did it sound wrong? Be good and wait for me to come. Chao Tianjiao laughed loudly. Her laughter was as cold as an ice river. She seemed to be very happy. She turned around and turned into a ray of silver light, piercing through the sky. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Li Qingshan with different expressions, as if they were looking at a living monster. Li Fingyuan's eyes widened. Big Daddy is really unfathomable. I look up to him. Lutian slowly spat out 3 words, I'm convinced. Who in the sect didn't know about Chao Tianjiao's temperament? Moreover, she cultivated the heavenly book of Black Tortoise, which was a cruel and resolute cultivation technique. Therefore, no one could have imagined that she would one day become a Dao companion. Although it was a bit of a reversal of yin and yang, in the cultivation world, the strong were always respected. Being visited by such a human immortal was not a bad thing. Shen Yu's face turned ashen as if he had lost his parents. There's actually such a thing in this world? Li Qingshan was still in a daze. Ruan Yaozhu walked forward and expressionlessly said, "Congratulations, big senior brother." Yaozhu, Ruan Yaozhu raised her hand, "Please treat big senior sister well. Don't be fickle." She turned around and walked away. "Me? Fickle?" Li Qingshan pointed at his nose, feeling that it was ridiculous. He muttered to himself, "I am clearly dissolute and lecherous. Congratulations, big senior brother. Congratulations, big senior brother. Double happiness today. You and big senior sister are really a perfect match." The true disciples came forward to congratulate him. In any case, the position of big senior brother had been decided. In essence, he was the acting sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect. Even true disciples had to obey him. Now that he had become a Tao companion of a human immortal, it was even more incredible. Coupled with the faint support of Spirit Emperor Guihai, he might be the most powerful big senior brother in the history of the myriad phenomenon sect. Since it was related to his personal interests, he naturally had to curry favor with him. Moreover, during the battle in the demon domain, Li Qingshan's performance had truly convinced everyone. They did not feel that he was condescending to flatter him. At this moment, the bells and drums in the city rang and flowers bloomed. A celebration was held to celebrate the new big senior brother's ascension. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. All he saw were sincere smiles of admiration, but he felt very stifled in his heart. Suddenly he saw Xin Yushu in the crowd quietly shrinking back. He shouted, "Stop." Xin Yushu trembled and turned around. Big senior brother? I had forgotten about you. You are like changing your face down there. You really like to see me make a fool of myself." Xin Yushu knew that he could not escape this calamity. He hardened his heart and wanted to throw out a few tough words, thinking that Li Qingshan would not dare to kill him. However, when the words reached his mouth they became, I don't dare." Li Qingshan turned to ask Dai Mingfan. "Junior sister Dai, do I have the authority to teach him a lesson?" "You are the big senior brother. You have the final say." Dai Mingfan still said the same thing. She glanced at Xin Yushu. He was just a chambered disciple. Although he had the chance to become a true disciple, it was clearly gone now. Who asked him to offend someone he should not have? Li Qingshan waved his hand. "You are expelled. Quickly pack up your things and scram." The true disciples looked at each other. They felt that Li Qingshan was really bold but careful. He learned all kinds of tricks without a teacher. Even if it was the big senior brother, it was not allowed to kill a fellow disciple without reason. However, if it was not a fellow disciple, then it was fine to kill him. The path of cultivation had never been a beautiful paradise. The big senior brother's main responsibility was to fight against the devil domain. Most of the time it was military law and not sect rules. As long as there was a valid reason, even a true disciple could be expelled from the sect. Coupled with his frightening battle strength, who could be his opponent? This was the true core of the Wanxiang sect. In essence, they still relied on strength to suppress others and not voting. Xin Yushu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "I have eyes but cannot see. Big senior brother, please spare my life." Li Qingshan was puzzled. "I did not say that I would kill you. Why would I spare your life? Oh, are you afraid that I will expel you first and then chase after you? Do you think I am that kind of despicable person? If I wanted to kill you, I would have beaten you to death with one punch. Junior sister Dai, do I have this authority?" This? Dai Mingfan was speechless. The big senior brother killed an inner disciple of the same sect in front of everyone. No matter what, this could not be justified. "I know." Li Qingshan raised his thumb. "I am the big senior brother. I have the final say." His face was brimming with a confident smile. The true disciples felt a chill in their hearts. He might really do this kind of thing. It was better not to contradict him in the future. Quickly get lost. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Xin Yushu left in a hurry. He could not have any thoughts of revenge in his heart. In the middle of the jubilant sea in the city, Spirit Venerable Guihai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless sea. Chao Qinjiao stood on the overhanging eaves. Her cold eyes were like stars. She looked back and asked, "Spirit Venerable, who is he?" There was a huge difference in the flow of time between the 9 heavens and the mortal realm. Why did he come back at the right time? Was it a coincidence? Or was someone arranging it? It would be fine if someone arranged it. If it was really a coincidence, then it was too inconceivable. Chapter 1525. Heaven's Will? Ah, we are cultivators. 1. Reading books? W. Chao Qinjiao laughed heartily. Cultivators all had the ability of divination. After becoming a human immortal, even if they did not know this Tao, they would still be able to sense it. But the more it was so, the more they looked down on the so-called heaven's will. The reason why mortals revered the gods was that they were elusive and unpredictable. If they could be pondered and guessed, then they were just slightly more powerful people. Heaven's will was the same. Since she already had the word immortal, she could be considered to have seen the door. The so-called heaven's will is just a collection of the 3,000 great Taos and infinite laws. Don't tell me you are talking about something like the world will. The mortal Tao did not even have the world will. Spirit Venerable Guihai's expression drifted. Who knows? Who knows? Chao Qinjiao guessed that the old man was immersed in his thoughts again. She shrugged and said, "See you later." She stepped forward, the void rippled and disappeared. Lu Tian held the three-legged golden toad and walked towards Chaotic Life Lane. The golden light of the three-legged golden toad was dim, its eyes half closed, looking listless. During the battle in the demonic region, it was all thanks to the three-legged golden toad that blocked Tao Wu's final attack. But it was also heavily injured, unable to extend his life. His lifespan was almost up, he did not have long to live. Li Qingshan caught up from behind and patted his shoulder, smiling brightly. "Hey Lu Tian, when are you going to die?" "Eldest senior brother, I will not die at any time." Lu Tian had a helpless expression. Not long ago he was bossed around by him, but now he was so direct. 1. Reading books? W. Sai, I heard you're about to die, right? Li Qingshan did not hide his regret at all. My lifespan is almost up, not dying. Lu Tian explained patiently. That's right. Li Qingshan did not agree. You make it sound so elegant. Doesn't reaching the end of your lifespan mean you are about to die? You're the eldest senior brother, you have the final say. Lu Tian gave up on trying to stop Li Qingshan from cursing him in front of his face. In that case, you still want to make a bet with Oxhead and Horseface? Li Qingshan was excited. They were all mythical figures, how could he not be interested? It's just, Oxhead Abien. He's in charge of my dossier. Dossier? Li Qingshan became even more curious. The three-legged golden toad slowly opened its eyes. The golden pearl-like eyes glanced at him before slowly closing again. Have you never heard of the Book of Life and Death? The two of them walked side by side. Along the way the path was peaceful. Everyone took a step back. After Lu Tian's explanation, Li Qingshan finally understood that the main scope of business of the netherworld located in the path of purgatory was not ordinary humans, but cultivators. That was to be expected. In the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds, countless lives were lost every second. Even if the number of humans was taken into account, it was still an astronomical number. Book of Life, 1Ka? Not to mention the 10 kings of hell and the 10 commanders of hell, even if there were hundreds or thousands of them, they would not be able to deal with them all. It was even more impossible to record their names in the Book of Life and Death and then send soul reapers to drag them all to the netherworld for trial. Therefore, ordinary living beings were allowed to live and die as they rotated in the 6 paths of life and death. Whether they rose to the heavenly Tao or fell to the hungry ghost Tao depended on the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Book of Life and Death recorded the names of cultivators. Those low-level cultivators did not even have the right to be on the list. If you stayed at home to refine your chi, build your foundation, and extend your lifespan by 100 years, no one would have the patience to care about you. Only golden core and nascent soul cultivators could record their names in the Book of Life and Death, but as long as their lifespan was not abnormally long, these names would not even be seen by humans or ghosts. If you could live for a few thousand years without dying, it was considered your ability. As for those who could make the legendary black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface personally take action, they were all extremely powerful cultivators like young spirit cultivators like Lu Tian. That was because once they reached this realm, there were too many ways to extend their lifespan. There were countless exotic flowers, herbs, and miraculous pills that could preserve one's life and calm one's mind. The method to extend the life of the golden toad was only one of them. If a young spirit cultivator had the spirit of, living a bad life is better than dying a good death, they could basically hang on until the end of time. The netherworld mainly targeted this group of people. The Book of Life and Death would automatically calculate the lifespan they should have. It was not completely forbidden to extend one's lifespan, but it had to comply with the basic laws of the netherworld. A cultivator was not allowed to exist indefinitely. When the time came, they came to claim their lives. In order to avoid the human emperor who knowingly broke the law and violently resisted the law, they had to send the ghost immortaline commander. Otherwise, if the ghost officials of the netherworld fought with the cultivators of the human world, it would not be a good sight. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder. There was actually a reason like this in the familiar story of his past life. He could not help but think of the myriad poison ancestor who had abandoned his body in the 9 provinces. He wanted a nascent soul to live in the world. A baby could not exist on its own for long, but an adult could. In other words, once one cultivated the yin spirit and yang spirit, they would be close to immortality. There was no need to cultivate to become a true immortal or arhat. It was just that there was a divine factor controlling this situation. That was true. Even a piece of trash like Shin Yushu could cultivate to the yin spirit and even had a chance to cultivate to the yang spirit. Cultivation required great talent and luck, but even if there was one yin spirit cultivator in 1,000,000 people, the number would be terrifying. If it was not controlled, the world would probably be full of cultivators. Wait, in other words, my name is also in the Book of Life and Death? Of course. Legend has it that the Book of Life and Death is the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth of the path of hell. Since you have this cultivation, you naturally have a name in the Book of Life and Death. Lu Tian glanced at Li Qingshan disdainfully. Although he had become the eldest senior brother, he was still a country bumpkin at the end of the day. However, he was squinting, so the disdain in his eyes was very hidden. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, "Then can I erase my name?" Lu Tian looked at him with even more disdain. The Book of Life and Death was not a book. It was not even a magic treasure. Of course you can, as long as you can distort the laws of heaven and earth of the path of hell and destroy the laws of reincarnation. This is not completely impossible. But with that method, even the 10 Yama kings can't do anything to you. Why would you need to change the Book of Life and Death? Li Qingshan touched his chin and thought, maybe the 10 Yama kings have a grudge against me? Or maybe I am just unhappy. Lu Tian's heart shook. He could actually hear an earth-shattering tone. He suddenly recalled the scene when he faced Tao Wu on the battlefield in the demon domain. With his personality, even if he met the 10 Yama kings, he would probably not bow down to them. He would rather be sent to the infernal hell. If one day he really had that kind of power, Li Qingshan smacked the back of his head. Was that the way you looked at eldest senior brother, just now? Lu Tian touched his head and said with a frown, it was clearly eldest senior brother, who was in the wrong first. Oh, you still dare to talk back? I want to hear what I did wrong. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. He still remembered how Lu Tian had used him as a gamble. Life and death are small matters, but I still want to gamble with ox head up hang. You asking me when I will die is asking me when I will lose. Li Qingshan nodded. Yes, that makes sense. I was really in the wrong. Haha, I can apologize to you, but you must call me when you make this bet. Why? I want to see what that ox head looks like. I might even want to place a bet on you. Then you will have to take a trip to the gates of hell. Lu Tian warned. For cultivators, especially Renhuang cultivators, the last thing they wanted to see was the Commander Yin. He was not a spiritual beast from the Garden of Spiritual Beasts, but a man-eating monster from the path of demonic beasts. I'll keep you company. Li Qingshan smiled. Hell path, ox-head demon, life and death match, it would definitely be very interesting. To be continued. Chapter 1526. After Lu Tian left, Li Qingshan looked back. The towering sky towered into the clouds. Seeing the ox head of the underworld was just out of interest. What was most important now was to prepare for the upcoming trip to the sinkhole. Where was the sinkhole and what kind of place was it? As an imitation, although he had the spirit turtle bloodline, he did not have the spirit turtle heritage. Even his bloodline was not pure enough. Wasn't there a genuine spirit turtle here? He could ask for guidance. Li Qingshan flew straight to the highest point of the sky without any obstructions. This was one of the privileges of an eldest senior brother. He found Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Spirit Sovereign Guihai remained secretive as he looked at him silently, waiting for him to speak. It was as though he had expected him to come. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, Spirit Sovereign, may I ask where the sinkhole is? You want to go to the sinkhole? Spirit Sovereign Guihai closed his eyes. Li Qingshan said, yes. Give up. You are not a real spirit turtle. Spirit Sovereign Guihai warned, but he knew that he would not give up. Li Qingshan bared his teeth and smiled. Racial discrimination isn't good. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said, it's not discrimination. There are many people who go to hell and return. None of them can return after entering the sinkhole. Is it that terrifying? I do have a spirit turtle bloodline after all. Li Qingshan laughed, but he did not think that Spirit Sovereign Guihai was deliberately lying to him. He had entered the sinkhole to meet a prisoner that Sumi Rao did not even dare mention by name. Yet he was trapped by the sinkhole. It was obvious how powerful the sinkhole was. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Spirit Sovereign Guihai shook his head and walked away with his hands behind his back. Old man, there's an old saying that suffering is a blessing. Li Qingshan blocked his path. Spirit Sovereign Guihai narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed. Punk, do you really think I can't do a thing to you just because you have become some eldest senior brother? Bah! In front of human immortals and demonic immortals, eldest senior brother is nothing. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He chuckled, however, it seems like you really can't do anything to me? He moved closer and asked, hey, what are you afraid of? After a few rounds of probing, Li Qingshan basically confirmed it. Venerable Spirit Guihai would not do anything to him, even after communicating with Elder Tian Shu, who was above the 9 heavens. Now that he had become a Renhuang, even if Spirit Lord Guihai wanted to do anything to him, he would not be able to kill him. If they really fought, the sky would definitely be destroyed. As the saying goes, the barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Naturally, the superiority of the hooligan proletariat should be brought into play. Cold light flashed through the Spirit Exalt Guihai's eyes as he said earnestly, since you possess the bloodline of a spirit turtle, why don't you know how to protect yourself? Li Qingshan asked, how to be wise? How to protect yourself? Spirit Sovereign Guihai said, you are just a tiny chess piece on the chessboard. This is your greatest blessing. Why do you say so? The more useful a chess piece is, the more dangerous it is. If it becomes more useful, even if it can be complacent for a while, it will eventually be attacked and killed. Li Qingshan restrained himself and listened attentively. The Battle of Black Cloud City is just a small dispute at the edge of the entire chessboard. You were almost smashed to pieces and your soul was destroyed. If you go deeper into the hinterland and try to affect the overall situation, you will be immediately taken away. Taken away? Li Qingshan was shocked. He smiled again and said, these chess players really don't follow the rules. He understood that the chessboard was just a metaphor. If the chess players were really provoked, there was nothing they could not do. Stealing chess pieces, flipping the table, and even smashing the chessboard in the face. Phew. Therefore he understood his position even more and felt more at ease. If any demon god personally took action, they could easily wipe out Black Cloud City. They could easily wipe out Black Cloud City. The only reason they hadn't done so was because it wasn't worth it. There would be people who would do the business of killing people, and no one would do the business of losing money. If a game of chess was a sure win, who would be willing to break the rules? Not only would it not break the rules, but it would also force everyone to play according to the rules and win everything safely. In other words, for the time being, he did not have to worry about gods suddenly descending from the sky and slapping him to death. He was not yet qualified. How infuriating. Rules? Spirit Venerable Guihai sneered, you are still alive now because you can't change anything, so you are not worth being dealt with. You can observe for a while longer. Why don't you quickly practice the Tao of inaction and use what is useless? While you haven't stepped into the real battlefield, get out of it as soon as possible. Li Qingshan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. You are already the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. With your temperament, cultivation method, and bloodline, as long as you cultivate in peace, it will not be difficult for you to become a human immortal. In the future, you also have a high chance of becoming a true immortal. I know you have gambled many times. Now that you have won everything, it is time to stop. Why waste your good time and endless lifespan? What do you mean by? Li Qingshan raised his head. The real battlefield? Spirit Venerable Guihai saw the spirited look in his eyes. Not only did he not feel fear, but he also felt endless yearning. After saying so much, all the punk heard was that. He could not help but say angrily, you are unteachable. He flicked his sleeves and left. Li Qingshan grabbed his sleeves. Senior, don't be angry. Listen to me. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Spirit Venerable Guihai wanted to struggle free, but Li Qingshan had already grabbed his arm tightly. His present strength was extraordinary. For a moment, Spirit Venerable Guihai could not do a thing to him. Li Qingshan said, "Among all living beings, nothing is more important than life. It is truly wise for the spirit turtle clan to prioritize preserving their lives. However, I once heard 2 lines of poetry. It's called, 'Although a divine turtle has a long life, there is still an end to it. A soaring serpent rides the mist and eventually turns to dust.' No matter how they preserve their lives, it is ultimately impossible for them to live forever." Even the immortals and Buddhas above the 9 heavens can only live a little longer than mortals. Spirit Venerable Guihai frowned tightly as he muttered to himself, "Although a divine turtle has a long life, there is still an end to it. A soaring serpent rides the mist and eventually turns to dust." His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Li Qingshan. "Where did you hear these 2 lines of poetry from?" "Sigh, that's not the main point." Li Qingshan was astonished. He had only said it in passing to showcase his knowledge. He never expected Spirit Venerable Guihai to be so agitated. Could it be that being a novel lover was just a facade and he was actually a poetry lover? Spirit Venerable Guihai looked deeply at Li Qingshan. "You actually know so much." "What do I know?" Li Qingshan was at a loss as he tried to recite a few more lines. "An old steed in the stable, aspiring to great heights. A martyr in his twilight years, aspiring to great heights." However, Spirit Venerable Guihai did not react. "Although it's a masterpiece, it's quite ordinary." He asked suspiciously, "You wrote it?" Li Qingshan chuckled and stopped talking about it. "What I mean is that although you are wise, you are not a man." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.